Fishing Gurus podcast.
Tell us a little bit about the wean fish device, Dave. Come on. I want to know more about this.
It's not called that, it's called a piss and fish. I never expected this in the conversation.
What a starter.
It's Brian Rigby, a good friend of mine from Walsall. Loves catching bleak. Right, he loves fishing for bleak. And one day he said to me, the only problem is, he said, I had to stop and have a pee about 3 or 4 times during the match. He said, I said, that many? He said, yeah. I said, I'd like to drink the night before and the next morning. He said, and I said, well, you know, it's one of them things. I said, bro, it can't have cost you that much. He said, I reckon I could have caught another 20 or 30 bleak if I hadn't have. He said, that could be £1, couldn't it? So the next thing you know, I just found something. I just went online and found this silly picture of this apparatus that you put across your parts and the little tube that goes down to wherever. And I just sent it to him as a bit of fun, purely as a bit of fun. This is what you need, Brian. Get one of these. And the next thing you know, he's made one. He's made one that velcros to the front of his box.
Never.
And I said, well, how are you going to use that? He said, well, what I'll do, I'll just cut a hole. I'll cut a hole in my tracksuit trousers, and then just, as to use his expression, put the old man down there, he said, and away you go, you know. And so now, you know, if you look at Brian and he's got a 42-pound oblique, if he beats somebody by £1, he can justify it, you know.
The piss and fish has done the trick,
Piss
hasn't
and
it?
fish. I think he's going to.
He's like an astronaut, isn't he? That's what that reminds me of.
I think he's going to patent it, you know. But
I sometimes wonder, you know, we used to fish a bit of the Stania, called West Street, and it's like in front of some houses, all tarmac, and you could never go for a wee.
There you go.
Yeah,
If
be
you'd
perfect for it.
So what you need is just a little bit of Velcro on your box. You need the attachment there. You put it on his side tray or just on one of his legs.
Yeah.
Clip it up on your Velcro. Away you go.
I tell you what, get ruining, product development. We need the guru piss and fish.
I want a percentage of the royalties on
Not a
this one.
problem.
By the way.
In association with DA Strangling.
It'd be
10%.
bright orange. There'd be no hiding it.
10%.
Yeah. I actually had another potent question. Potent.
Sorry about this,
That's the
Brian
word.
Rigby.
To start the show, but we were just talking about having a wee while you're fishing, so I thought I'd ask you about that device. What's the lowest weight you've ever won a match with, Dave? Talking about bleak.
That's a good question. I thought you were going to talk about big weights.
No.
I remember winning a club match once with 1.5 ounce of sticklebacks.
No.
Yeah.
Where were that?
On the Staff's Worcester Canal at Wombourne.
How many people were in that match?
Oh, about 20 of us.
And you won it with 1.5 ounces?
Yeah.
How many fish for that?
Not many, just a few. Well, yeah, quite a few actually. Sticklebacks. I can't remember.
Was
I
there
do
an
remember,
art
like, pardon?
catching them? Were they an art to catching them?
Yes. What you had to do is fish a squat's brain on a size 32. Right. If I'd have had a size 34, I'd have put my own on. And I remember winning a match once. I remember winning a match on a good-looking River Severn at Stourport. But I used to take temperatures. I used to take temperatures a lot on the river, especially when I lived there. And people for years talked about dam water affecting the river and stuff like this. But on this particular day, the river temperature had dropped to like freezing virtually. It was only the fact that it was moving that it hadn't frozen. Probably 0.5 degree. And it steadily dropped all week. And although it looked nice, lovely colour, it was rubbish. And I won the match with 1 day's 4 ounce. And, you know, people at the end, they're all going, oh, it's polluted. There's all sorts of stuff. We need to get the river checked. And it was purely down to temperature. You know, people don't check temperatures enough. And, you know, a week later, it had gone back up to 4 or 5 degrees and 20-pound winds.
And do you think the fish are just sat there?
Yeah.
They're still in the river. They don't move anywhere.
Absolutely. And I think the only reason sometimes we used to fish the straight lead a lot of years ago, and you know, Stourport full of fish, but sometimes you could win a match with 3 or 4 or 5 pound. And one of the best methods was straight lead. And you just throw the straight lead in around, a bit like they do with carp now, if you like, on commercials. You put a straight lead in, a single maggot, 22 hook, and I think literally, if it dropped on the nose, the props couldn't resist sucking it in.
So you weren't feeding anything, or
just feed 2 or 3 maggots. We used to wear what we call teddy bear suits.
Right.
Right.
And they're like a one piece fleecy suit with a big pocket on there. I mean, you just put the maggots in there to keep them alive, almost, and you used to feed out your top pocket.
Never.
You'd literally be feeding ones and twos out your pocket, yeah. And you'd only get through blowing quarter of a pint to half a pint in 5 hours.
Incredible.
But you could regulate your bake because you're feeding out your pocket, sort of thing.
While I've got you on this topic, 'cause it always amazes me. Like, we go to some bits of the Trent in the summer, say Torksey, for example, tidal River Trent. It's kind of the middle of nowhere. What would happen if you went there in the middle of winter? Would you think them fish are still there, but they just don't feed? Do you think they migrate? Do you think there's a bit of both? Because it's solid with fish in the summer.
I don't know. I think sometimes when I talk to Trent regulars now, there just seems to be this big switch off amongst Trent anglers, and great Trent anglers, Swinnow, Alan Henry, all these people. I run the Riverfest competition, and even when I started talking about having a final in October, they were like, "No, it's too late." And for me that's hard to accept, because I'm a guy that's fished the Severn and the Wye for years, and we start to fish those rivers in October. We fish October to March as our main season. It seems that the Trent, once you get to the end of September, nobody wants to go on it. I think it would last a lot longer than it does. Where do they go? You'd think if they migrated somewhere, then somebody would find an awful lot of fish somewhere, wouldn't you? I don't know. It's changed so much, hasn't it? Years ago they had the warmer water coming into the river. Again, before my time, before I used to fish it regularly, you talk to the lads that fished there in the 60s and 70s, and they caught the big weights in the winter still because it was artificially warmed up. Would you still catch in the winter? I'm sure you would on certain days. I think you would. Not sure you would. Temperatures, everything matter. I can't stress enough about, if you get the chance to take temperatures, you learn so much about fishing.
Tell me a little bit about it. Right. I mean, I've never took it in my life.
Right.
What's the cut-off point? What's the thresholds within it?
The critical change around, what I used to find, because when I lived at Bewdley, I lived there for like 5 years, and every morning, you imagine how fantastic, you get out of bed, open your curtains, and you're looking at the river.
Stunning.
I mean, for an angler. And I'd literally walk down the steps on the quayside, cup of tea, and somebody built me a thermometer box, if you like, with a long cable. So obviously if the river was low, you just had to throw the cable in and get the temperature. And what I used to find, if you got a temperature switch of, say, even 2.5 degrees, let's say it went down, it was like 8.5 and dropped to 6, really bad for roach in particular. They'd stop feeding. Right. If it went the other way, if it was 3 and it went to 5 or 5.5, they went mad.
Even if it was still cold but rising.
Yeah, always. Every time it went up, and after a while, you could almost predict what was going to happen. I used to run the Bewdley matches, and you take the temp, you think, yeah, great, it's gone up a couple of degrees today. Even if it was 1, it had gone to 3 or 4, you could catch. But the minute it started to go the other way in the depths of winter, if it went from 3 to 1, you're in trouble. And for me, that was, particularly in places like Stourport, what we used to do, start off on straight lead. Because if you can't get any bites on straight lead at all, you ain't going to catch on a float, unless it's an odd chub or something like that. So to get consistent bites, the straight lead was a great method to work, because you didn't feed too much, you fed steady. It's the whole top pocket job again. You'd feed steady, and then the minute you started to get a few bites, then you could bring the float into play. You with me? It's critical to, if you can do it and you can keep a track on it, you can get an edge.
It's something I need to do with that, innit?
I think people should record it more often. I used to keep it just in the diary or on my phone or whatever.
Explains a lot about winter matches with the last hour and a half, 90 minutes being because obviously it's had the sun on the water, it's probably crept up half a degree. Totally. And you end up catching
And we see, when we fish on the Wye, sometimes the one bank, the rowing club bank on the Wye, the sun's on there. The anglers sometimes on the right bank, on the Asda bank, although that's generally the best a lot of the time, sometimes those boys over there in the last couple of hours are catching dace, and this side we're struggling because it's cold. You know, it's obviously got to have something to do with it, but more not so much on the day, but more over a period of a few days. If you get that fluctuation, it does affect you.
You've just taught me into getting on Amazon at lunchtime, and you can recommend a thermometer for me.
I would.
Awesome.
Definitely.
Well, thank you very much for coming to the show, and welcome to the Fishing Gurus podcast.
We got me here at last.
I've been messaging in this gentleman, folks, for literally, it must have been over a year
now.
now.
This forever, isn't it?
Yeah. But thank you for coming on. Really appreciate it.
All good things come to those who wait. Or something.
Absolutely. Well said.
So, yeah, it's great to be here.
Tell me a little bit about where it started for you, Dave. I mean, I don't know where you originally are from or how fishing came about for you, so I'm assuming others won't know as well. Tell us a little bit about the beginning.
Born in Walsall, or Warsaw, as I think they spell it Worsul, something like that. But Walsall. Took up fishing really through my dad and my granddad, like many people. And it was brilliant. I look back fondly on those early days. I mean, I was probably about 5 years old when I started. And
It's a great picture there.
that shot, I mean, I love that picture. I mean, if I ever get round to writing my book, which I keep threatening to do.
If ever, when I hope.
Well, I've done a couple of chapters just in readiness. But that pic, that's me and my granddad. I wasn't looking too happy. I think he just said I couldn't fish or something. But what it was, I think that caption has got to be, one day, David, you'll break the match record on this river.
Is that the Severn?
Because I did. That's the River Severn, yeah. That's at Atcham. You'll catch them at Atcham, as they used to say. But obviously a very low River Severn. And, yeah, unfortunately, it's one of those things, you know, I think my sister still got quite a few pics of my dad. But, you know, fishing-wise, we haven't got many pics. I mean, we used to fish a lot, but it's not like now. We didn't take lots of pictures. You know, we didn't take any.
No.
But we used to fish the canal. You know, typically what would happen is that I'd get up before school and there'd be, my mum used to work for Tupperware. So a lot of our bait tins were Tupperware plastic boxes with holes drilled in. And, you know, there'd be like 2 bob then, or some left. There'd be some money left on top of the tin. And my mum would say, your dad said, if you want to go fishing when he gets home from work, go and get some maggots from Sid's. There was a tackle shop. I used to be able to walk to 3 tackle shops from home. And they were great. I mean, there was a chap called Sid Wharton who just looked after you, you know, so you go up for a pint of maggots or 2 pints of maggots, and he'd always put a few extra. And I always remember the lovely smell. It was the smell of maggots in the shop, but it smelled as a fishing shop should smell, sort of thing. Strange, but
none of them shops there nowadays.
No, none.
Such a shame.
There's none at all. But yeah, and then Dad would come home from work, and we used to walk. We hadn't got a car then, I don't think, at the time, but we used to walk to the canal in Walsall, so that'd probably be a mile and a half. You know, we'd walk to this canal. We always used to fish on the opposite bank of the towpath. For some reason, we fished there, and we'd be fishing over the weeds, and it was typical. You know, what was first fish? Probably a small perch that you caught. You know, you never caught stacks when you were that young, but it was a lovely apprenticeship. You valued the float going under. You know, my dad used to make our floats. He was a carpenter. He was a brilliant carpenter, but in terms of tackle, we were very, very undernourished. You know, he used to make them out of hardwood. All of our floats, I mean, they were either big.
Have you got any of them left
No.
now? It'd be lovely to have some of them. I'd love to see them.
Oh, no, there's lots of things now, but he made these floats, and they all probably took about either 2 number 1 or 2 BBs or something. And we used to fish them half cock, as they called it, you know, with a shot on the bottom, and the floater would always be set like this, so you knew you were on the deck. And you know, eventually we progressed from there. My granddad had a car before my dad had one, and then we'd go to, I think I might have a picture somewhere, the river, it's the Trent and Mersey Canal at Colwich, and that for me was like a real special place. I'm looking forward to going back there soon. That's the venue. And you know, a couple of years ago, I had a mail order come through from the guy who lives in that house now. And I remember when I was like 6 years old, falling in that canal, I always used to, you see how the towpath isn't there? I used to fish too near the edge. I always used to fish for perch, little 10-foot rod. And the one day I fell in, and the lock keeper at that time, an old boy, he saw this happen. So he came down and he invited us into the house, with my dad. We stripped off to get dry, and he let me wear one of his big old shirts while the clothes were drying in front of the fire.
Wow.
Anyway, that place for me, so many good memories. And what happened then? I had this mail order come through a couple of years ago, and I looked at this address and I thought, Lockkeeper's Cottage. God, it's got to be the place. So I sent an email to this guy and said, "Is this the venue?" And he said, "Yeah." He said, "Come," and he's invited me to go and have a look.
What are the chances of that?
So, and if you look at that shot there, you can see that fast water coming in like a little brook or an overflow from a workings. But quite often we'd go there on a Sunday and there'd be a couple of guys fishing on that grassy verge there with little lures, little spinners for perch. I won my first ever match there with £7 on a perch.
Right.
And it was against all their seniors in what they call the MEB, the Midland Electricity Board club that my dad and my granddad were in.
And how old were you at this point, Dave?
Maybe just coming 8.
How many's in the match at this point?
500. Now there was there were about,
no, that sounded good. Creative license.
Yeah.
500.
We'll cut back in there.
No, there were probably about 25.
Right.
So I won this match, and the guy who came second had £6, right? And then he complained that I wasn't eligible for the trophy, like the annual shield or whatever it was.
Okay.
So I couldn't have it because of his complaint, because I was a junior. And but what was great, when we came to the presentation, he had the shield, but then my dad being a carpenter made a fantastic trophy for me that I didn't even know about, at the time. And so
how lovely is that?
That was presented. And something, I wish I'd still got it. I haven't.
Not a clue where it's gone.
You lose it, don't you? It gets thrown away, I suppose, as you get older and stuff like this. But it's something that I'd trade in. I'd probably trade in an England medal for something like that if I could get it back.
Magical.
But yeah, great memories. We used to have a great time there. We used to fish there regularly. Then they introduced me to rivers. And we used to fish a little river called the River Tern, which T-R-N.
Never heard of it.
No, it's a small river that runs into the Severn above that Atcham area. So it's above Shrewsbury. Below Shrewsbury. And I loved it. It was fantastic. I used to snag up quite a lot. I used to get in trouble for losing hooks. I remember one day there, laying on again close to this weed, and I'm thinking, oh God, I was frightened to bring the rig out because I was going to lose another hook, and my dad had told me off, stop fishing so close to the weed, right? I'd be almost in tears because we used to use these spadette hooks to nylon right, from Sid's shop, and I'd lost about 6 or 7 hooks already. My dad was getting a bit fed up because the stock of hooks were going down, and I'm thinking, oh God, I'm frightened to lift the rig out because I know I'm going to lose another hook. Right? And my granddad's come along and he said, "What's up?" And I said, "I think I've snagged up again. I'm going to lose another hook." And he pulled it, and there's a roach about 1.5 pounds on
Never.
End, right? Yeah, so I got that out, and we used to catch a few chub. Then we started fishing on the River Salwarp, another river.
I've heard of that.
Bigger river, but not big, not massive, but bigger than that one, that ran into the Severn. And that was brilliant. I loved it there because when the Severn was in flood and the River Salwarp wasn't, all these fish had converged right on the mouth of it, like where the one met the other. And we used to catch stacks there.
What sort of fish, Dave?
Roach, perch, dace, chub. Well, not barbel, but we used to catch a lot of fish there. And then a bit further down the road from there was a place called Holt Fleet.
I've heard of that.
When there was a lot of water on the Severn, there was like a lock cut in there. There's a lock and a weir.
Is Holt Fleet's on the way sort of Larford way on?
Yes.
Yes, I know exactly where
just
you mean.
down the road from there.
Yeah.
And we used to fish at Holt Fleet. And what it was, this lock cutting was a long cut. So the river had come down over a weir, and then our side of it was a lock cutting. Long stretch, and there were like lots of little landing stages for the boats in the summer. And then when you got the river, say, with about 4 foot on, what happened was the main river came in, hit the lock gates that were closed, and then ran back the other way, right?
Got you.
So for stick float fishing, it was fantastic, right? So little sticks, little 3 and 4 number 4 sticks. And we used to catch stacks. I used to sit on this stage. My dad was always fishing with cheese and just fishing for one big one or a couple of big ones. But, I'd catch 50 to 100 roach sort of thing. And I loved it, absolutely loved that.
And at an early age, all that was sort of self-taught and just from your dad and granddad?
I didn't learn a lot from them, unfortunately. They weren't that. There weren't those sort of anglers. They're just pleasure anglers. My dad fished cheese all the time. He loved fishing with cheese. He caught some big ones. So we'd fish the upper Severn and he'd get, 4 and 5 pound chub sometimes. But I loved this stick float thing. What I loved about it more than anything was moving water. Suddenly I didn't enjoy the canal as much anymore. It's like I wanted to see that float moving away and then going under.
I find it really, I've got a smile on my face because obviously I know what has come for you and what you're doing now business wise, and even from a young angler, I used to read a lot about you and it was always want to see what Dave's doing on the river, watching the videos and reading the articles of your float fishing on rivers. And when I've got you sat in front of me now telling me about when I were a little kid and I used to love the float.
Couldn't wait.
It's amazing.
But you know
it's all linked.
What was really funny one day is that my granddad was fishing 2 pegs away. I'm on my favourite peg. There was one stage it was that comfy, my peg, DH's peg. I went back there a few weeks ago, by the way. I went back and it's all overgrown, but that stage is still there. But you'd have to cut a lot of trees out to fish it and everything. But
you should go and have a fish.
Yeah, I should. It's time sometimes. But my granddad's fishing 2 pegs down. This was so funny how this happened. And I've gone down to him after a couple of hours. And I'm catching a roach every cast or every other. I'm catching a lot of, not massive fish. They were probably, looking back on it, 3 ounce to 6 ounce fish. But, nice fishing. My granddad has got nothing. He's caught nothing at all, right? So I've said to him, so he's brought his rig out. He's got AAs and BBs near the hook and about size 12 hook on. I mean, it was very basic gear, right? And I said, Granddad, shall I set you up how I've done my rig? 'Cause it's working ever so well. Yeah, okay. So I've set him a stick float up and I put him a size, I think I put him a size 18 hook. And he said, I can't see that. So I put him a 16 or a 14 on or something. And he's carried on then. And he's ended up catching 17 roach. So we're in the car going back, and there was my dad had got a car. My dad's driving, my granddad's in the front, and I'm in the back. And he's gone, how about that, Cedric, my dad's name was. My dad,
what a great name.
My granddad's gone, I can't believe that, said. He said, this afternoon, he said, it's like someone flicked a switch. He said, my peg has gone from catching nothing. I've had 17 roach this afternoon, he said. And I'm sat in the back thinking, come on, just pay a little bit of respect to the kid in the back who's done your rig for you. Not a word. Not a single word. Not a word of thanks. Or it's all down to David setting me the rig up. So he gets back to my nan and granddad's house to drop him off. Right? And my nan's come out, Hilda, her name was, Hilda and George. And she's gone, all right. She said, have you had a good time? He said, you won't believe what's happened, Hilda. He said, this afternoon it's like someone's flicked a switch. He said, I was catching nothing. He said, and I've caught 17 roach. Oh, great. She said, you had a lovely day. And I'm thinking, this is what he's going to say. David's put me right. He never did. He never did. It was all down to this switch flicking, I think. But,
wow. Well, at least you're sat here telling the story now.
But no, as the years went on, it was great because from there, obviously, we progressed. And then my dad, he just loved following it, the whole thing in the end. It was special. So.
What, before I want to ask you a lot more about the Severn and what have you, Dave, but what was your upbringing like, your education and early schooling and that kind of thing? Did you have a healthy school life? Were you good at school?
Yeah, I got past my 11 plus thing. My sister did as well. We weren't a rich family by any means, but we had a hard-working family, hard-working parents. I say my dad was a carpenter, and then he progressed in the building industry. He became a general foreman for Taylor Woodrow. My mum worked for a doctor as like a receptionist stroke secretary. But yeah, our education was good. I mean, I went to Queen Mary's Grammar School. My sister went to the high school, so I was at all boys, she was at all girls. And it was brilliant. I look back on it now and I think, yeah, I could have done a bit more. I'd love to have gone to uni and stuff like that, but we never had the chance. It was never discussed at that time. It was a case of do your O-levels and so on. I used to love English. I loved English. I loved writing. And I loved art. Those are my two favourite subjects.
Quite creative subjects,
yeah,
aren't
and
they?
it's funny is that as the years have gone on, the way you ended up eventually working in publishing and all sorts, writing was an important part of my later life, if you like. So yeah, could I have done better at school? I think so. I mean, we used to have some fun as well along the way, sort of thing. But left school, 16, went to work. My first job was assistant stock controller at a wines and spirits company.
That's handy.
It was great. It was great. We used to our company, Whittle's Wines in the Walsall, we used to have 70 off licenses around the country. We used to have some as far as Sheffield and all sorts of places. And the chap Jeff Preston and I, our job was to take stock in all these places, right? Once a year, because it was all pre-computerized systems, really. So it was all manual systems. So we'd go in, we'd take stock, and they were always wrong. They were always wrong, because people were just borrowing stock, packets of fags and bottle of whiskey and this, that. And the amount of times we took stock, and then Jeff would go back in and say, your stock's £2,000 light or £1,000 light. Then you have all the big emotion. No, it can't be. It must have been theft. Yeah, you bloody nicked it all. It was quite funny. That we'd have to do another stock take. Usually we made a mistake, so we'd do it all over again. By and large, people would just, I wouldn't say they were thieving. It was just a case they were forgetting to put the money in the till.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's ever so easy, I think, when all the stock's there. If you're watching telly, to go and get a few cans, I suppose, and it adds up, doesn't it, over a year?
Of course it does.
From there, went into different sort of jobs along the way, sales jobs, and so on,
We'll get a bit onto that, because obviously I know that there's some real interesting stuff coming. But throwing it back a little bit to the Severn that you were getting onto, when did the Severn sort of take off? I mean, when I think of the Severn, and I used to read your stuff right back to when I was sort of 10, 12, 13 years old, it were always like, see you catching barbel on the river and that kind of thing. But I mean, that's a fish that you've not mentioned yet, and it's so dominant on a lot of the rivers now. Where did that come from?
What happened was, when I got to about, 12, 13, 14, you start to learn about girls and going out with your mates and stuff like that. I stopped fishing for a couple of years. I was just more interested in going out. My dad just
not the girl side of it, just the going out.
Yeah, and the girls. But then you realised when you're like for a 15-ish and all that there's still time to go out, or still time to go out with the girls and go fishing beforehand. Right? So we worked it all out eventually. And then I started going again with my dad. But now what had happened is that the River Severn was really, really the place to be. I remember watching the 71 National with him. Obviously quite young, and it was the big shootout between Birmingham and Leicester. It was a weight national at the time, and the crowds on the bank were incredible. Loads of people went to watch the fishing. And
how many anglers would have been there, Dave, out of curiosity then?
I don't know how many teams. 80 odd there would have been.
Teams of 12. Wow.
But what happened was, this particular species, Barbel, right? I know all the history of this. I mean, back in 1958, there was a project. I don't know how the project first came about, but I know the end result of it is that it was between Angling Times and the Water Authority and so on. 508 barbel were taken out of the River Kennet. Can't imagine the Kennet anglers were that pleased at the time, but maybe they're just small ones. They were taken out of the cannet and put into the Severn at different points. And what happened was those fish from that original 508 eventually started to show. I mean, first of all, I think the first 10 years nobody mentioned it, right? There was no publicity about it. And then, as we got into the sort of later 60s and 70s, people were talking about catching small barbel, lots of small barbel. By the time the 70s proper came around, and the 80s in particular, they were everywhere. The species had taken a real strong hold on the river and taken over. I mean, the whole balance of the river, of the species. Imagine what happens with that when something has completely taken over a river. So, there was a complete imbalance. It became the dominant species. What it meant in terms of fishing is that suddenly there was a fish that everybody wanted to catch. Match anglers. I've spoken to a lot of older match anglers about this, and what happened was they came to fish the Severn in the full knowledge that there were lots of rubbish draws, right? But the key pegs, that could catch up to £100. Now, although you look at that sort of weight now and commercial values, that didn't happen in England. It was major headlines.
It's still a mind-blowing river weight now.
Yes,
I might add. £100 of barbel is mind-blowing.
Absolutely dead right. You imagine what it was like then. Each week it was seemingly getting bigger, £70, £80, £90. And, on the back of all that, you had people like Mal Story, who happened to be in the right place at the right time with his business. He created rods. They sold a colossal amount of bait. The Wednesday, the weekend opens at Bewdley, for example, in Bridge North. I mean, they would have had 100 pegs, 100 pegs. Now, probably out of that lot, I bet 3/4 of them weren't that great, right? You might have been caught catching £10 or whatever, but you needed to be on it's really the same sort of pegs that are still good now. The fast, shallower pegs. There's more weed in the river then, but the fishing was great. Now, as a pleasure angler, which we were, what was also apparent is that in the middle of the day, and it's still the same now with barbel, as you know, on low, clear rivers, these rivers were under a lot of pressure then. Quatford, we used to go to a place called Quatford a lot.
This is all on the Severn.
Massive long water. Below Bridge North, on the left bank of the river, you got a section called the Deanery. All this was Birmingham Anglers water. And the BAA, if you were a member of a club, or if you were a club membership, you could book so many club matches a year. And everybody wanted to fish the Severn, because of the excitement. Like if you were on them, it might be your red letter day. Right? But more often than not, it has to be said, they didn't catch them. In the middle of the day, 10 till 3 in the summer was the worst time to fish. But we used to go down with very basic tackle, a couple of 12-foot fiberglass rods with brass ferrules. Our tackle was ever so basic. My dad used to make our tackle boxes. There'd just be a framework with plywood and a nice comfy seat.
Being a carpenter, of course.
A damn sight lighter than now, though. And we used to walk for miles. I mean, where we used to walk down there to the pegs we liked, it was a damn good walk. There were no trolleys then, Anyway, we would go with like 3 or 4 tins of luncheon meat, and that's all. And my dad used to make coffin leads straight on the line, and we'd stop them with a couple of BBs or whatever, right? And we used to fit. And as we would walk into our pegs, the anglers in the club matches would be walking back saying, "You're wasting your time, son. You ain't going to catch anything down here. It's crap." And what's won the match, mate? 2 barbel, old Fred down the bottoms, and I've had 1, and somebody's had a chub. It's crap. You're wasting your time. And clearly, even in those early days, you realised that you had to be on a special peg, usually fast and turbulent, to catch a big weight. Right? If you weren't, then you had to wait till later in the day. Now we'd start fishing 5, 6 o'clock, by the time we'd sort of settled in. We used to share, there was one peg we loved, and we shared this peg, and in the end, we'd be watching our rod tops by the sky, as it's getting dark. But boy, oh boy, did we catch some barbel. As the day wore on, You'd be fishing side by side, and another one's gone, and he's got, I've got one on as well, that sort of thing. We used to catch stacks.
How big were they then, Dave?
Not massive at all. I mean, a £4, £5 was a big one, a real big one. £4 was a big one then. But lots of like £2 to £3 fish, enough to pull your string. 'Cause, I mean, these were the strongest fish we'd ever caught at this time.
What did you learn about catching them? Like, I'm imagining you're still a little kid at this point. You're not even fishing matches properly.
It's still teen years.
Yeah, what did you learn about them in them early days? There must have been stuff then that you still apply now, surely.
The biggest progression at that time, because we did that for a while, but then the biggest thing in my life at that time was going for a walk one day and watching a guy float fishing. And it was further down the stretch, and it was where it was shallowed up. It went into this shallower bit. He obviously knew what he was doing, and he understood float fishing. He understood the contours. Where we fished at that time, it's probably, I don't know, about 8 foot deep, 9 foot deep, fairly steady water. Went a little bit further down, you're almost running down to a ford, and this guy was float fishing, and I watched him, and I asked him if I could sit with him. I sit and watch it, and it was just brilliant. This is mind blowing. You're watching this big orange tip going down. He's float fishing with meat and bread and this sort of thing, and it's going under clonk, and he's got one. And it's I've got to have a go at this, But it was so far removed from what we were doing there. Bear in mind I'd done the thing at Worcester, but it was all tiny little stick floats and all that. This was much bigger scale, So it was really getting some gear together and going and having a go, And then thankfully, I mean, I met just moving a little bit on with that, but I met a girl who got a car and I hadn't. She was a bit older than me. I didn't like her that much. She got a car. She had a Mini, but I managed to persuade her to buy a Vauxhall Viva so I could get more tackling. But anyway, that's another story. And we used to go fishing in this, and then float fishing was really kicking in then, and we learnt about putting more bait in, casters and emp and wagglers and so on, and Barbel was so obliging. If you found the pegs, which I did, it was just brilliant fishing.
When did it get competitive for you? Like where you started fishing regular matches on venues?
It was that sort of time. I was never fishing, unlike yourself, who's like done it from a very young age in competition. I mean, for me, my dad and I joined a club not far from home, a Karma Liberal Club. They used to have coach trips. It was through my dad's mate, I think. We fished a few club matches with them, but the big turning point for me was when I was about probably 17 to 18, probably 18. And I met a guy called Graham Palmer, and we became really good friends. And we joined a club called Amory Unionist. Their headquarters, I read a point the other day actually, a unionist. I was thinking, is it a political type thing? But it was just a social club. And I fished in this club. And it was the best thing we could have done, because I had this hunger for I was self-teaching myself all the time. We joined this Karma club, this 15, 20 people, and I was good enough. I'd learnt enough quickly to sort of do well in that club. Right, we joined Amory, and I couldn't win. Right, the anglers were far better than me. We had people like Graham Palmer there, and Barry became my best friends at the time. But we got people like Hughie Glover and Bert Simmel who taught me. Bert taught me all about how to produce great casters. He just put me in great stead as the years ago. He was brilliant at doing casters. He taught me how to make guzzers. We did our own hook bait, so we'd use either chicken or a pigeon. Right, you paint the beak out to get the blow off the flies and so on.
No one does that now, do they? No one does that.
Well, you know something, unless you had gozzers, we used to fish the Gloucester Canal, unless you had gozzers on the hook, I think it was psychological, I don't know. But when you put a nice gozzer on the hook that had just come off the meat the day before, you caught skimmers.
Do you think it'd work now?
Yes, probably, but it was that soft, the hook bait was that soft, that when these fish sucked the bait in, I think it just burst in the mouth and where the tip went. We also there was a bait called Sour Brand Specials. You ever heard of
Sour
that?
Brands. I've heard of Sour Brands, yeah.
Sour Brands is a maggot that when you touched it, it crawled backwards.
Okay.
Right, and they used to use them on canals a lot. I never got into sourbands because they were horrible. I went in Bert's shed one day when he was teaching me all about baits and things, and he got this old saucepan, and they used to use like cabbage water, cream. He used to pee in it as well. I think Brian Rigby would be right in there. But all sorts of and cream and everything had gone off. It was like stale, and it eventually developed like a crust form. And the flies would lay their eggs in there. It was horrible, just horrible. But that's how they did them. Gozzers. I got into gozzers big time, but
do you never do your own now? You never do your own gozzers, or
strange? I mean, fishing's changed so much. I mean, you go to Gloucester now and you're fishing for big bream. Then it was little ones. It was skimmers. If you caught 11 pound, they were these size fish.
But I look how convinced you are when you said, like, if you hadn't got a gozzer on, you wouldn't catch one. And you talk to Christian Jones about F1 fishing, and he's like, if you ain't got an overshotted rig on, you ain't catching F1 shot. And it's the same. And like, maybe.
Absolutely. Yeah, maybe it is. But we learned, pigeons, sheep's hearts. Then you learn about how to produce maggots, right? So God, it was great fun. So I had a quality streak tin. And you puncture a hole about an inch, right? Let's have a hole in there. The best thing in the end was chicken portions because they're light colour to start with, right? So when the maggot's developing, if it was off a heart and it was bloody, they were too dark, so it needed a few days just to get rid of some of the colour. When you buy really fresh maggots, you can see all the dark food sac inside. Chicken portions, they were lighter colour anyway, so you could use them a day or so old and they were still good for the hook. But then you put your chicken in, and what I used to do is smear a bit of blood or a bit of smell off the chicken around the hole on the outside, and you put it in a shady part of the garden. And when you first did it, you couldn't wait. You're sort of looking out for blue bottles, So obviously it's that type of fly that has to come and lay the eggs, right? And you look and you just wait, and what one goes in, then you sort of, when he's gone, you have a quick look to see whether it's deposited the eggs, that sort of thing. In the early days, you just get greedy with blows, and then you end up with eggs all over it. And of course, then you need enough meat to feed it. And I was setting up my own Lane's bait farm at one time, because you'd end up with like 3 or 4 or 5 chicken portions.
A load of dead animals in Dave's garden.
Dead sheep and all that sort of thing in your dad's shed. But, what's going on in there, son? But, really, all you were looking at is some good hook baits to go along with squats and all that sort of thing. But it was fantastic. You'd wrap it all up in newspaper. A week later, hey presto, you got fantastic fresh maggots. I remember once sticking them in the airing cupboard. I had to speed up the process because it was cold outside, and I desperately needed some gozzers,
Dave,
for this match.
That must have stunk.
So I wrapped them up in quite a lot of paper just so that my mum and dad wouldn't smell. And I'm thinking, where can I put them to keep them warm? So I stuck them in the bottom of the airing cupboard. And my mom's got it. She said, "Can you smell anything in there?" No.
You don't start to panic at anything.
It just gave them that couple of days of extra warmth, and I could bring them back out. And then, of course, I got perfect gozzers again. So I also with my mom, I had, I remember the one day dying, I had about a gallon of maggots that had dyed bronze. And the day before, she'd painted the wall out the back with all this Santex or art Santex. This white wall finish. She painted all over the wall, and I'd put a gallon of maggots with chrysadine on. Oh God! I got up the next morning to go to Evesham, and as I'm going into the kitchen, it's like scrunch. I'm just treading on some maggots, aren't I? Right, and what had happened, all these maggots had escaped. They've come over the yard, up the walls, the kitchen. I've lost. All I've got left in this pot is about a pint of maggots. There's 7 pints gone AWOL, right? Everywhere you look on this wall, the streaks of orange. Right?
It's not coming off that, is it, either?
I tried to scrub it first. It's like 6 a.m. and I'm fishing on that day. I'm thinking, what am I going to do for bait?
I love how that was at the forefront of your mind.
My mum's got up and I said, look, something really bad's happened. Right? She's like, well, what's happened? You can't be that bad, David. I said, it's really bad. And she's gone, oh my God. It's like something out of a Hitchcock movie, you know?
What did you do?
Well, I had to go to get some bait on the way, didn't I, from Clive Smith's tackle shop. I left it, sort it all out, but yeah, it was a bit of a disaster.
Wow.
Yeah, Gozzers were fantastic.
What? When obviously speaking to yourself, I hear a lot of people talk about the wasp grub days. Did you ever dabble in that? Was that something that you
yes
played around with?
Oh God.
I've never seen it. I've never fished with wasp
I'm
grub.
bouncing around all sorts of eras here, but I remember it was the day after my 21st birthday, and Barry Hall and Graham and I, we had some great fishing together. We used to go and fish places like the Derwent at Borrowash. It was fantastic then, and we learnt to bag up there. The three of us, you know, we could fish there and catch £100 some days.
Incredible.
Right? And so you were learning all about feeding and all this sort of thing.
What fish were that, Dave, on the Derwent?
Chub.
Okay.
There were loads and loads of chub. And then we went, it was the day after my 21st, and we went to the Trent at Clifton. And it was a really cold day. The banks were hard, and there was a bit of snow left on the ground. And there was an old boy next to me who came down and said, he said, "Do you mind if I come down the bank?" He said, "The bank's really awkward, Bobby, and mix some ground bait." And I said, "No, you're fine, man." I'm thinking, ground bait? Not a clue, that sort of thing. You don't need ground bait on the Trent. You have bronze maggots and stick floats and that sort of thing. So he's gone off with his ground bait, and the whistle's gone. We're there trying to look pretty on our stick float. Frank Barlow is a couple of pegs below me, and I think Wayne Swinscoe is a few pegs upstream. And then this guy is throwing some balls which are broken up mid-air. There's bait going everywhere, right? And then he's chucking out, and I could see like a drill bullet going out with a big chunk of bread on, right? Or so I think. So I'm catching a few little fish, and then it's died on me completely. I look round, his rod's bent, and I'm looking around, I think, is that a bream? It looks like a big bream coming across the surface because I'm down at water level. So he's netted it. Carried on fishing. I looked round again. He's got another one. I'm thinking, God, he's catching bream on bread. I'm convinced he's catching bream on bread, right? So anyway, we're 3 hours into the match, and Graham and Barry are packed up on their pegs, come back and said, "We're doing no good." "Are you catching?" I said, "I had a few little fish earlier, but..." I said, "He's catching bream on bread above me." Oh, God. So I packed up, and then we went to this calf opposite, the three of us. Match finished at 3, so I said, "Come on, let's go and watch what he weighs in, what these bream weigh." When we got back to there, the scales are just coming down to him. And he comes out, he's got £29 of chub. Right, no bream, £29 of chub.
Wow.
All on wasp grub.
And that was the first you'd heard of it?
Yeah. So Swinnow, I didn't know Swinnow then. I knew him, but I didn't know him as a friend. And I always remember Wayne saying, "Hey up, Bert." This chap's name was Bert Russell, right? And he said, "Hey up, Bert, you been catching on them big white maggots again, have you?" And he said, "Young," and that sort of thing. And that name, you know, when we used to get the Angling Times and the Mail on a Wednesday, that name kept coming up. That name kept, you know, Bert Russell, Long Eaton, or I think he was Long Eaton. But Bert Russell, you know, you have typically a tough match fished by 60 anglers. It was won by Bert Russell with £17 of chub, and you knew he probably only fished that way, you know. So we decided we're going to go and get some. There was one match where he fished the upper Severn champs. We thought we'll go and collect some wasp grub ourselves because it was allowed.
It sounds dangerous.
If we got wasp grub, we're going to win it. So, oh gosh. So it's a September time, and we read up on it, and somebody said if you see a wasp going in a straight line, follow him. You're chasing down, because what it means is when he's in a straight line, he's going home.
Okay.
Right? Back to the nest, right? So we're following wasps. You know, we're following wasps.
Where are you?
On a canal. We're on a canal in
Okay.
Walsall, not far from home, right? So this was, and there you go, and then another one's there we go. They're all coming in, right? And it's later in the day, so they're all coming home, aren't they? So Graham, he's got this product called Murphy's Wasp Killer. Oh, you hear stories of it, so Cybag, you know, Get cyanide. We've ended up with a tub of Murphy's wasp killer. It sounded a bit of a cheap way of doing it, but anyway. So Graham's got a spoon, which is bound to a bank stick. You know, he just bound it all on with string. And we get the Murphys, and he's like sticking it all in, and the entrance to the nest. Yeah, and one or two are still coming out still, and they're covered in the stuff. Like, great, this is going to be great. So we put a marker down, a little bit of rag, so we knew where to come back the next day, because they're all going to be dead, aren't they? So it turns up, and there's like three old boys fishing just before the nest. We could have done without them being around, couldn't we, sort of thing? But we've got our one, just in case, we've decided to dress up for the occasion. So it's a warm day, everyone's in t-shirts. We've got our one-piece suits on, balaclavas. Look like we're going to do a bank job. We've got gloves on. Right, we've gone to this nest. Graham's got his spade there, and he's got bosh straight in. There's wasps everywhere. Right? We have legged it so fast down this canal. You've never seen two people. You talk about Dean Macy, we'd have beat him. But we've gone that quick, and Graham's going, I think there's one in my hood. Right. So he pulled his hood down. So there's nothing there, Graham. So he pulls the hood back up, and the wasp stayed and stung him on the head. So we've had a little bit of a meeting, and he said, did you see the size of that? It's this huge nest. Did you see the size of it? Yeah. He said, go back and get the spade. I said, it's your shovel. If you want it, you get it. So anyway, we've gone back, and they're all settled. There's wasps everywhere again. But we want this nest. So Graham's gone carefully in with it and lobbed the nest into the canal. Right? All the wasps that were running off again. The wasps were after us.
Did you get stung?
Yeah. So eventually, this nest is now bobbing along in the canal. We've managed to get it out. We put it into a bucket, and we've took it back home. What a state. And then you're trying to get the grubs out to fish with. There's things that are hatching, you don't know what to touch. And then we've mashed the rest of it all up with ground base. And off we go to Shrewsbury. And I think the first 20 minutes I've had a few little small chub, and then I thought, get the grub out. You know, I'm expecting the peg to go mad just because I'm going to put this bait in. I've thrown some balls out, and I never had another bite. You know? And thereafter, and Graham was the same. And we decided that from that point onwards, matches that said wasp grub barred are the ones for us. Definitely.
Was it a wonder bait, Dave? Or
yes, fit in the right place. But you had to be on a peg. I mean, it broke. Ron Baker broke the Severn record. I read up on all this with £67 a chub once on Shrewsbury. You needed to be on a peg, didn't you? But when you were, it was deadly. You know.
Why was it so effective?
They just loved eating it. I mean, it was just a fantastic bait for them. I think just the flavours, the smell, everything. You know, when I've spoken to people like Wayne Swinscoe and all that in subsequent years, and they tell you the stories of it, you can understand why it was banned. Because if you hadn't got access to it, it's like bloodworm. Isn't it? It's like saying you can fish with bloodworm, but the rest of us can't, sort of thing. That you know you're going to beat them 9 times out of 10. So it was the right thing to ban it.
Got you.
In many places.
I have to say, sorry, Matt, I just admire the commitment and audacity to go and pursue that kind of bait, though. I don't think I've ever heard that kind of commitment to fishing on this show.
Crazy, isn't it?
I couldn't think of. I mean, I'm terrified of them anyway, but I could not think of anything.
I am as well. That's the best of it.
Well, I can understand why after your experience.
I think it's from that experience. I mean, I drew a peg a couple of years ago at Burton on Trent, and I've stood in. I've had to put a platform in because it's a low river, and there's a great big nest in the bank here. Oh, and I've got ground bait, and they keep coming and settling on it. It's just.
I don't like it.
It's horrible.
I've not been stung, touch wood, for years, but I absolutely hate them.
Yeah.
Bees, I think, are sound, friendly. Yeah. I feel like they're not going to hurt you unless you hurt them. But wasps have just got a right horrible attitude, haven't they? I don't like them.
You won't know this, but we filmed a live match, didn't we? Last week, didn't we?
Yeah.
And when filming your match, sorry, it's a bit of a sideway, but it is related. We were very close to your edge line, in which you were doing very well on.
Yeah.
2 bees come and sat right near us on the cameras, and we're just hovering around like that. And at which point, if I was to bolt and kind of run for my life, I'd have totally ruined your match.
Yeah, you would have.
But I didn't, just for you.
Good. I'm glad you didn't get stung.
But yeah, they do make you run fast, I must admit.
I've got to ask you, Dave, I listened to this process of learning about baits, about the rivers. What was the learning process for you? Because there's no YouTube, there's no fishing media as there is nowadays. Like, who were your idols, and how did you get access to the information to get to, you know, where you eventually ended up in the fishing world?
One of the best things that happened, I'm trying to think of the dates now, 68, so it's 68, so in about, I think it was about 1975 time, David Hall, at that time, publicity-wise, you only had Angling Times and Anglers Mail, right? And David Hall decided to launch a monthly magazine called Course Fisherman, and that was massive for people like me who, although I was starting to break into, you know, good things with the Amory Club and all that. You just learnt so much because David really hit the ground running. I mean, you've worked in publishing the same as me, and when he says that month one of this magazine, and he got hardly any pictures. I mean, he recycled so many pictures. There's a picture of a roach that was a £2 roach from the Wensum, a beautiful roach from Stourport. It was the same fish. They use this black and white picture so many times.
Not like all of that, is it?
No, but it didn't matter because the content of the magazine, there was a brilliant series called Talking Tactics. And David used to go along to Clive Smith's house every month with Ken Giles as well, and they'd just talk fishing. And from all this information, you just learnt a lot more than your weeklies. This was more behind stuff, behind the stories. You know, it's like, let's learn about how did Clive catch that? And there was rigs in there to learn from, and all. And for me, that was huge. I'm sure a lot of other people learnt from it as well. And that, together with the anglers that you're fishing with and mixing with, you know, it's just a massive learning curve. It never stopped. We used to fish Winter League matches as Amory against the likes of Cofton and Hackett, who later became Shakespeare, a lot of the people. And that was just fantastic. We learned a lot about sticky mag. I hadn't got a clue about sticky mag. The sticky mag story. I've ever told you the sticky mag story?
No, never.
Would you like to?
I didn't even know that it was a thing as long back as then. I mean, what we're talking here, late 70s, early 80s.
Yeah.
I didn't even think it would have been about then. I thought it was more of a modern thing.
Mate, what happened? I mean, we had a smashing team, and we had our little degrees of success as well. Individually, we did well. Going back to the people, I mean, I got as far as Bert, then we had Terry Edwards and Ray Carter, and all these guys. They were great to fish with, great people, enjoyed a drink, but, you know, we took it serious and we tried to win.
This is still high-end club level.
Yes, but we're fishing against the big kids. You're fishing against Cofton and Hackett, right? Cofton Hackett is really the forerunner of Shakespeare.
That name gets brought up a lot on the podcast.
Ken Giles, Clive Smiths, Max Winters, Tony Davis, plus some more. And one day I've drawn next to Max Winters. Now, Max was superb. He was a great Avon angler. And Gloucester Canal, you see. The Gloucester Canal played quite a big part in my early fishing with that.
Been about forever, that venue, hasn't it, Dave?
I have got the most... I think other people have got this. I've got a total love-hate relationship with it. We used to fish 6-hour matches on there in the summer.
That's punishment, isn't it?
A chap called Ralph Baxter used to run them, and God, the amount of times, and we used to fish so negative. Little cut down Drennan feeders with squats, plugged a little bit of ground bait and a gozzer on the hook, and nothing had happened for 5 hours or 4.5 hours, and then you think, I ain't coming here again next week. We'll go on the Avon next week. This is crap. You know, you'd be sitting there, it'd be hot, and all of a sudden the tip would go, and you catch one, then you get another 1 pound, and then another one, and you might win your section with £7 or something, and you think, God, if I'd have had another hour, if this had been a 7-hour match, I could have won this sort of thing. So you turn up again the next week, and then again another 4 hours. And I think you look back on it, we were probably fishing that negative. It probably took that long just to get a few fish in your peg.
Not actually feeding any bait.
No.
Not actually.
But that's how it was. In the winter, we used to fish. We had glass poles then, and we used to fish that near side ledge and catch some big roach at times. But oh God, the sticky mag thing. We went through a process. I drew next to Max, and I'm on a bit with trees up at Ray. Between from Hempstead. Is it Ray or Sims?
Sims to Ray.
Yeah,
Sims to Ray.
Drew there. There were a lot of trees there then.
Still there now, yeah.
I haven't been down for a while, but Max has fished next to me now. Now he's got this tray. Well, you're gonna love this. He's got this tray. And he's getting some maggots. Now, bear in mind, catapults were crap in those days as well. There was a chap called Les Prust who made catapults with big, horrible, moulded rubber cups, right? And you used to smash your knuckles. Oh, God, it hurt, right? And you were like, oh, and then the elastics would break, or if they didn't break, your fingers would break because this cup was so heavy. But Max, he said, and then we used to shop around. Part of this thing about developing tackle, we used to shop around for the best latex rubber.
Where did you get that from?
Model shops. You go to model shops that was probably used for belts and modelling kits. We used to shop all over the place to try and find the best elastic. It was all square section. And Max had made his up with like a flat pouch, like a leather pouch with some eyelets. Anyway, but you didn't ask. You're frightened to sort of ask questions. It was quite, you're that in awe of who you're fishing against. I think back now, why didn't I just go down and ask his advice? And he's getting these little balls of maggots and he's firing it across, and it's just about reaching. Sometimes they're breaking off a bit, but then it's dropping in next to these trees. He's fishing like a 3-swan link, catching chub. He's had 7 pound odd. I've had 2 pound odd, right? And it's happened to a couple of the lads lower down. Anybody in the 20s, there used to be some chub there. And we've all had a chat about it. And anyway, I've gone home, and Graham and I were so close talking about. I said, we've got to find out. We didn't ask anyone.
What are you thinking though? Because like as a young lad sat next to someone, he's found balls of maggots. It's alien.
Yes. But you're aware of it happening, right? It's using maggots. So we came away, and I decided, like, let's get on top of this. So my mum and dad's house again. My mum has repainted the wall outside by now, right?
Lovely bronze living room.
Yeah, she's painted it orange just in case. Don't dye your maggots white, for God's sake. But so I'm at home. I'm thinking, right. So I got some what's sticky? Sugar, right? So I've got a pint of bronze maggots, cleaned all the dust off. I put some sugar in and put a little bit of water, right? I sound all right clamping, don't I? But this is how it was in those days.
It's great.
So you're going through this learning thing. So I've got maggots. No, God, there's maggots. All I've got is a load of sticky,
Sugar and maggots.
Sugary bronze maggots. And I'm thinking, right, how did Max do that? Tray. I need a tray, right? So I've got a man's beer tray or something that Mum and Dad had nicked from somewhere. So I get that out of the cupboard.
Where's Mum and Dad at this point? Where are they?
In the lounge. Oh, I'm back in the kitchen with maggots, right? So I spread some maggots out on this tray. And of course, it's warm in the kitchen, isn't it? And within a minute, because they're starting to crawl off, so I'm having to gather them back in again. But suddenly, it's getting warm, and suddenly they've started sticking. Oh, hang on! Now I can make a tennis ball if I want. I can play football. I can do anything. I've sussed it. Sugar. Gets on the house phone. No mobiles then. Rang Graham. My friend, Graham, I've sussed it. What are you doing? Nothing. I said, I'll come down. I got a car then. I got a Ford Escort with holes in the floor. My first car, I think it was about 150 quid or something like that. So drives down to Graham with my tub and my tray and a bag, right? Goes in his house, and of course it's warm in there, the maggots by now dry. He's like, wow, you've sussed it. Graham used to live opposite Walsall football ground. We got a catapult, we're firing balls over the stadium. Right?
Never.
This is it. We've sussed this, haven't we? Right. We'll beat Cofton next Winter League because we've got the Gloucester's coming up again. So we had a team meeting on the Friday. So we're in the committee room now, right? This big posh room in this club. And I've turned up with my bag. I've got this bag, a zipped up bag with a tray and the maggots to show the lads. So they're all there, this team. And of course, when we first got in there, it's quite cool, right? So I'll get my tray out and nothing's happening. They're all like trying to escape again. And the lads there looking a bit sceptical. But of course, all of a sudden, the radiators have kicked in. The room's getting warm. They're all sticking, aren't they? We've sussed it. Wow, they're all going, bloody hell, this is fantastic, you know. Get yourself a flat pouch, lads. Flat pouch, these will be sorted.
Balls of sugar and maggots.
Yes. So the Winter League comes round on the Sunday. Disaster. Complete disaster. It's a wet day. Right. As it would be, as you'd expect in a story like this, it's a wet day, and all we've done, all of our lads have come back with like bronze hands really sticky fingers. Right. This story gets worse, right? So everyone's like completely lost faith in me at this point, right?
How old are you at this point?
20, right? So Graham has taken the project on as well, and he said, you know something, I've been thinking about this. He said, they must be using heat because every time it's warm, we're okay. He said, that's why. And I don't know what you mean. He said, they must be using some form of heat. He said, you said Max had the tray in the box, right? He said, he must be having some heat underneath it. I said, like he said something like a nightlight candle or something. And I said, I don't recall seeing Max with any candles, Graham, right? Right, so Graham has made, this is where it gets really, really silly. Graham has made, you know, like a tea time assorted biscuit tin.
Yeah.
Right, so he's got one of these, he's cut the corners and inverted the lid. Right. Inside there's a nightlight candle, right? You light the candle, the warmth comes through, throw some maggots on. In seconds, they're like dancing, as you'd expect. And then they're nice and sticky. That's it. Sorted, I'm saying. I didn't see Max with his lighter or any candles or anything, honestly. And so we went to Edgbaston to practice, right? And then the candle kept going out because there's no oxygen, right? So then Mark II, he put some holes in the side for oxygen. Then the bloody wind's blowing and the candle kept going out. I'm saying this is crazy. This is not how Max did it, I'm certain. Right. So fast forward a couple of months. And it was the close season everywhere. And I needed a fishing fix really bad. And the girlfriend I was with and I went down to Cornwall to Marizion, where Billy Not Senior ran a hotel there. And the only reason we went, they'd got fishing down. You were allowed to fish in Cornwall. And there was a place called Wheel Grey. A big, deep, clear lake. But we fished there. And who should check in the day after we got there but Clive Smith?
No.
My hero, one of my fantastic heroes.
You never knew he was going. It was unplanned in any way.
There was Clive, Scott, who's now an adult himself running a tackle shop, his sister, they were young kids, and Jackie, Clive's wife. And I'm like, wow, Clive, there's Clive. I mean, Clive was just such a hero for me. And it was sad, really, because I was just getting to know him when he died. He died in his 40s of cancer.
Wow. Terribly,
Terribly sad, the whole thing. But Clive created a brilliant team, the Cofton team and then the Shakespeare team. And him and Ken Giles developed lots of fishing tackle for Shakespeare and so on. But anyway, so back to the Sticky Mag story. So I used to time my visits to the bar when Clive was there, just to have a chat with him, because he was just fantastic, you know. And the one night we're at the bar, and I've timed it again. Clive must have thought, God, it's like synchronised drinking this. You know? I get around him, and he comes to get him and his girlfriend, sort of thing. And I stood there, and then Billy, not seeing it, has come down and said, all right, Clive. He said, quick word. I want to ask you a question. And Clive's going, yeah, what's up? What do you want to know, Billy? He said, sticky mags. What's all this about, this bloody sticky mag? He said, how'd you do them? So Clive's looked at me, and he said, shall we tell him? And I'm just about to have a drink. Yeah. I said, come on, put him out of his misery, Clive. I'm thinking, I bet he ain't going to mention nightlight candles and sugar, is he? So I'm just about to have a drink, and Clive's gone, Horlicks. And I've gone, all along we're messing with bloody sugar. And all we needed was a jar of Horlicks, right? No, I couldn't wait. I couldn't wait to get on the public phone down there and ring Graham. I'm so still. I know what it is. Go and get some Horlicks. That's what Horlicks. Yeah. Forget the sugar. Forget that sort of thing. And that was the start of Sticky Mag.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
What are the chances of you booking in down there the same time as Clive and him having the chat with someone at the bar about Sticky Mag?
It's just strange, isn't it? It's just meant to be things, isn't it? One of them.
And if you'd have gone and asked Max Winters straight away, you might have just gone, get yourself a tub of Horlicks.
Yeah.
No candles, no sugar.
See this candle? What you do is get some tea time assorted biscuit. Yeah. God.
Isn't it crazy, though, as a youngster, what you do to actually learn and be good and mate, catch more fish?
There are lots of people talking about heavy stick floats with heavy bases. I mean, I make them now. I make some fantastic floats now with heavy aluminium. Then people were messed about with paintbrush bases. If you get a paintbrush and pull it in half, the cheap paintbrushes.
Yeah.
Paul Newell used to make some. They're like spigots, and then they get the plastic end and glue it onto some balsa and shape it. Yeah. So then you got a plastic stem. One day, we used to make quiver tips ourselves. You couldn't buy quiver tips like you can now. We used to make them. We used to turn them down and stuff like that. Graham made me a motor. He had this perfect motor that he used to use for whittling down balsa and fiberglass, to make quiver tips out of. The one he made for me was out of a Zanussi washing machine, which was great until it went. I think it was into like a final rinse mode. So sometimes it get warmed up and something else would kick in. It's got like 100 miles an hour. We used to make these quiver tips. We used to spend hours and hours making these tips. And then sometimes you'd do it and then you'd break the end of it. You just try and take a bit too much off the diameter and it'd break.
No.
Anyway, we had loads of offcuts, loads and loads. One day I thought, that'd be good for stick floats, right? If I shape them, make a spigot.
Is it glass or carbon?
Glass. And I thought, perfect heavy bases, glue some balsa. So I made 10. Right, shaped them, took ages doing it, Matt, and painted them all, loved orange tops and black, Came to shot them up. Brilliant. 7 sank.
Straight away, no
7
shot.
sank. 2 of them took 2 number 8s and another one took 1 number 8. Right? So, at the time I thought, if ever I need a venue that's pulling really hard and I want to hold back hard with 2 number 8s down. Never thought about balance of weight, did we?
Incredible. What sort of items of tackle from them days stick out in your mind, Dave? Like, is there any, like terminal items that you used to use back then, or line hooks, things like nowadays that are iconic, the 911s, massive on commercials.
We had
these 560s.
There was a period. Mustad was a massive brand then. And there was a hook pattern called a 90340.
I've heard of it.
Barbless, and gosh, I mean, we used them for all sorts. But there was one batch of hooks that came out once, and I can only call it a bastard batch in terms of the manufacturer had gone wrong. It was made wrong, and it was marked up a size 22, but it was like we all called them 21s, right? And it was a perfect hook. It was the perfect hook. You talk to some of the older school, your Swinnows and all that. Jan Porter loved them. There were long points. Literally, I mean, I'd use them for stick float fishing, waggler fishing. I'd use them on the Warwickshire Avon, on the feeder.
What was the shape of the hook? What did it look like? What could I compare it to now?
It was supposed to be more of a crystally bend, but it was more. The ones they produced is more. It was like a cross between a crystal and a round bend.
Okay.
Right. It wasn't so acute as a tight crystal. It was more round than that. But the point was long, and that kept bait on. It kept the fish on better. You never seemed to lose a fish. Even if you were looking at miles down the river, they used to stay on. Right. The problem was getting hold of them, because they'd obviously made this batch, and we were all worried that you might not be able to get them again. So you get to the close season, and we used to go to miles and miles and miles. We used to have a plan of like where to go and check every tackle shop. Excuse me,
No online checking then?
No. So you go in the shop and you be the tackle dealer. Oh, mate, do you sell 90340s mustard? Yeah, I got some of them. Have you got any size 22s? Yeah, I got some here. And when he passed that box down, and they were the ones, you had to like just try and stay calm rather than woo-hoo, doing cartwheels down the shop. But then the problem was you wanted to do the deal. But how can you do a deal in April when it's the close season? He knows you want them, doesn't he? So you're gonna have to pay full price for them. How much for the box? You might get a little bit knocked off, but we went everywhere. How many tackle shops? God knows I went to.
What, like a day out to get these hooks?
Oh, more than one day. Lots of days. We used to go all over the place. Derbyshire, Nottinghamshire. And if you found a box, in a box you'd probably have, in a cardboard outer, you'd probably have 20 boxes of 50, right?
How many did you need?
I had stacks. I just stocked up. I've got stacks of hooks now. I'm just a hook collector. Aren't we all? I think we all do that, don't we? It's just, and you find your favourites, and then you get new favourites, don't you? So then become redundant. But we had stacks. But then the problem was then your mates get to know you've got them. Oh, can you give us a few boxes? And reluctantly you do. And then all of a sudden one day all the stocks are gone right down, bit by bit. Thankfully at that time, Mustad switched onto it themselves and actually launched some odd sizes, including 21s. But they were never as good. They were the next best thing, but they weren't as good as what they'd done previous,
Interesting.
But yeah, we made so much. It's bear in mind we had a lot more than the generations before us. But even things like the rods, I went through that progression from fiberglass to carbon. Shakespeare had the best tackle then. Shakespeare had Match International rods, alpha rods. Alphas were too powerful. Then Clive Smith had some soft top joints made for them. Then carbon came, and although the original carbon rods felt great, they were too stiff, far too stiff for small hooks. And then we had Shakespeare presidents and borons, and they were the forerunner of everything we use now.
They're all iconic names that I've heard people talk about. All mate, brands.
Believe me, when we had the progression from fiberglass to carbon, especially when the president came out, my friend Graham again rang me one day. He'd gone to a phone box again. We hadn't got mobiles then. And I was at home, and I would be to answer the phone. He rang me and he said, "You've got to come to the shop." He was in West Bromwich, right, and I was in Walsall. And he said, "You've got to come to this shop. You want to see that? You will not believe this rod. You won't believe it." How long are you there? He said, "I'll wait for you." Right, so I gets in my car, drives to this particular shop. It was Ken Austin's shop in West Bromwich. And this rod, he said, "Pick that up." I'm like, oh my God. It was just, but as important as the feel, I mean, he got the rings were all really close. That was something that Clive and Ken had stipulated. He didn't really need them as close as they had them, but they were close, like this far apart, to stop any line stick. But the tip of the rod had got a fine carbon splice. And suddenly, all that problem we had with the inherent power of hollow tip carbon rods was taken away. We'd got a beautiful shock absorber, right? That meant you could fish with 12-ounce hook lengths or lighter, and tiny hooks, and everything was balanced to the rod. But they were expensive, I mean, at that time I worked for an engineering company, didn't earn a lot of money. I can't remember what. I've got a good memory for a lot of things, but I can never quite remember what I used to earn in the early days. I can't remember that, but it wasn't a lot. And there used to be a tackle shop up the road that used to allow you to buy things on the book, and you pay so much a week, you know.
Did you get one of the rods?
I had 2. I had to get 2. You got to get 2, haven't you?
13 foot.
But I bought 12s because I was used to using 12s, and it was a big mistake. I should have bought 13s, but you learn later. We ended up fishing sometimes stick floats like 13 foot deep and all this sort of thing, like this all the time. But that progression, and then the progression in carbon with poles. You know, my first poles, I had like Garbellino SLV poles. They were 7 metre glass. They weighed a ton. I mean, then we saved up and bought an extension. 8 metres was very heavy.
Must have been like a banana, Dave.
They were. But no, they weren't because they're only 7 metres long. But on the Gloucester in the winter, it was the perfect length because that near side ledge where we caught all the big roach, and we had some cracking roach in there then.
What did you fish a time when there wasn't a pole? Did you see the progression of? Or was there always poles on your match fishing scene?
No, in the very it was happening. It just started to happen really when I got into it all. But in the early days of me fishing the Amory club matches, we used to fish. We used to make some rods out of like 10 3 metre poles. Shakespeare made a take apart pole that we'd just whip up ourselves and make into a lovely little canal rod, you know, a 10-foot canal rod.
Got you.
And we used to fish like bits of peacock and all that at the far bank, you know. People like Billy Makin and Ray Mills and all these anglers, they forged their reputation on fishing running lines. And the minute good poles came out, it nullified their edge.
That's why I sort of asked the question, because never in sort of the time I've been fishing have I seen anything where I've got to the bank and gone, what the hell is that he's using? Whereas, like, I imagine that generation, everyone's fished with a rod and line for so long in whatever form it may be. And then all of a sudden there's someone fishing with a pole. It's alien, isn't it?
The first carbon pole, a friend of mine, Glenn Law, bought a Daiwa Pro Carbon that cost him, I couldn't have afforded it at the time. It's about 500 quid. I'd be about 20 years old again. I had my first carbon pole when a group of us went to Ireland in 84. You know, so, you know, in my 20s. But that progression from glass to carbon was immense. You know, you were scared because we paid a lot of money for them as well relative to what we used to spend on tackle. You were like, I remember catching a big chub at Evesham once on this, the first one I'd ever caught on this pond. I was scared in case it was going to break, you know. I mean, it was that strong looking back on it now. I could have swung it, you know? But I'm like, ooh, as you start to run, you're like, yeah. And then, of course, elastics. First of all, I remember watching Paul Downs, one of the finest displays of pole fishing in the early years of that. Paul Downs had got a pole at Edgbaston Reservoir. And there was a massive crowd watching him. He's fishing with a crook, or as Kevin Asher would say, a crook on the end of his pole. And it used to be a crook. Have you seen the old...
I've heard about a crook and a piece of elastic dangling from it.
And there'd be about that much elastic, say about a foot of elastic or less, and then your rig would be tied to that. That's how the French started it all off. Oh, God, you think about it now, the tangles and everything else.
Horrific.
But Paul that night, see, we hadn't seen it before, and suddenly it was, because where he was fishing, the reservoir was full, so he'd probably be fishing about 9 or 10 foot deep, and he's just fishing off the end of a 7 or 8 metre pole. And although he lost a few fish, he won the match, you know, that night. But everybody was full of what we'd seen. You know?
That's the sort of thing I'm imagining, though. I've not seen this before. What the hell is that? That's so weird. Oh my God, he's catching fish on it. Like, I wonder if we'll see another one at any point soon. Do you think we will? What is there?
I don't know.
What's next?
I can't see it. Can you?
Don't know. Do you think it's got as far as it can get?
Perhaps not. But I don't know. I remember watching. I went on the Leeds Liverpool Canal once, and there was a chap called Fred Moss who was a star up there. I think he's dead now. I hope he's dead. I've said that. But he was great. He was one of the stars up there, and what they'd done, that was the start of internal elastic. And what they did is glue another piece of fiberglass with it, and they used to get the centre of a rod ring, a butt ring, like an agatine as they called it then. Glue that into the hollow bit, and then glue that over the top of the pole, and then run some elastic through the centre.
Got ya.
Suddenly they're catching these big tench. It's obvious now, we do it all the time, but at that time, that was it then, because there's no need for crooks. Some people made some hollow crooks, but again, it's short pieces of elastic. We tried putting rings on the outside of a flick tips type pole, flick tip type pole. Once internal elastic came, with the quality of the poles that were coming through, it just got better and better, didn't it? You know, better and better.
Obviously, knowing you, Dave, you fish for England, you fish for Starlets, and we're coming off the back of this growing into a club fishing and getting to a high level in club fishing. When did you make that next step, and how did all that happen?
Graham and I and Barry, we and obviously the group in the Amory team. My next main progression really was I always wanted to win the club aggregate and the club championship and the knockout thing. I won both the main prizes one year, and that was a target. You know, when I first joined, I wasn't good enough to do that, and then I got to that standard. And then the rest seemed to roll on. I joined a team called Executives that was sponsored by a company called Executive Windows. That was under the captaincy of a chap called Dave Lodge, and that was really good. I mean, I fished a national for Atherstone at that time as well. That's where I also met up with my mate Dave Harrell. We'll come back to Dave Harrell. I got invited to fish for Starlets in 1982, and that was a massive thing. Starlets were already, you know, making a name for themselves as a group, and Mark Downs was captain. Dave Hinton was like number 2 to Mark, and he was the recruiting man, if you like. Dave knew who was catching, he knew who was the ones to look out for, and when Dave asked me, you know, would you be interested in joining Starlets, it was fantastic for me. Again, you know, you're leaving something behind, but it's all part of your own development, isn't it? And I was ambitious, and I knew it was okay because we picked out certain venues at that time, like Stratford. We fished Stratford a lot, and Evesham and Shrewsbury. I went to Shrewsbury, and the very first time I ever went, I loved it. I won my section. I had a roach just under £2 that day. I won my section with about £8 odd. A big match, you know, it's probably 80 pegs on there then.
What's this, an open, Matt? Big open?
Yeah, but straight away, it's float fishing, you see. I went there, caught on stick. I went to Stratford, you're catching on wagglers and stick floats. I loved the fishing. It was just fantastic. And then to get into the Starlet team was another big hurdle, another big step up. And I remember making my debut. It was on a Captain Morgan Cup match and Edgbaston was our home venue, or rather, it was their home venue. I slotted into it.
Is that a reservoir, Dave?
Yeah,
big reservoir,
right in the middle of Birmingham.
Why do we not fish that nowadays? I've heard you talk about it a few times.
I don't know if it's safe.
Ah, okay.
I'm not even sure anymore. It was. At that time, the Birmingham Angling Festival was huge. You know, if you weren't fishing, you were watching. You know, it's every Tuesday, every Thursday, qualifiers. People come from all over the country to fish. Teams, Leicester came, they came down from Barnsley, they came everywhere. Right? And it was just great, you know. So if you weren't competing, you'd go and watch them. You know, but I fished for Starlets on this night. God, I felt so nervous. I think whenever you make your debut for a team that's better than what you are, it's quite a big thing, isn't it? You know,
huge,
massive.
Huge.
And I did all right. I did okay on debut, but I was very nervous. I remember I just wanted to get a good result for the team, you know, and I couldn't catch to start with, so you're anxious. But everything went all right, and eventually we went on to win the Captain Morgan Cup.
That particular year?
It was 83, sorry, so it must have been the following year, and that was 82.
That's the picture for it there as well.
Yeah, that's when we won the final.
Look at that.
And to be true, I mean, that competition was just an amazing thing to be a part of. We went through lots of different rounds. We fished away to Coventry. If you had the home draw in the early rounds, you picked the venue. Right? We felt we were unbeatable at Edgbaston, but we almost got beat a couple of times. But this journey for that group of people was just fantastic. And the final there that you see, we won £8,000 in 1983. Wow. A lot of money that was,
Huge.
Today. And
what did you do with the money then, Dave? Did you share it or did you put it back to the team?
I think Mark kept it. I think we had a little chunk each, and then probably some stayed in to run the team, But that's me having a guzzle of some Captain Morgan on my knees at the front.
Who have we got on this picture? I can see Downsy. I can see you. Is that Swinnow peeking through the back?
Swinnow top left somewhere.
Yeah.
No. Swinnow was never in this team.
Is that not Swinnow? Who's this?
That's Dave Hinton.
He looks like Swinnow.
I thought that
Well,
was
working
Swinnow
across
as
the
well.
top, you've got Steve Parker, underneath him, Stu Harford, you've got Tony Eves, Ted Farmer, Dave Hinton, Paul Griffiths, Paul Barber, Mark Downs with the trophy, a chap from Seagram's, Captain Morgan, and you've got Barry Fulford, Tony Troth.
Tony Troth, look at him there.
Steve Ashmore, Paul Foster, Kevin Corns looking down with his son thing, me guzzling, Captain Morgan Cup, Martin Yardley, who died not long ago, and then Paul Downs looking like Freddie Mercury on the bottom right. And then up on the top right-hand corner...
Is that Paul Downs bottom right?
That's Paul, yeah, it's Digger.
Wow.
Up on the top right there, you got Ken Ask. And Ken Ask was the man who started Starlets.
Okay.
And he and his wife did magnificent work for young anglers. They had a coach. They used to take young anglers out every weekend. They used to get people coming, giving them talks. And Ken... It's quite funny that weekend because I was on a decent peg, but I was right in front of like a big sluice that used to let in all sorts of crap and snags and everything. It was
Edgbaston.
No, this is on the final. So this final here is at on the River Ban. We've jumped from the parks to Ireland now. But
Right, got you.
The final was on the River Ban
In Ireland.
and I'd never fished there, so I went over the week before with Mark Downs and Ted Farmer and who else came with us? Barry Fulford. The four of us went over on the car ferry. I remember being on the top bunk and one of those nights on the boats and the wind's really bad. And you're on the top bunk and you're going like this and you're thinking, shit, I'm going to fall out of bed in a minute. And you get so far and it's creaking and all of a sudden you're going back that way again. Right. But we learned, again, Mark as a captain, Mark had done a lot of this. He was a great guide for a lot of us because he knew about catching these big weights on the ban because he'd been there before, And
when I look at that picture, Ant Downs had been about for a long time.
Yes. And what had happened there, you see, it was on weights. And Ken Ask, I mentioned Ken on the top right-hand corner. Ken's walking along, and Ken used to smoke like a trooper. And he's come behind me. It was a wet day as well. It was a real damp day. And Ken's come behind. I felt under the cosh because although I've had a good weight, I've had a 30 or 38 pound or something, the guy next to me was on a pile. He lost a lot of fish that day and really should have probably won it for his team, in truth. It's easy now looking back on it and think if I'd have had the tackle I've got now and the experience, I could have fished further and all that. But, it's a long time ago, the equipment that you've got. Ken come behind me and I said, what's happening, Ken? And he's gone. And he used to drag on his cigarette before he answered. There you go. Mate, there's only one thing certain in this competition. I say, yeah. Come on then, I'm trying to fish. As time goes by, we're getting further and further behind. Oh, thanks a lot for that. That's really reassuring for us, And at the end of the match, honestly, I'm walking back with Paul, going towards it. We left our tackle. We were so fed up because we thought we were last. Four-cornered final, we're last. We're lost, to use Ken's expression. And when they totaled all the scores up, Peter Thompson, who did a lot of work for Hooked on the TV and Daily Star, I think it was. Pete, and he had a radio programme for Stoke-on-Trent. Pete came towards us and said, well done, lads, you've won it. And I'm thinking, you're taking that. You felt like sticking one on him. You felt that fed up. Don't take the mick, Pete, for Christ's sake. You've won it. He said, we've checked the totals, you've won. In the real hard bits, where Barry was and Stuart was, they caught enough fish to pull all the weights around for us. And we won it.
Wow.
Incredible. Mark lost the cheque on there. We had massive celebrations that night. We had a cheque for £8,000. I think it was found crumpled up. It had fallen out of Mark's pockets, but that team was just fantastic in terms of being a part of that.
Would you put that down as one of your first major victories, that particular match?
Without a doubt, yeah. And one of my favourites as well. With
such an iconic team. Where did the word Starlets come from?
Because when it was created, back in a long time ago, I think Ken Ask and Janice started it, or maybe Mark started it. I'm not sure. It's all linked together at that time. But they were young kids. They were Starlets.
Okay.
So and the name just, it's strange now, you got 60-year-old Starlets, and that sort of thing. But that was it, and it just stayed,
Yeah.
Mark has built so many teams, and his enthusiasm, as you know, is still the same,
I keep itching to get him on here, Dave. I think he'd do a fantastic podcast. I just need to break him and get him on.
We'll get him on.
Yeah. I think you need to give him a nudge as well. Definitely. What happened from there? You're into it now. You're a year into Starlets, and you've won the Captain Morgan.
It was fantastic. I loved it. Absolutely loved it. And we were doing good things. We were winning regular. And then what happened? In 1982, Clive Smith died of cancer. Ken Giles took on the Shakespeare captaincy. In 83... my friend Dave Harrell won the national. David fished from in the executives team. We fished Ratherstone. Ken Giles then approached both of us. It was actually expanding the Shakespeare team, and he invited us to join Shakespeare. I've just won the Captain Morgan Cup with Starlets. It's so difficult, but how could you possibly turn it down? It's like.
Why would you go there, Dave? What have they got Shakespeare offering you that Starlets aren't?
Shakespeare, although Shakespeare aren't the match forces now as a company, then it was huge, right? They had all the best rods, best reels, best everything. And we were offered, as a sponsorship, we got a team of 13. We were offered unlimited tackle, right? And we all got £1,000 a year retainer.
Incredible.
Right? You don't get that now. There's not many teams get that now, is there?
And I suppose £1,000 back then was a lot more than £1,000 now.
Absolutely. I think we had just like two £500 payments, but it was so difficult. I couldn't turn it down. I mean, I wasn't. I hadn't got loads of money. I was just in a normal job, and to get offered that, and poles, everything. They got good carbon poles and everything. So then it was a horrible task of telling Mark, hey, it's been great. I've loved the last couple of years, but I'm leaving,
How did you do it? What was his response to that?
I phoned him. And he'd already gone through it with his brother. Paul had already been poached. Paul Downs had been poached as well. So Paul had gone.
To Shakespeare?
Yes. So he's lost his brother. And his brother's like one of the main players of Starlets, right? Then I'm leaving as well. Right, you can imagine how Mark felt. We were an important part of his team at that stage, and he was really fed up. And I think at the time he was saying, I don't know why I even bother. I think it really sort of peed him off at the time, sort of thing. But you couldn't not go. You had to go, because not only was it all the unlimited tackle and cash, you were fishing with a hell of a great group of anglers, hand-picked, They'd already got the existing team there, right? But they'd added Frank Barlow, Wayne Swinscoe, Don Slaymaker, Stan Peacher.
Frightening names.
I
think I've got a picture of that team there.
That was the 1985 Winter League final. Howley at the front. We were late. We were late getting there that day. And Ken was going mad. You can imagine. And I blame that purely on Steve Webb, because he overslept again. Three of us turned up late. There was Howley, myself, and Webby. I love that picture of Frank as well, on the top left. Look at his face.
Brilliant, isn't it?
Someone must have shouted something to him, but no, we arrived late, and Kenny's absolutely gone bonkers at us. Howley's gone, don't panic. He said, what drawers have we got? And Dave ended up at the top end peg at Twyford Farm. This is on the Avon.
Okay.
Winter League final. Start June the 19th or something like that. So Howley's at the top, I'm on the island, and Webby's on the straight. And Howley's gone, don't panic, Captain. He said, I'll win the match. He said, Dave will frame where he is. He said, and Webby will probably win his section. Don't panic, we'll win it for you. Kenny's, he said, if you don't get a result, there'll be trouble. And Howley won the match, £31. I was third with 27, and Webby won his section with 12.
Incredible.
And our team of 12 that day, we had I think it was £144 team weight. This is at Twyford on the Avon, and yeah, we won it. It was great. That's Ken, obviously second right on the back row. He was so proud when we won. He loved it.
I have so much respect for you guys when I see a photo like that. I mean, yourself, you're there, but like Swino's there, and I go and fish against Swino on the Trent now, and he's still blooming brilliant. Like Paul Downs, Don, bless him. I was lucky enough to fish with Don as well. Stan's still up. You know what I mean? Like some of them people.
Yeah.
So iconic.
It was brilliant. You can't not learn, can you?
How old are you there, Dave? I'm going to give you age away now, and you told me I'm not allowed to do that.
I don't know, 20 odd.
20 odd. How serious was you as a team? So Shakespeare, then they've got the best of the best, the cream of the crop.
We were very serious.
Yeah.
Right. But we also adopted the old Trentman philosophy: win or lose, ever booze. We had some great social times, but we took it really serious, and we wanted to win. And I think there might be another picture coming up where we joined the nationals. In the guise of to get into the nationals, you had to fish for an affiliated team to the NFA. We fished as Gleavham, and I think we joined in Division 5 at that time, and then just went up through the leagues. You know, that's what that was on the Lancaster, the Lancaster Canal. That was a lovely venue. I really enjoyed that. I mean, I don't fish canal. I've never really been into canals that much, but I fished that one. Catching little skimmers, you know, on pinkies and squats and guzzers.
Yeah.
Brilliant. We came second to a local team that we expected to win. But again, you know, Stan Peach and Maurice Duckfield, Ken Smith, who's no longer with us, Paul Downs, Don, myself, Swino, Dave Howley. Howley was so funny. Stevie Webb, Kenny, Dave Williams, and Tony Davis.
Incredible. Tony's still fishing, isn't he, as well?
Tony's knocking on a bit now, I don't think he'll mind me saying, but Tony's great. I mean, Tony tends to fish Evesham mainly.
That's where I know him from.
He lives in Gloucester, so it's nice. He fishes Gloucester Canal as well, but it's nice and easy for travelling, and it's parking behind your pegs, you know, and he's great. We used to call him Colonel Beetroot.
Why? Because he used to get...
You get this red face. He got one there, and I think it was Frank who gave everybody a nickname.
Yeah. What happened from Shakespeare, Dave? Where did you end up after, you know, you're fishing for Shakespeare, you're working your way up with this team? Where did you go from there?
Well, in 1987, I was invited. It was fantastic to get the call from Dick Clegg to be invited to fish my first home international. Was special, really special. You can imagine, can't you? Suddenly I'm fishing, you know, I'm invited to fish alongside. It was teams, I think it was teams of 10. It was quite big teams. We used to fish England, Scotland, Ireland, Wales. It might have been teams of 10. But suddenly I'm in the same team as Kevin Ashurst, Hero. Ivan was fishing, I think, then, and Ian Heaps. I travelled with Ian Heaps. I think he still owes me the petrol money, actually. But I travelled with Ian to Scotland, and we fished Kilburney Loch, catching big roach on wagglers. great, great start to everything, and then other opportunities came. I mean, Dick was fantastic as a manager. I mean, obviously I hadn't fished with anybody else, so I can't compare him with anybody else in England. But it was just great to fish under, because we also got invited to fish a lot of invitation things, in Italy, and couldn't stop learning. I was learning all the time. Fished on the Arno and places like that, and it was just superb. Things were going really well at that time, but then I was working in insurance, and it was quite funny because, like, going back to the mid-80s, quite a lot of my friends were aware of the fact that Wednesdays were the day to go fishing. Wednesdays was the days for big weights at Evesham. Sundays wasn't. And there was about 7 or 8 of us went to work for different insurance companies. I was Prudential, mates of Royal London, Pearl, you name it, whoever did home insurance. Because what we used to do in those days is collect insurance money. Right? I used to go to 300 houses a month collecting and selling insurance. Yeah. But every Wednesday I went fishing.
Were you meant to be fishing, or were you meant to be working?
You were meant to be canvassing for business, right? But I used to do that when I was going around anyway, and used to write policies then, sort of thing, right? So one day in 1989, I just won the Camasan for the first time. It's we'll come back to the Camasan. But the boss had me in the office, and he said to me, I've come to the conclusion, bear in mind no mobile phones, and he said, I've come to the conclusion that you're fishing every Wednesday, aren't you? And I said, no, I'm out working. Why? We can never get you. I said, well, I'm working, aren't I? And we used to have a pink newspaper. We had two pink newspapers. I think they had green ones in Sheffield.
We had a green one, yeah.
We had the Sports Argus and the Sporting Star. And Saturday nights, a bit like Angling Times Day was Wednesday, Saturday nights was Sports Argus here, and all the results. And they had 2 pages of fishing. So he sat at his desk and he gets his newspaper and he's gone, and it's got a big picture of me with a trophy. And he's got, Harrell wins Wednesday League. And I've gone, that wasn't Wednesday. I said, that's a mistake. I said, that was last Sunday. Oh, yeah, right, okay. Why does he keep saying bloody Wednesday then? He said, there's another one from a couple of weeks ago. Harold now lying second in Wednesday League, that sort of thing. And then he announced the fact that he wanted me to go in for training every Wednesday at 2:30. And I'm like, this is like having a part of my soul ripped out. Right, I can't do this. It's like, coming at 2:30 means I can't fish in the daytime matches and I can't fish afternoon matches in the summer. So I quit the job. Right.
There and then?
Yeah. I just said, no, I'm resigning. What do you mean resigning? I said, I am. I was 4th or 5th in the whole district of 27 people. I said, I do a good job for you. Everything you ask of us, I do it. You're a bully. You're just picking on people. I'm not scared. I'm going. And we had a big argument and fell out and swearing at each other and stuff. And anyway, I walked onto the high street. Walking down the stairs thinking, I'll show you. But then when I finally got into the high street, I thought, well, you've just done, there's 3 million people unemployed and you've just quit your job,
Bit daunting, that.
But I had to do it. So I couldn't not fish on Wednesdays.
What did you do then?
Well, I put in for a job with Midland Bank as a financial advisor because a few of my friends had gone to do that. And then, really strangely, a chap called Richard Foster, who owned Foster's of Birmingham, had access to some rod blanks that were made up in Liverpool, Harrison's rods. And through one of his members of staff who knew me, Alan Sutton, he said, ask Dave if he'd be interested in putting his name against some rod blanks, right, if he likes them, so on. So we had a meeting, and and I liked the product. I saw the product, and I said, because I'd just won the Anglers Mail Camas. It was Shakespeare Matchman of the Year then, right? And it was one that everybody wanted to win, and I won that. I said to him, I'd love to do it, but I'd love to create a brand. I'd love to create something I've always thought about doing. And we created MAP, which was Midland Angling Products.
The same MAP that we have got today?
Yes, that's how the brand started.
Right.
So we had the rods, and then we had floats, lots of floats, and clothing and luggage and so on, and it worked great because that afforded me time to fish internationally. I could fish Wednesdays without getting told off.
Yeah.
I worked hard to develop things for the company, but I could juggle time all of a sudden, rather than I'm stuck on a 9-to-5 routine, and did that for 15 years.
Wow.
We eventually, it all went a bit sour at the end. We sold the company to Leader. Leader actually took it on board.
What year would you have not been working for MAP in? 2000s?
Yeah, we sold that company in 2002.
Yeah. I always remember, I got a flashback then when you started talking about MAP. I always remember reading about you. It's really random weird, but I'm sure people remember. Can you remember Carp Tech and Match Tech line?
Yeah.
Used to be a black spool with pink writing
That's
on
right.
a picture of a carp.
Yeah.
And they did a Match Tech, blue spool, and a roach.
Yeah.
And I used to use that line, and I remember it in your features.
Yes.
Complete random flashback, but when
Yeah.
you said that.
I used to work alongside a chap called Nick Young, and Nick was the brand manager within Leader.
Okay.
Because what we did, this is when I started it as me and Foster's. And that was an advert we used to do in David Harrell's magazine. I used to write for David, and we used to swap it for adverts, because he never used to pay me anyway half the time. So we used to sort of swap it for an advert, and so on. And it was good for many years. It was good. It went sour in the end.
Why did it end? Why, when you've started this brand, would you not continue?
It ended really. Leader came on board once, and they said to us, "We'd like to take your brand on and develop it bigger, much bigger. And for that, we'll pay you a royalty payment." So in effect, if you said it was, let's roll it, but if we said 10% of everything we sell is paid to you, so if you sold £1 million, you got 100,000, right, and so on. That's how it worked. And it went okay until one day Leader decided they wanted to buy the brand and own it. So we decided to sell it. Then it all went a bit sour, which I don't want to talk about too much. But then I decided to quit, and I walked away. Then it was like, what shall I do next? It was a strange time. I wanted to stay in the industry, but I didn't quite know which direction. So I went down and had lunch with David Harrell, who I'd known for years because I used to work for him before on writing. And we had lunch, and then he rang me that same evening and offered me a job. Right, and I said, "What work?" I said, "I hadn't got this in mind. I'd like to work for you." And he said, "Yeah." So he offered me a magazine, and I started working within publishing, which I did for 7 years.
Wow. And you edited Match Fishing.
Yeah.
You was editor. I remember, obviously.
But it was strange.
Read it.
It was strange because David. The first day I was there. Well, I went away for 2 weeks with my girlfriend, and went to Jamaica just to sort of think, are we doing the right thing? I went and started the job, sat down in this big open plan office and thought, I can't do this.
What, straight away?
Day one, I didn't like it. I just looked around, there was loads of people tapping away on computers, and I made a mistake. This isn't going to work. And I thought, I'll tell him tonight. I'll tell him that I'm not coming back. And so anyway, but he came down in the afternoon, and he invited me out for a drink after work.
David Harrell. We
went to the pub, the Duncow at Dunchurch.
I've met you in there before, yeah.
And we've got in there and had a beer. So he's ordering drinks, and I'm thinking, I'll tell him in a minute when we sit down. No, I'm not coming back. And he said, you do realise, he said, there's a lot of people saying I made a mistake with you. And I said, why? And he said, a lot of people think you're a bit of a loose cannon and you won't stick it.
You're about to tell him that you're not coming back tomorrow.
I thought, I can't tell him now, can I? I haven't even finished pulling the beer yet. And I'm like, have they? Who said that then? Oh, no, just quite a few people. Okay. So I thought, shit. So we sat down and just chatted about work, about the job. How's day one going? Yeah, okay, it's fine. I was working with Alex Bones and Pat McInnes, and they obviously knew a lot more about the work than me, and I was their boss. Strange.
Were they all right with that, Alex and Pat?
Yeah, it's fine. They understood. It must have felt a bit strange for them when they knew the mechanics more than I did. But I was obviously brought in, for whatever David wanted. And anyway, I went home, and as I'm driving home, I'm thinking, I wonder who said that. I wonder who's actually. I thought, as I'm driving back home, I thought I'll tell him, because I lived in Bewdley then. I'm 75 miles from work. And I thought, I ain't going back tomorrow. I'll ring him in the morning and tell him, So then I got out of bed and I'm thinking, I wonder who said that to him. It really gnawed away at me. I was thinking, this is out of order. So I drove back to Daventry again the next day. I got stuck in traffic. I was late. I mean, it took me an hour and a half anyway. It took me about 2 hours to get to work. And did some work again. We had another drink after work, David, I thought, God, when am I going to tell him that I'm not quitting this job? Maybe I should tell him at the end of the month or something. But bit by bit, after 2 or 3 days of being there, I was starting to, because I was learning how it worked. How do I write this document and get it in the system and make it into a feature? How do I make these pictures work? You've done it as well, obviously. And I was starting to enjoy it, dare I say. So
a couple of weeks in.
Yeah. I was starting to enjoy it, and I was starting to think about changing the magazine back, because when I was younger, I loved Match Fishing magazine, and before that, Course Fisherman. I mentioned earlier about the learning curve. I learnt stacks from those mags, and I thought, I want to bring back the soul. I think it had lost its soul. I think there was far too much commercial stuff in there, and I know that was the majority of reader. But that completely alienated natural fishing. So if you're a guy that were brought up, you wouldn't even buy it anymore. None of my friends bought it. People I was meeting on the riverbank, you start chatting. Do you buy match fish? No, I used to buy it. It's crap now. It's just full of carp stuff. So I made the balance of the magazine better, in my opinion. I brought back humour. I always loved.
Did you do silly stuff?
Yes.
That was great.
It's all mine, that was. But I wanted to bring back snide rumours, right? But David had done that, and he'd done a good job of it, and handsome. I always remember one story. Can I tell this story?
Yeah, of course you can.
I always remember this story. Let's just call him something else, right? But we'll call him Phil Jones. Right? It wasn't quite that, but it'll still work.
Do I know this person?
No. But anyway, you might do. But so David had put, this is in Snide Rumours as it was years ago. He put something like, Phil Jones, that well-known paedophile from Coventry. Right? And I'm like so Phil Jones, his parents got in touch with him, threatened legal action unless you put a retraction in, a big apology in the magazine next month. So next month, the magazine said, it's got apology. We would like to say that Phil Jones is no longer a paedophile. Right? And that's David Hall, isn't it?
He just didn't care, did he?
But when I spoke to him about doing it all over again, he said, look, be careful now. We hadn't got any money then. He said they could do us for quite a lot now, right? But I also thought it'd be nice to bring it back, but do it a bit more picture driven, because we could. We were better at pictures. Obviously, digital has kicked in. And so silly stuff was created. We had things like, would you let your daughter marry this man?
Yeah.
No, number 3, and it'd be a funny picture.
Brian Rigby sat down there.
Yeah. Things they never said, or did they? Have you got this in a medium? That's somebody's massive stuff. It was so funny to write some of this stuff. Every April, I used to do an April spoof
What were the best one you ever did? April Fools.
We started off with one. We called one Invisible Line. The first one I wrote was Invisible Line for the April thing. Right? We did a picture in the studio of me in these special glasses that were like big and round and thick, so my eyes were bulging. And I'm holding a piece of lime and a hook with a piece of sweet corn on, just looking at it like that. So we took all the line out in Photoshop. Right? So all you can see is my bulging eyes and a piece of sweet corn on the hook. Right? But to actually, you could feel the line, supposedly in the story, but you had to wear these special glasses to see it.
What, to tie it?
Yes. Right. So
This is your idea.
yeah. And then we had a competition. We had a postcard entry, like to celebrate the launch of Invisible Line. Right. We had a competition on post. We had stacks of entries. My intention was to name and shame, but we had so many entries that there were just too many. So we went in the studio and just got all these things, just threw them up in the air like that sort of thing for the shot,
Amazing.
We did. Another funny one was helium pole gas.
I can remember this.
And what we did with that, we got a picture of Will Raisin with a 16-metre pole in one hand. And we had somebody halfway along with a broom stale and a piece of rope holding the weight of the pole. Right, and then in Photoshop, we obviously took all the rope out and everything. So it's just Will with 16 metres of pole. And the story is that Daiwa have developed a series of these special bungs and valves. And you get a canister of this gas to push into it that puts helium into the section. Right? And I asked Daiwa's permission, and Will. And we said, it's important. And so when we did quotes from Will, it's very important. We asked Will all about it, and Will said, it's incredible. I can fish 16 or 17 metres with one hand. But the important thing is to get the actual pressure of the gas right, because in tests, unfortunately, on the one test, my number 6 and 7 section floated away. Right? Yay! Whoa! So just imagine that section. Anyway, Phil Briscoe, who worked for Maver then as MD, rang David Hall and went mad about this. He went mad about the product. No. So Daiwa were getting inundated with phone calls of people wanting to buy it. Their switchboard was jammed. Where can we buy these valves and stuff from for our shop and things like that? Phil went mad, saying, do you realise, David, I can't believe you're promoting this. You'll shaft top-end pole sales. Nobody want to buy a pole anymore. David said, what are you on about? He said, I can't believe you're promoting this product. Right. He said, everyone will just be buying £300 poles and putting the gas in. All he said, have you checked the actual date on the front of the magazine, Phil? And then it was a bit quiet, and he said, that's very stupid, that's all I can say. So I rang him. I rang Phil, and I said, Mr. Briscoe, helium pole gas services here. I said, I understand there's a problem. He said, all I can say is it's very, very stupid what you've done. People will be trying this. He said, there'll be explosions and all sorts. That one, we did.
Did Phil realise it was an April Fool's?
No. He thought it was genuine. We've had Alan Lane at Lanes of Coventry. He went over to Australia, apparently, examined, the Wichita grubs that they were eating on I'm a Celebrity. So being a bait breeder, he went across and bought some of the casters back. Right, and he was breeding these big grubs, right, to sell. Right, to sell. But there was a warning. He said, "You got to be careful. Don't let them hatch, right? Because they hatch into this horrible maggot that bites you, that sort of thing, right? So, the fly that it comes off, it will bite you. Right. Fantastic. And each time we did X-ray specs, distance specs, telescope, whatever. So you could never miss another bite. So it magnified your pole float 30 times, right? So you could see it out there, but they're great big thick glasses. That sort of. The public bought into it every time.
Amazing.
Every single time.
But that's the kind of thing you brought back to the magazine.
Yeah.
Atmosphere.
I felt it was important, and I also brought back some diary pieces Matt McGuinness, who's a close friend of mine, I mentioned Matt earlier. Matt is a great writer, I thought. And Matt was the river angler. He wasn't mainstream famous. He wasn't a top end.
There he is.
Matt. He writes. He's a brilliant writer.
Was it Matt's Angle?
Yes.
It was at the back of the mag.
Yes.
I always used to look at it. I always used to read it.
And he wrote some really funny things. I mean, something that stands out for me, he wrote something once about wind Tourette's. And he used to suffer. I thought we all get wind Tourette's. Oh, folks, you can't get your rig back or what? The wind is really bad. Now, Matt gets incredible wind Tourette's. And the one day he's giving it loads of herbals. He was writing all this. He said, I couldn't get the rig and then stuck in the tree. But he said, and I'm giving it large. And I'm looking around and this little old lady standing watching me and saying, you're not having a very good day, are you, son? He said, I'm really sorry about what I've said. You know, fucking like that sort of thing. But yeah, great writer. And then I also found John Arthur. Right? And John was another great addition. John did all sorts of fishing. He wrote an independent thing called End Peg, and I saw this and I read it for 2 or 3 months, and I thought, I love the way this guy writes about stuff. He's certainly not. I'd never heard of John Arthur at that time, and he did a great job. And we spoke on the phone, and I said, and I offered him a diary piece, and he was delighted, as you can imagine. And the rest is history. You know, he wrote for me, and then he eventually worked for us. You know, and then the rest, he's gone on to great things.
Yeah,
you know.
John was my boss when I joined, so I'm part of your.
Yeah, that knock
I'm listening to this. You got John in, and then I went and worked for John.
Yeah,
amazing.
Yeah. And the knock-ons. You know, John at that time, I think, and John has developed so much. I'm sure he won't mind me saying, but he was so nervous on film. If we did any filming, he hated it. Great writer, very conscientious worker. Always got some ailments.
He's quirky, isn't he, though?
Yeah.
I'm sure he won't mind me saying. He's odd, he's different, he's got his own way of going about things,
absolutely.
John.
But he wrote a great column. He wrote a really good column for me. And but say we did some filming and he'd hate it, but I watch him now and he's got cameras all over the place. And it's great. It's lovely to see, you know, the group of people that worked with me, you know, including yourself and Tom Scully and people like that have all gone on to good things.
Yeah, it must make you quite feel quite humbled when you see what happened to that DHP era and that people are still in the trade now doing good things. Yeah, it's something to be really proud of, that.
But eventually, I don't know if you want to jump that far forward, but
one thing I want to ask you about first, because it gets spoke about on this show a lot, is the Drennan Knockout Cup.
Yes.
You was the founder of that event.
Yes.
How did that come about?
I've created a lot of events, and I think really that just comes about of being in the game a long time and identifying sometimes a lot of rubbish competitions. And the Drennan Knockout Cup was something that I felt was just another angle to them. I mean, I got Drennan to sponsor it. Right, I had a great trophy and so on. It was just something that I wanted. It started off as a head-to-head each month. So it gave you that instructional piece. The home angler, the two anglers to start with, the home angler picked the home venue, you know. And obviously, it was great. We went to lots of different venues for that. And then I know as John took it on, as John took over from me, it expanded then more anglers at each round and so on. And that's naturally going to happen. I would never be that precious that I felt my way was better. I think sometimes things just evolve. But as a competition, it was great because ultimately you end up with 2 men in the final. You know, maybe it was 4 at the end, but 2 men. It was always my thing to get 2 men in the final. You know, we went to places like Docklow that you like, I know. Had a great relationship with the Docklow people.
Yeah,
you know.
Awesome venue.
And it was the right sort of place for a final, I felt. You know. So yeah, I loved it.
What? How did the magazine era come to an end, Dave? What happened there?
Well, it was
because you talk of it so highly, and you
brought
brought so much to it.
I loved it. I really got into it, and then David made me into a group editor over match and pole fishing. But what was very apparent First of all, one thing that frustrated me immensely is that I remember going to Italy for a World Champs, and I took John and Mark Williams with me. And I really wanted to do a good job for the mag. It's a match fishing magazine. It's the mag, right? And I thought we'll do lots of stories behind the story. Will Raisin wins it individually, and England win gold.
Mm-hmm.
Double gold, front cover.
Spinadesco.
Yeah, double gold. We covered everything, right? We've got all the stories. Even on day 2, I'm behind Steve Gardner. John's with Will. No, sorry. Mark Williams was with Will, and John is with. Who was John with? Somebody else who could have won. Forget, maybe Des Ship. We did a colossal amount of work on that. We had about 15 or 16 pages. We came back and we got a deadline coming up within a couple of days. We could have left it to the following month, but we thought, no, keep it right up to date as we can. So we rushed it through, but we did a damn good issue. I was warned by Kevin Wilmot before we went that it probably wouldn't sell.
Okay.
And I said, why? He said, I did the same thing for Match Angling Plus when I was in charge of that. And he said, it didn't work. He said, but try it by all means. It was the worst selling magazine of the year.
Incredible. Crazy.
If we'd have put a front cover with a big load of pellets, everything you wanted to know about pellets, it would have sold more. And that was quite sad. I didn't like that. That really disappointed me. But what was getting to me more than that was the fact that we were just losing sales. But as a paper publishing company, we didn't feel the impact of it too soon. When I first started, the company was still really buoyant. 2004, the internet probably took a strong hold from 2000. It's about that time, I think. But it took a few years. But we as a company didn't embrace the internet very well, I don't think. And I blame David for that. But then David had been around a long time himself. He'd had lots of success with paper publishing, so it's quite difficult, isn't it, sometimes to completely switch what you're going to do. And a few things happened. We had a disagreement on a couple of things, and I just got to the point where I thought, I don't want to do this anymore. I just reached that, I don't think this has got long term for me. And again, it's a bit like the insurance job. I've only ever quit 2 jobs in my life like that. And that was the second one, and I walked away from it. And really, I wanted to do my own thing. Right? It just suddenly had this sudden realization that for many years, I've just lived in underneath somebody else's safety net or on top of. I went with Foster's and then with David Hall, and it's like, do something yourself, right? Get up on that trapeze, and if you fall off, it's going to hurt you. There's no safety net anymore. So I thought I'm going to set up my own thing in my name as my brand, and if it works, great. If it doesn't, then I'm going to have to get another job somewhere.
And when you've walked out of DHP, you haven't got this. You haven't. No. You've literally gone out, clean slate.
Yeah.
Where do I go from here?
I had to do it. I had to just quit it, but maybe I didn't plan it very well at the time, but I did it because I had to do it, I felt. Right? It took a while, but it took a while. It only took a few days to think about a direction. The thing is obviously funding a new business and so on, and structuring it and how you're going to do it. And
were you worried or stressed, Dave?
A little bit. But it didn't worry me to the point that I wouldn't be able to get another job or something. But I just wanted to do it, and I thought, if I don't do it now, I'm never going to do this. So I started trading properly in 2012. I had a great response from the trade. Strangely, I'd left DHP, and then Angling Times rang me straight up and said, do you want to do a series with us? And that lasted quite a few years, which I enjoyed. Again, that's some pressure. I did some coaching on top of my work, just really for a funding exercise.
I mean, for people, tell them what you did. Tell them about what business did you create? What was what angle did you go down?
I wanted to create a brand. I'd already created MAP, and when we sold the MAP, it was really hard for me. It was hard for me to even see the brand for a while, because not only had I lost my baby, it didn't work out financially either, which is another story. But I used to have to take a wide berth if I saw MAP at shows. I couldn't, because everything I wanted it to become bigger and better and brighter and shinier and bigger products. And this time, I thought I wanted just to create a brand focusing on accessory type products, but in the brand as me, if you like, under my thing. And I just felt that out there there wasn't really that much availability of the products that I wanted to buy even. Right? It was almost going back to when I was, making stuff all those years ago when I was 18 and 19. Suddenly, the whole thing had dried up. Nobody was bothering to make the right sort of floats because of a dwindling market, if you like. Everything was commercial fishing. Yeah. And still is. And what I've created and what I've got is a company that's a little bit unique, a little bit quirky, in as much as I make some really strange things in terms of sizes, 10-gram whip floats. Absolutely a waste of time for a big corporate company like yours or Preston or anybody like that. It's pointless.
You've walked out of DHP, a couple of days you've gone, right, I'm going to go down the route of making smallish accessories aimed at natural venue river style fishing.
Yeah.
How did you first get a product and put it out, and how was it received?
Well, I started dealing with a company called Ultra in Coventry, right? They were producing tackle for me, and it was 15 minutes from home. Little did I realise at the time they were about to go under. That within a year they'd gone under completely and closed the business. So suddenly I haven't got a supplier. So there was another problem. I've now got 3 factories in Eastern Europe, right, that I work very closely with, that I can visit whenever I want to, and they're actually producing better product than was produced in Coventry anyway. So really, it's a case of building up your relationships with manufacturers, with factories, and then manufacturing what's correct for the market. Now, I've got a lot of experience, haven't I? And river fishing is my passion. We spoke about when I was a child, that float moving away. Still the same. It's just that I'm better at it now, and deep water and all that doesn't faze me. It would have then, I was fishing 3 or 4 foot of water, but it's all relative, and it's producing something to beat conditions. Specie wagglers. No, nobody had made a specie waggler. Specie wagglers became pallet wagglers. When I first made specie wagglers, we sold a lot, and then all of a sudden I'm thinking, where the hell are these all going? Because there was a chap down in Bristol ordering a load, and I said, where are you fishing with these? Because it's nothing like the middle Severn down. They said, we use them for carp fishing.
What, pellet waggler fishing?
Yeah.
Or?
That my little specie wagglers, 2 swan, 3 swan, 4 swan, little dumper floats that thick. They were the start of pellet wagglers. Right?
Amazing.
It wasn't deliberate. I don't take credit for the carp side, but what I'm saying is the float itself worked. What else has worked is that certain designs, truncheon wagglers, have been ever so popular. Why do you call them truncheons? Someone said. I said, because they're shaped like a sausage. Why do you think they're called truncheons? So it really is just a case of, it never goes away, because how many times we go fishing and you think, if I wished I had this and this was a bit longer, or longer bristles, or...
You can make that.
Yes.
You can go away, produce that, and put it out there, and it's viable.
Yeah. It has to be somewhat acceptable. I mean, I do make some big things sometimes. Our whip float, DH19, when I first made them, it was from 0.5 to 3 gram. Then I got asked, can you make them a bit bigger? I did some 4 gram. Then I got asked people in Ireland, can you make them 5 and 6 gram? I said, yeah, I can if you buy a few. Yeah, okay, we'll buy them. Then I got asked, can you make some bigger? I said, what, bigger than 6 gram for a whip? Yeah. How big? 8 and 10 gram? Now, I can't say I sell thousands, but I sell enough to make production runs worthwhile, right? You know, so in Ascara, places like that, they love them. I sent some across to Cathal Hughes and Phil Jackson. I made these and I thought, these look a bit big and wrong to me, I don't know. So I posted some, I spoke to Cathal and I said, look, will you have a look and see what you think? The minute he got them, he rang me and he said, oh, bloody brilliant, can you send us some more? And you know, they know they're right then. I use anglers. I use a lot of anglers. Sometimes it's like even with line that are doing things like that, I'll use anglers for a while sometimes. Use these, use this, tell me what you think, you know.
It's expanded a lot, Dave, hasn't it? I mean, like product range-wise, now you've got a lot.
Yeah, too much sometimes when you look in the stock room.
And you do it all yourself?
Yeah.
One-man band from home?
Yeah, I got a little bit of help. I got a couple of friends. One friend who helps with it sometimes, Calvin Tallett. He helps with it. He goes disappearing sometimes. But no, he does a great job.
Is it going well for you? Are you enjoying? Do you love doing it?
Yeah. Yeah, I could retire if I wanted to on it, but no, I'll keep it going for ages. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love it. I've sold over 1.5 million floats, for God's sake. Where do they go? God knows.
What's the weirdest place you've sent them so far?
I send floats. Here's good. I've just been dealing with a guy. You'll probably listen to this. Who's in Wisconsin in America. Mm-hmm. I've sent to Canada. I've sent this guy. He fishes for trout, right? And he'd bought some strange floats from England, and he'd read up on my website. And so I sent him things like shallow water sticks and balsas. And I said to him, have you tried wagglers? What do you mean? Have you tried little specie wagglers on this fast? Because they're silent, aren't they? You can fish them a long way down. And he loves them. He absolutely loves them. He sends me pictures of these giant trout that he catches. Fantastic. I've had guys in Canada that have the big bollo floats for fishing with prawns for salmon and stuff like this.
And they order them straight from you to send all the way out?
Yeah, or via stockists. I mean, I encourage people to buy from stockists. We've got mail order networks. I've got companies such as Benwick Sports that I've dealt with from day one, who've been an absolutely brilliant account for me. And they've got a fantastic business. You know, they sell to all over the world. But yeah, European countries and all sorts.
What a journey, though. I mean, we talked about everything from the very start, the insurance jobs and fishing brands, and now you've got it to yourself and on your own. You should be really proud of that, mate. Definitely.
Very much so.
Yeah. Wicked.
So line was a natural progression, and do shot and all that sort of thing.
Silicon. I've used a bit of your silicon in past. Brilliant.
Loads of that.
Yeah.
The line's gone well.
Has it?
Yeah.
Now you do reel line, pole line.
Yeah. I'm looked at hooks, but hooks are such a minefield, isn't
You're thinking about it, though?
I always think about it. You might be thinking for a bit longer, yeah. So many, isn't there? We're saying about, like, you're gathering. I've got this on my desk. I've got these cupboards either side, loads of little drawers. There's hooks everywhere.
What about bringing back a size 219034?
I don't think it'd sell.
Go for it.
Wouldn't sell now.
Oh, I don't know. Pulling it back, Dave, from business, career, tour fishing, we touched on international fishing and getting picked for England, fishing home internationals on Kilburney Lock, you said it was. What happened in your England career? Because that's a massive thing, representing the country.
Huge. Absolutely huge. I mean, what was the most difficult part of my international career was I loved being a part of it, first of all, right? But I was also very aware that Dick, who was just a fantastic manager in my opinion, I mean, he was great to fish under. I once said to him, what would you like me to do? You know, when I knew my weaknesses, I knew my strengths, if you like. I didn't fish bloodworm a lot, but then there weren't that much. There were some events which became bloodworm events and more pole. But obviously, what was happening with Dick, he was picking quite a number of anglers to do different jobs, rather than what has evolved in more recent years, where you've got the same group of anglers doing everything. he'd have a canal type match, and people like Vinnie Smith would come into it, and some of the Northwest anglers, alongside Kevin Ashurst and people like that. And then he'd go to a venue that was more Wagler type fishing. Then you'd have Tommy and Dennis, and I got involved. When there was like that sort of fishing involved, I was involved as well. I was very aware of. 1992. I was disappointed not to make the squad for Balik in Ireland, because in the build up to that, we had a home international, and I'd be I think we were all struggling. We went over for a long practice session, and stayed on. He put us all on an island, Lusty Beg Island or something it was called. Ian Eaps was with us, and Kevin Ashurst. I think he just locked us on an island so we couldn't go out and Enniskillen. But
this is Dick.
Yeah, it was the Urn there at Bleak was it was bleak. It was a daunting sort of place. It was hydroelectric type water, so it was moving a lot. At times it was ripping through, other times it was steady. But bear in mind, 1992, we weren't bollo anglers. We didn't use long rods, so we were depending on sliders, bottom end only sliders in a river that could pull through pretty fast, and big floats as well. You needed big 20-gram floats and more sometimes just to make it all work, to get out there and have enough sliding through in 14, 15 foot of water. Then the next peg could be shallow. You could have big rocks in your peg. It was difficult. I remember even just the mechanics of casting the rig out there. The biggest help for me at that time was probably Steve Gardner. Steve, for me, is right up there in terms of the actual standing of angling. I think he's a brilliant angler. I learnt stacks from him. Steve could keep bites coming when the rest of us couldn't. It happened in Portugal and so on. But Steve was a massive help to me over there, because the Italians have got a different way of fishing sliders, whereas most people cast off a bulk. For that particular place, we were casting off a shot, then a bulk, and then a bit of shot down below. By using the right balance float and everything, Steve gave us some floats that he had from Milo, and it just solved a problem. Then it became, because once you got confidence in casting a big sliding float, then it was just like fishing a Wagler, like fishing a 4A Wagler. You just tweak a bit on your knot to put a bit more depth on. Providing you were confident in casting that rig, it worked every time. Occasionally you might have a bit of a wrap over, but not very often. And when we came to the actual home international weekend, I was ever so confident then. I was really confident of doing it and feeding accurately and so on. And I finished joint top with Dennis White that weekend. And I felt I'd fished well enough to be in that squad for that World Champs. Dick obviously chose otherwise, and that was his prerogative, and it's so hard. I mean, it must be so difficult at times picking your 5 or 6 men from where you got available. So it's no good moaning. I was disappointed, yes, but you accept it. What we were also very aware of then is the fact that the Italian team came over while we were there practicing and just took it apart with long rods, 7 and 8 meter bollo rods. We'd never seen this like this. I watched Trabuco fishing the one day, who I think, for me, is probably the best I've ever watched on certainly running line fishing. Roberto Trabuco, absolutely brilliant. I watched him on the Mincio. I watched him on the Balik there. Exceptional. He's just so good at that sort of fishing, And I watched him at Balik, and there was an upstream wind. A lot of the time there was an upstream wind, thankfully, which held things up. And he's fishing probably 15 gram in 15 foot of water. Big bow in the line. So you feed into the bow rather than the float. So you slow it, you pull it that way and he pulls the float back. And this float's just like buried. Then he's just struck through the whole lot, and there's another bream on. And they absolutely took it apart.
They won.
When you watched that qualifier, so that their trial, if you like, you just thought there's only one team going to win this. You just knew they couldn't be beaten. And that's how it turned out. History tells us it was a terrible match. Dave Wesson won it individually.
Yeah.
It was great for him. The following year, I was selected to go to Portugal. That was the first year that Drennan had taken over. I think we might have a picture somewhere of that one, the team. But
This is 93,
Yeah.
yeah.
you have a look at this. I mean, you have a look at this team if we can find the picture.
I was 2.
Really? Ouch. But you look at that and you think Tom Pickering, Bob Nudd, Kevin Ashurst, Alan Scott Orme was reserve, second reserve, by the way. Me, Steve Gardner, and Dennis White in his pomp.
What a team. Look at that.
You look at that when you're there and you think, the bloody hell do I get into this 5, right? I mean, yeah, absolutely bowled over to be a part of it, but just to break in the 5 is so hard. When we started fishing in 1993, that team there, it was Bleak. Sorry, the river Soraya. Soraya, yeah, because the Raya is the other one that we won the Europeans on.
Yeah. Carouche, isn't it?
Yes. We started fishing, and it was brilliant. Loose feeding maggots and hemp, catching, everything I enjoyed doing with waggler fishing. And when we started, and it's up to me what I think about it, whether they agree or not, but I thought there's 3 people here can win the world champs. And I thought Tommy, Steve and me. I really thought the 3 of us were the best at doing that right then. And then what happens, and you've been a part of international teams, as the week goes on, you see, this is at a time as well when we didn't have roped off sections. You went and you tried to claim some pegs on the day.
For practicing.
Yeah. And we had to take it in turns. Alan and I set our alarms for about 3 a.m. 3 a.m. And then we had to go down with census buckets and so on, reserving pegs so that the lads that came along at 8 o'clock, 5 hours later, we're down there in the dark and then we're just sitting waiting for them to come. You can't leave it in case someone just moves all your stuff. Crazy way of doing it right then. Then the others turn up with a bacon sandwich for you. You had to go back to bed by the time you start. But
30 years ago as well.
I know.
30 years ago.
Scary, isn't it?
Very different, yeah.
It was difficult fishing. As it went on, the fish became more difficult to catch. Sticky mag played a big part in it. We weren't good enough at it to start with. But the other thing was, when we eventually got close to picking a team, Dick always placed his men where he thought for different challenges, right? And what is very apparent in the last few sessions is that Dennis and I kept getting placed next to each other. And I remember coming out of the hotel on the morning and Nuddy and Steve both said, you're fishing for your life today. God, there's so much pressure with that. I mean, fishing a trial against these blokes, same as you are now in your team, it's the hardest match you'll ever fish. I've fished much easier at 100 peggers than this. So you're fishing alongside the best. And Dennis and I were on a fish-off. This is our playoff match. This is our fish-off for a place in the team on day 1 of the World Champs. And we're all catching fish. And all of a sudden, Dennis has announced, "Hey up, father, I've got a good one on here." Right?
Great Dennis impression.
And I've looked round, and his rod's bent double on. Oh, no. And there was where we were fishing. There was up by this bridge. There was a few big carp, and he's got one of these on, isn't he? And he's back winding at rate of knots. So anyway, he hasn't got out yet. So we're all catching. I'm still catching. And he's gone, bloody hell, father, this is a big one. It's a big one. Right? and I'm saying, it's at your zone. It doesn't count. It's definitely at your zone, because obviously you had to keep fish within your restraint. But that doesn't count on our trials, apparently. So Dennis is playing this fish, and I'm catching. We get to a point. He's had it on for quite some time now. And I'm thinking, if he loses this fish, I'm in the team tomorrow. Please come off. Please come off. Break him. But the last person in the world you want with a fish on that counts is him, right? Because you know he's probably going to get it, right? And I'm shouting, Dennis, what tackle you on? What bottom? He said, 010 an 18 to 010 feather. And I'm looking at the rod. I'm thinking, yeah, I bet you are looking at the bend in that rod. So anyway, he's played it. And I'm still catching. I'm thinking, any time now, if this fish comes loose, mate, you can get your pumps ready for tomorrow. You know? And then all of a sudden, the head's appeared. Oh no! And there's these lips coming out the water. Look at the size of this one, feather. And I'm like, you bastard! and he's netted it, and I just like sank. I thought, no.
How big were you?
£10.
No.
Big. And I'm like, no. You know, your head dropped. Like, no. And you know you're going to run the bank tomorrow. Disappointment, yes, but you got a different job. You know, and as you know, it's so important to get up the next day in the right frame of mind to fish for the team. It's to run the bank for the team, because it's changed now. Things have progressed so much, but at that time, essentially the bank work was being done by Alan, myself, and Dick, right? And we all arranged to meet at the halfway point, halfway in the match, to discuss things. You know, Alan's doing one end, I'm doing the other end. And we were, as a team, we were really struggling. We were way down. And the only thing that was very apparent is that we weren't feeding as a country anywhere near the same amount as, say, Italy or the Portuguese. But it was weird, because every time the lads seemed to step the feed up, they didn't catch. They didn't catch as well anyway. Right? It was just one of those weekends. And anyway, I mean, I was fortunate enough to fish the next day, right? But you know, it was similar. It was a bit better, the result, but it was a very disappointing final for us. You know, the whole thing.
How did you find fishing in a World Champs, Dave?
I found it was a strange one, because my tackle as well was isolated in a tackle shop at that point, so I couldn't get much done on the night apart from tie a few hooks. Thankfully, most of the work could be done, but I couldn't prepare quite as well. I felt good. I felt a bit nervous, but I felt as though I could do it. I'd watched the previous match the day before, and I felt that I could do it well. I think I could do a really good job. It was hard. It was everything that the lads had gone through the day before. You know, I replaced Tommy. Tommy was great for me. Tommy did a great job getting all my tackle to the peg and everything, because I was reliant upon him getting my gear out of the shop to get my tackle there, you know, into my peg. And I can't speak highly enough, you know, more highly of him, because he was disappointed not to be fishing. It's that, and you go through so many emotions, don't you, with all that? Sometimes you can be way up there, then all of a sudden you're down again. But I felt disappointed for us as a team, but we all felt that. You know, it was the first year with Drennan, we all wanted to do well. The following year, of course, the England team fished at home Pierpont and won it. I wasn't in the team for that, and I was so disappointed again, because I felt a part of that team. But I wasn't, because I wasn't picked. Not that I'm not a good angler, but he felt that style of fishing, there were better men to put in than I was.
It's totally different. Like you're waggler fishing for barbel and maggots in Portugal, and home Pierpoint's bloodworm for roach.
Absolutely, and it fished dreadful, didn't it? I mean, I fished in the trials at Pierpont, but I didn't get in the team. But Dick involved me with lots of things thereafter. I was in the 96 squad on the Mincher that Alan won.
Yeah.
Alan won. I claim to fame that Alan used one of my rods to win the World Champs.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Fishing a bollo?
Yeah. But, you know, you got some other rods set up as well, because he was with Shimano then, I think. He borrowed a couple of my rods. My favourite experience, I suppose, was 98. In 98, we won the European Champs.
Where was that?
In Portugal again, but on the River Reia, the other bit.
Yeah.
Right, you fished there?
No, I've not.
Nice. It was all like long-range waggler fishing across the far bank, you know, big loaded wagglers. I almost won it individual. It's so close sometimes to win it. Not Tom Pickering was third overall. I was seventh. But on day two, I think I'd had a first, and then day two, I've hooked this barbel right across on a big waggler. And as I'm bringing it in, it's coming out my zone. So the old thing about sinking your rod under the water and lift rod. Sorry, they're speaking to me in English, and I'm going, oh, I'm English, don't understand.
It's going, lift your rod.
Yeah,
You're going,
lift rod. I say, English. This is ridiculous. So, and all the time I'm winding this fish to get it back into my zone, right? What's the problem? It's here. Look. It's like, okay, it's too late now. So this fish has snagged me on a branch or something. Rather, the line's got stuck. Oh, sugar. And as I'm coming in, it's just completely jammed up, right? As I've slackened off, I can still feel the fish. But then as I come back again, it's tight. So clearly the float's getting stuck in a branch or something underwater. I've tried so hard just to get it loose, because he's not going to break me. It's not a massive. It's 3 pounds, this fish. And I couldn't get it. I couldn't get it to come loose, right? So in the end, I've lost it. If I'd have landed that, I got 2 firsts. I've won the Europeans.
oh, Dave.
Right. Yeah, it's just that critical, isn't it? No one remembers 7th. However,
You've had the fish on the hook.
Yeah. And that can change a lot of things, can't it? Because if all of a sudden you are European champion,
You fish the world champs.
it counts a
you
lot.
get a chance.
You never know.
win the world.
We
It's fate. It's direction. It's paths.
We never
You're
know.
right.
We never know. But the important thing was, as a team, we won gold. Right. And for me, that was brilliant. The only blot was Tom Pickering's trophy.
Go on, what happened there?
Tommy won this big vase. It's nearly as big as you. It's a massive thing it was. And then they put it inside this cardboard box for him. Right. And he's chuffed to bits. He's got this vase. And as we're loading the van up, there's Alan, Tommy, and me travel together. So we've loaded the van up. And there's holdalls everywhere and stuff, as you can imagine. And I've got this, I've put the vase in. The vase is carefully laid in the corner. Then I've thrown a holdall that's gone straight through it. I heard that telltale crunch. I thought, oh no. I broke his vase. I'm like,
Did anyone else hear it?
no. And I'm thinking, shit. So I said, Tom, I thought, do I leave it? Do I just leave it? And then we'll get back to England. Oh, Christ, your vase is broken. And I thought, I can't do this. And I said, Tom, I've got a big confession. He said, what's happened? I said, I've got a terrible confession to make. What? I said, I broke your vase. What? I said, I broke your vase. Bloody hell. He was fine. But ever since
He never said that on his podcast, did he either?
No.
Ever since that day, he calls me the pot breaker.
Does he really?
Hey up, it's the pot breaker. And I noticed in his book he mentioned it as well about me, but I still owe him for a vase. Oh, it was horrible. You know that horrible feeling, that noise. Oh, I've just broken his vase. I don't know if you ever fixed it, I'm not sure. I said, I'll buy you another one, I'll pay for a new one, but anyway.
I don't know. And what came of England from there, Dave? Did you step out of it?
No,
Did you
bit
take a
by
different
bit.
route?
No, I mean, I fished another home international up in Scotland, I think it was. And then obviously they had a change of management in 2000.
Yeah, Mark and Mark came in, I think, didn't they?
Yeah, I mean, that was the end of my international matches, if you like. Absolutely no problem with it whatsoever. I think I'm delighted to have fished. I'm delighted to have caps. I've got a gold medal. I've got a silver medal. And a fantastic time along the way. I've got absolutely no extra grind with anything. I think I was lucky to be a part of it at all, you know. And always look back on it with great memories. You know.
Awesome.
I missed it for a while. I missed that arena because, as you well know, once you're a part of it, it just feels great, doesn't it? But then I don't know whether you felt the same. No, but I used to feel when I came back from it, it used to be on a big domestic match. It just didn't feel the same.
I find it really difficult.
I tried to do things. Sometime I remember going on the Severn and I thought I'd learnt loads about slider fishing. And I felt I was good at it, and I thought, that's it. I'll go to Upton on Severn. I'll fish a slider, big river, and I've chucked across firing balls of ground back, nice and accurate. And then the bloke next to me had 3 bream on the feeder.
You can't do it the same.
You can't beat them.
No.
And that's why it's like with these, you know, that style of fishing. It's so lovely. I love fishing sliders. I love fishing big loaded floats, but they have such a small part to play here, which is why I don't sell them, because feeder fishing dominates it, doesn't it? The distance, you know.
You going to do some feeders?
No.
Not looked at that?
I ain't going to compete with you boys on those.
Stop it.
I'm too pure to
Could
do
do
feeders.
a Dave Harrell river feeder range, couldn't we?
I'm too pure.
In association with DH Angling.
There you go, sorted.
Well, I want to talk about a few things domestically. We've covered a lot of international, but like I've seen you win and create and be involved in some massive things in the UK. Evesham being one of them. Your success at Evesham is phenomenal. You've had some great matches. Tell me a little bit about Evesham and what you've done there.
Evesham holds fantastic memories for me. I won the John Smiths there in 87, sorry, the first one. That was just magnificent to win at Evesham and then final like that. I mean, I remember I fished the first Courage final, and I'm fishing against all these superstars: Clive Smith and Ken Giles and Kevin Ashurst and Ian Eaps, and you're in awe of the whole thing. You stood in the queue thinking, God, what am I doing here? Do I belong? To win it, I just started going out with someone then, and I won. I think £1,000 on the match at the time. This is 87. And I had a bet as well. I had £1,000 off the bookie, right? So I could check, and I got £1,000 in cash, right? So the girl I was with at the time, who I lived with for quite some time after that, we'd gone back to the pub where we were staying, and I just got all this money and threw it on the bed and chucked her on top of it. And she said, "It's good, isn't it, this fishing?" She said. And I said, "It's not always like this." I said, "Some weeks we only win like 500. She said, "I like this fishing. We'll come more often." Little do you know that what it's really like. But no, as it's gone on, I was fortunate enough to win again in 2012. Meant to be. Sometimes things are like meant to be. I'd quit the job at DHP, went on that particular match, drew average sort of peg 26, shallowish peg, weedy, a chance of a barbel, not much good for roach form. I wasn't going to win with roach, and I just sat there for a while before we tackled up, and I just thought, I can't see any point in just sitting there trying to look pretty, fishing for £3 or £4 a bit, so just and win nothing. Right.
A lot of people do that at Evesham, and certainly did on them festivals.
I've been there, mate. I've done it myself, and you just think you're going through the motions then for the last sort of 3 or 4 hours, and you're not really trying to win, are you? You're just trying to impress onlookers or whatever. Anyway, I just decided to leave all the bloodworm in the car and fish for barbel, right? In the full knowledge I could either go dry or it could be a hell of a long wait for a bite. Little did I know it was about to follow. They're still balling in. Johnny Arthur was on 27, I think, or 28. No, 28. I got a longish peg that day. And I fished an open ender, smelly ground bait, pellets. I was doing a lot of that fishing at the time, and I caught a lot of barbel. I was coaching, I was catching fish. And I put 2 8mm on a hair to start with. Those the red halibuts. And I've cast out 3/4 across, and then it's emptied, and I reel back in and fold it up again, chuck it in, and it's settled, and it's gone, and it's gone in, and then bounced back, like it does, and I picked up, and I'm attached to. Wow, something big. I'm just like backwinded it. Second chuck of a 5-hour match, right? And I'm thinking, wow, what words to that effect?
What gear have you got on here?
I'm fishing 020. I'm just thinking about 026 mainline, 020. No, just 026 hook length, 028 main strong. I was fishing for them, right? And I got a 12 hook on or something. And I'm fishing for this, so I've got this fish on, and I'm thinking, this could be worth £6,000. This could be £6,000 fish I'm attached to. I'm like, it's big, and they're big when you've got to put that much pressure on just to move them, and the rod's bent right around, right? So I'm like, take your time. You haven't lost a fish all season. Why did I think that? Why did I just think that? Impressed. This is emotions, and I'm like, I'm thinking, if I didn't look at my watch, then I'm thinking I've got 4.
Back in it, aren't you? You're at Evesham,
I'm
here.
like, I'm thinking I've got 4 3/4 hours to land this fish plus, right? I'm playing this to a standstill. You are not. The only way you're escaping, mate, is if that hooks comes out. Right? And so, of course, over the tannoy, I've got a speaker by me. David Hall's doing the commentary. He said, David, Hall's got a big fish on peg 26. Should all go and have a look at him. Da, da, da. Within minutes, I've got a massive crowd behind. Right, you look back, wow. It's like, this is good. This is exciting. Right, I love it.
You enjoy that kind of thing, Dave?
I did. I was getting hit, real adrenaline rush off it, sort of thing. So I'm playing it. And then I saw it for the first time. Jesus, I'm like, fuck, it's gone down again. And I've just played it ever so careful. I always set up 2 landing nets down there. I've got a great big and ready for him, sort of thing. So that comes into place. I've seen people struggle to get to net big fish too many times, And I finally netted it. It's come up and it's like, Jesus, look at the size of this. And I've netted it. And it's like a big woohoo like from me. I remember Darren Cox talking to you about his on this same chair, if you like, and it's exactly the same. And everyone's clapping. Then it gets you, the adrenaline rush that I had at that point was massive, huge. And it's like, woohoo, and I'm putting the keep net. And I don't suffer with nerves, but I tell you what, my hands were shaking with excitement.
Really? Trying to get another couple of pellets on.
I played up to it really to the crowd. I'm doing it as though I'm pretending. But, look at this. Nerves of steel, but really my hands were shaking. I was so, wow. And Becky, my girlfriend then, she came down and she said, we got a stand on and we needed to sell some stock that day just to, to help the company. And I thought, I've got 5 or 6, at least $4,000 here. That was second prize, I think. I couldn't see myself not finishing in the top 2. Somebody else might catch a barbel, But I got a good chance of winning $6,000 here, the weather reverse fishing. So she's come down, and we're only like 20 minutes in, and she said, we paid enough to pay for the stand already. She said, loads of people want to buy your stuff, So she's happy, and Tony Burt's working with us. And then it's like really strange because I'm thinking, how do I top this up now? What do I do next? I'll try for another one. But it's never, I've chucked in, I've done it for a little bit. But then you got a lot of match to think about what to do next. My swim was lovely. It was an upstream wind. It was lovely to float fish. Honestly, I could put a float down the middle of it, and I got 2 pegs. I couldn't get a bite. I could not get a bite, right? I'm thinking, I ain't got to the point after a couple of hours, I'm thinking, you should have gone and put some bloodworms, get the bloodworm out and set a pole up just to try and catch some more little fish, right? But no one was catching. No one was hardly catching even on that. It just seemed not right. I've got to set it up. I've got to go to the car, get it all down, set up poles. And the only way I could catch anything was fishing a waggler right up in the weed on the other side, right? Catching little chublets, like, them little tiny ones. And I put like a pound odd of little tiny fish together, if you like, in between trying for another barbel.
You keep having a chuck for one, man.
Yeah, because you think one more and it's nailed. Because that same peg, the river was actually coming up that weekend. It was coloured up. And that same peg produced 3 barbel the next day or the day after that. Right, so, they were,
was
they were in
Martin Harrell? Not Martin Harrell. Martin.
Yes.
Yeah.
Him. Not Harrell.
Yeah, Martin.
Yes.
Can't remember his name.
Him.
Yeah.
Yeah, him. But
Howard.
Yes, I think it
Martin
was.
Howard.
But what was happening is like as you get the results thing coming over the tannoy every hour, what's happening? So and then they're going through it. So and so's got £4. So and so's got £3. Will Raisins admitting to £9 on the Eastbourne peg.
Oh.
On the Eastbourne, I mean that's the peg you all wanted, isn't it? Right. And then out in front at the moment, Dave Harrell, who reckons he's got £13. Right. And then it's next, it's not a lot, but you're thinking, and then next time And we're raising rates. He's got £10 odd now. I'm like, oh, you know, so it's getting too close. This is. I need another. Then you're under pressure. Then I'm waiting for another fish, and I want to win this so much. And as it turned out, Will's weighed 11. I've weighed 14. Odd. The Barbel was 13, 12. I think I weighed 14 or something like that. You know, so I didn't have a lot with it.
Yeah.
But that little pound of fish, I just thought. The more I thought about it afterwards, that you never knew. Even though it was a horrible day, those little fish might have made the difference.
Will catches a chub and he catches
I'd have
13.
ate it. You imagine him beating you by 2 ounces and you just got one fish in your net. It would have been horrible. It meant to be in it sometimes. That £6,000 was very useful. Very useful.
Did you throw £6,000 cash on bed and get Becky on it?
Yeah. No, it was just all paid into it. No, it was all check, I think. So.
All right. Very nice.
We had to use the money off the stand and we threw that on the bed.
Still had a good time
so
with it.
It kind of worked. But yeah, I mean, lucky enough to win team match. I've won the team matches individually. I've won quite a few, but then I've won the Witchhaven twice. My favourite Witchhaven win was actually on a straight lead. It was a method that we used to use a lot. It was in 1992. It was a real strange thing. Even though pole fishing then and now is often the best method, we went through a period on the Avon where little straight lead rigs, Sigma 1s.
Shakespeare, Sigma 1s.
Mate, it was such a good method.
What was the art, Dave? What was the crack with that? Because it's not something that you hear or see a lot of now.
The reason you don't see it now is because there's not so many quality roach in the river. Then there was a lot of roach, 12 ounce to pound and £1/4 pound and a half even. Right.
Big fish.
No, I say a lot. There were enough to catch double figures. Right.
At Evesham?
Yes. I drew one above the slipway. The wind was quite strong upstream, so that was holding everything back, and I couldn't catch. I wasn't catching. No one was catching. Right. But we had already sussed straight lead ages before. But he was always a part of the armoury. Super fine tips, 2 and 3 AA links, right? You know, paternoster, long tail, 22 hook, single maggot. And fed. This was the difference. We fed quite heavily, whereas a lot of people were just very negative. Because there were a lot of fish in the river, there's eels and everything, as you well know. We were still feeding a couple of pints of maggots, which is quite a lot in it on the straight lead line. And that day was fascinating because I had taken it a stage further. Instead of putting 2 AAs or 3 AAs, I used to put a string of number 4s. Right, so my link of shot wise was about that long. Right.
What, like 5 or 6 number 4s?
More about, so probably 7 or 8 number 4 sometimes. Many.
Why that?
Because the hardest part was casting it. You used a fine main line, so you used like an 014 main line, and you had to like push it hard to cast it downstream, right? You got to get to run through the rings to get there. Now once it's in, pace the line off, let it sink to the bottom. And what you were looking for is always to get that rig to eventually come and settle against the ledge inside, you know, the bit that it's the main depth of the river, and that's where they were, right? But then the key to catching them was always, it was cat and mouse fishing. It was like you just put a little turn on the handle and the tip would come back, and you put a little turn on the handle and the tip would come back, and you put another little turn and it'd go. And suddenly you got a pound roach on the end.
So you're almost pulling it in little bit by little bit?
To just moving the bait. Honestly, it was such a deadly method.
Tiny hook important as well. No one would ever use a 22 hook now.
I know.
For pound roach.
I look at 22s now. I'm like,
90340.
No, 340. Yeah. Or no, at this time we were using 520s and a good one is 510.
Barbless version.
You're talking about hooks now. 510 Kamasan is probably today's equivalent in terms of long points.
Did you always prefer a barbless hook, Dave, for that kind of thing? Why?
Just better on the maggot. The maggot was perfect. If I used a barb, I'd bend the barb in with some tweezers and just put a single maggot, so it's absolutely perfect, you know, like a Lane's perfect maggot.
You think it makes a difference?
Yes. I think if you burst that maggot at all, it just ruins the whole thing. You want it perfect. And obviously these fish. And what was fascinating that day, I'm there, and I'm huddled over the tip watching it. And I looked around the woods. There's a big group of people also doing the same. And like
I am listening to you now.
The spectators are watching this tip, sort of thing. Honestly, and there was a couple of occasions where it's gone. I picked up and I've just touched one. Oh, it's like
what, just nicked it off?
You've just touched it. You know it's a big one, right? It's a pounder gone. It's a 12 ounce or a pound fish. But thankfully, I mean, it was, how hard Evesham can be. I mean, I won that match on straight lead in the summer with 9.12. Stu Harford was second with about 9.9, I think. He was at the top end up on the board somewhere there. And, the right method on the right day. But that method was deadly on the Avon for a while. Pete Rice, Richard Kings, Paul Newell, Tony, all these sort of people. They all won a lot of money. It was all part of our equipment for that river.
Played a big part in your fishing the Avon, listening to you, Dave, hasn't it, over the years?
Yeah.
Like, you've talked about it an awful lot.
I loved it. I loved the Avon. I think it's a shame that the Avon isn't as good as it was. There's signs of it coming back. The weights over this last 12 months have been a lot better than they have been. That back then, you see, we used to fish a Monday night league. We used to fish in the summer. We'd fish 2 matches on a Wednesday, right? So we'd fish Twyford 11 till 4. Then you'd weigh in. All your stuff would be packed up in the car behind you. If you'd won anything, you'd say keep it till next week. Literally in your car, drive down the road to Harvington, right, where we had another match from 6 till 9. So you draw at 5 o'clock.
2 matches in a day. I bet you were knackered after, weren't you?
And then we go for have some drinks in Ulster, before we came home. But it was brilliant. I always wanted to win 2 matches in a day.
Did it ever happen?
And I did it, yeah.
Did you?
I did it, yeah. No, not every week, because there was some good angles on that lot. But, some weeks you only win 1, as I said to the girlfriend. But no, it was just special, and a lot of it, waggler fishing was great on there as well.
What was the art, Dave? Because obviously, I think I'm fair in saying that in the time that I've done river fishing, the last 15, 20 years, it's not been a stick flow, waggler, straight lead dominated arena. We've not used, and I've not seen the need for tiny barbless hooks. And what was the art, and where's that gone now, and why is it not still the same now?
It was the mix of fish. There were a lot better quality fish then than there is now. I mean, there's lots of big barbel and all that, but I'm talking the general stamp of chub and roach dictated that you could fish in that way, right? Waggler fishing was superb on that. It was a case. Fishing is about tricking fish in it, but the Warwickshire Avon has always been that sort of place. It's like you've got to trick them. You've got to trick them onto the hook. You've got to get your feed dead right. Once you've got to that point in your match, or once you've got to that point in the past, they're easy to catch. But you've got to get them feeding. So whether that, I used to feed a lot of bait before I cast in, or make sure I fed for the next cast, sort of thing. Even if the float's out there, feed again, then come back, then join it. And it was a case really of just it's tricking the fish. Whatever float fishing method you were on. And a lot of the time we used to get chub up in the water, even in deep water, down at Evesham and stuff. I mean, there was a chap called Chris Taylor who sort of paved the way, I suppose, down there. And he regularly just used to set up a waggler at 4 foot deep, maybe 5 foot, in 12 foot of water, even in the winter, and just merrily fish away. And he could be there for 3 hours till he caught some. And then all of a sudden, he's got 1 4 pound, There were more fish. There were more dace. There were more fish that wanted to eat maggots. Right? There were more dace. There were a lot more dace in the river then. So your bait was getting eaten. I mean, it wasn't uncommon below that town bridge, for example. You could fire bait and it'd just erupt. And I mean,
what sort of the 20s now?
Yeah, 22 downwards. you could feed 6 or 7 pints of maggots. You'd bounce maggots off the surface. They'd be doing it. I had a lovely way of catching them. And Dave Thomas claims to have started it all. It's by the by, but what I used to do with that fish, a close face reel, a 507.
Abu.
Yeah, nice and loose, all sprayed up with WD-40 and so on. And it was a case of overcasting, feed some bait, and they'd be erupting on the top. And then you'd strike, spin the handle, strike, spin that. Oh, there's one on. Right. Reel. If it came off, go slack again, strike, and there's another one on. There's literally, the object of the exercise was to always come back with fish. The same thing could work at places like Shrewsbury on the shallower pegs. I remember fishing a match on the far bank of below the Welsh Bridge once with the sun in my face. You could hardly see a float all day. And most of the time I didn't see it, but I couldn't see anything. I was just firing, snatching, there's one on. Right? And you can catch 20 pounds,
Just winding them on and striking them on.
But it was speed. It was like strike, spin, spin the handle. The handle just went on its own. Oh, got one. And literally, if you come off, give it a second, strike again, there's another one on. Right. You don't get that now.
No.
So there's not so many days, so you can't get through so much bait.
I love that, though. What a technique, like honing
it
that.
It was brilliant. It was a brilliant way of fishing. And, of course, as it went on, if they dropped in the water, then you just pick another rig up and fish deeper. Very much a summertime, warmer weather thing. But yeah, I loved the Avon. I mean, it was such great fishing. It sadly hasn't been a patch on that in years following. It's a lot harder, and you get to the point where you can only put up with so much hard fishing if you're just not getting results. But the turnouts are still there, aren't they?
It's incredible. I think it's the access and the pegs and the ease of Evesham that makes it what it is now still, to be honest, personally.
I agree. Yeah.
I really do. Imagine if the Trent had the access and the platforms that Evesham has. Yeah. It'd be amazing.
Well, we've got a Riverfest qualifier on the opening day, on 16th of June, and that's sold out. That sold out first.
At Evesham?
Yeah. So what I've done for next year, 2025, I'm trying to get one on the first day, which is a Monday. And I want to try and get one for the last qualifier as well on the same venue, which I thought would be quite nice to use Evesham for those two.
Start and finish it at the same place. Yeah. Wicked.
I also think, because you're always trying to make sure all your tickets sell, so you've got your prize money. And I think those two are guaranteed sellouts.
I agree. I want to talk to you a bit more about Riverfest. But before I do, while we're on the subject of catching a lot of fish on rivers, I know you've had a lot of success over the years catching big fish on rivers as well. Including breaking the Severn record, I believe. Tell me a little bit about your big fish river experience and some red letter days that stand out.
It's what I enjoy the most. I love catching big fish. I think we all do, don't we? It's just something that kicks back and puts a bend in the rod. It's special. Breaking the Severn record, it's something that I wanted to do for ages. I really did. You kept reading them because where I've fished in my life, you see, the Middle Severn, Bridge North, and Bugling around there. I absolutely love it. So I love that sort of fishing because it's exciting. I once went to Bridge North in 1990, and I'd done a lot of float fishing for Barbel then. Most people, even now, probably haven't done it. When I was doing coaching, I got 90% of my emails was I want to catch some barbel on a float. People want to have that thrill. Right?
Interesting. Is it a thrill, Dave, for people who haven't done it?
Oh, everyone that I coached, and it was quite a lot, loved it.
What's the thrill? What makes it so special?
It's just better than doing it on a feeder. It's just that achievement of tricking them on a float. Because a lot of people just still don't think they can do it, and they've got to fish hard on the bottom and so on. You haven't. But when we did it on the Severn, the chap called John Coates, who was one of my very best friends, I lived with his sister for 9 years. We got on great. I think the only reason he got us together because he wanted to learn about fishing.
Yeah.
Anyway,
so he set you up with his sister.
That's why
you didn't hunt her down in any way.
No. And he said, he said to me, the only reason you wanted to get my sister so you could learn about catching barbel. Right. What he taught me, I'll tell you something John taught me, was one big lesson was whenever you snag up, don't keep pulling, put a load of bow in the line. Right, so your feeder's stuck. Don't matter what you do, it's stuck. Put a great big bow, so it's flowing this way, the feeder's stuck there. Put a big bow and pull that way, and it pulls the feeder out.
Yeah, because it's pulling back down. And
so
around.
many times, but I didn't know. I mean, I'm talking a long time ago. He showed it me. He saved me so many feeders. But we used to, when we used to fish the matches down at Bewdley, and then I was seeing his sister, she'd come down as well. We'd have a barbecue or whatever. But John and I used to go back, you know, if we had a match from 10 till 3, we'd go back on the river and fish till dark and share a rod, share a swim, one rod, keep feeding. The one would fish or the one would feed. And we caught stacks of barbel on float gear. You know, I'm talking at a time when there's a lot of barbel in the river, as I mentioned to you earlier about the evolution and the explosion of barbel. It was a great way of catching them. You know, we knew how to do it on wagglers and specie wagglers, thicker wagglers.
What was the art to it, Dave? What was the key?
Lots of feed, loads of feed. Strong line, big hooks, 12s. We used to use animal spades. 12s was the general look for it. But specie wagglers that I've mentioned a few times, they're the key. They're the real key, because you're fishing in fast, shallow water, like 3 or 4 foot deep. And, it's, you know, to try and get a force one float to cast, say, £5 or £6 Maxima. Generally, we used like £4 Maxima at the time, which was 0.20. Right? It says 0.17 on the spool, whatever, it's 0.20. And if you're on a lot, you go a bit heavier up to, I mean, £6 Maxima's too thick to fish with, it's 0.26, you know, but
you can't cast a float.
Yeah, generally 0.20, 0.22. That's what I use now. I use 0.22 as a standard line now, which is like my Pro Match line. But so back then, it was plenty of feed, cast as an emp to start, and then eventually we'd always end up switching to maggot, but start off caster and emp just to get it through. But having that buoyant float, right, you could bounce it. You know, you could bounce through the stream. It didn't drag under as much as a thin float. To get and you needed like force one to cast the thick line and to control. So if you get a force one thin float, it's going to be this long, peacock or something with a balsa. You know, the tip's not thick enough. So these thick tops sort of did it for us. So I went to Bridgenorth, and John and I kept talking about the good pegs. What about if we draw so-and-so? What about, and we were both of the opinion that we could do a massive weight in matches doing it. One thing talking about it, another thing doing it, and sometimes. And I went to Bridgenorth and drew that I think was the best peg on the stretch for barbel right, at that time, not for chub. John Bright's Ford, famous peg. And I'm like, John's gone, here's the chance. So you go into the peg thinking, am I a complete plonker if this don't come off? I'm going to be like the dick of the week sort of thing, if you excuse the expression. Nice. And we used to do that. That was the thing we used to have in the local shop, dick of the week. Anyway, thankfully I didn't win it too often, but I could have been that week. So anyway, but I just thought, sod it. The river, I got to the river, the peg looks fantastic. It's clear. You can see an odd one flashing. I'm doing this. I'm going to do it. I'm just going to put 2 wagglers up and to hell with it. And we float fished with Mouse Story feeder rods. That was the rods we used at the time. And as is the case with barbel, then and now, middle of the day, warm, clear, it's hard to catch them sometimes. I switch them on, and you know, but I wasn't catching much at all. And you get into that 2-hour point thinking, oh God, this is going horribly wrong. But then all of a sudden I started to get 1 or 2. And I'm feeding heavy. The last hour and a half, and particularly the last hour, all I'm doing is playing fish.
Barbel?
Yeah.
On a waggler?
That switched on then. I needed another hour after that because I caught even more. If I could go back in time with knowledge and tackle, I think I'd have caught well over £100 I should have forced it quicker. I should have been more aggressive with it sooner. But I caught £93. 60. John was second in the match, fishing the same way, £60.
That's a ridiculous weight on Waggler, though. £93 a barbel on a float.
Then Paul Newell had £50, and then so on. So it was vindicated. Of course, then everybody wants to talk about it. Then, don't they?
Do you think sometimes it's an edge over feeder, Dave?
Yes.
It's the days when you can catch them on a float, but you can't on a feeder.
Definitely.
When and how and why?
Because when the river's clear, a lot of these fish, they've seen it all before. They know that a splash of a feeder is food. They also probably know, hang on a bit, last time I did this, I was dragged out, I'm going to give them some sort of intelligence. We've got to, because you're doing underwater film and it's proving quite a few things of fish learning or whatever. I've now done it on so many places. The Trent, I went on the Trent when I was doing a lot of coaching in East Stoke, and there was people opposite carp anglers bivvying out, catching nothing at all. They're waiting till dark. We're there in the middle of the day and we've hooked 25 barbel. I think all it is, it stimulates that flow of bait coming through the river, down the river. I think it stimulates fish. Eventually, it's coming at them and coming at them. They can't resist it. And the minute you can just switch them on and get them competing, that's when you start to catch them, isn't it? I was lucky. I could have been Dick of the Week, couldn't I?
Yeah, but not many people caught £93 a float caught barbel in a match.
No. So that was that. And
you made me want to go and have a go now at that. Definitely.
We'll have to go.
I'm going to do a mat and tank vlog. You can be guest.
I'll take you to my East Stoke place.
Could you really?
Yeah.
Can we go and catch them on a float?
Yeah.
We've got to use Dave Harrell Wagglers.
I'll bring some for you.
Let's sort that
Definitely,
out.
we'll do it.
When
we'll
season opens.
Definitely.
We'll do a vlog.
That'd be good.
All right.
So, as the years went on with that, the River Severn match record, because that kept playing on my mind then about achieving the record, and I just thought, is it possible on a float? Possibly.
What was the record at the time?
At that time, about 130, I think, or maybe 120. Then some bigger weights came out, and eventually it went up to about £152, I think it was. It was getting too much, right? You needed to be on a real naughty peg to get anything like that. So, but then one day I went to Upton on Severn and drew peg 1 on the opposite bank of the match length, which is what they call the picnic area. And I had a chance. That day. I caught £138 of bream. Look how close that is to 152. I'm not far away. And I've wound a few off with boats coming and stuff like that, trying to get them in a bit too quick. And when I went home, I won the match easily. It was a great peg. But I just thought, I had a chance there. I just thought I'll probably never get that chance again. Right? Until this fateful day in September 2011. And we had a 2-day festival at Upton. And my mate Matt McGuinness had practiced the peg in front of the pub on the Wednesday. And he caught about £50 of bream. And we were talking about it, and he said there's more there. He said I was getting some liners and all sorts. He said I really fancy drawing that. I drew the same peg. I used to be a bit of a drawbag once, didn't I, thinking about it? But
you said that, not me.
Not for a long time. There was a time when I could say, peg 29. There you go. Now I go, peg 29, and it's 86. Anyway, but anyway, I've drawn this peg. And I'm excited on it. But when I set off on the morning, I put 2 keep nets in. Now, we never did that in 2011. We never took 2 keep nets because you didn't need 2 keep nets. Why did I do it? Because I just thought, I might draw that peg Matt's on about, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, when I got to the peg, you sat on concrete. It's part of the end of a quay wall almost, right? It's a bit going down some steps, but you're on concrete, and it's all concrete going down a wall. And he told me, even come down and told me where he'd fished and everything else. So I've done the same, just slightly up and down. And 45 minutes gone. I've written down somewhere, I think. Have you got the breakdown?
Oh, yeah, I've got it all here. It's you said that your girlfriend kept this record.
Yeah. Well, yeah, what it was, because I said to her, I've got a chance of doing a good weight here. I never once thought at the time it could break the Severn record. Never once. I just thought I could possibly do well as a start of this festival, right? And it's all down there, isn't it? But 45 minutes, I just kept putting the feeder in, not a sign, nothing, no liners or anything. Then that happened that you've got written down.
I've got, 11:45, first bream, £4. 12:25, 8 bream. 12:45, 12 bream. 1 p.m, 14 bream. 1:30 p.m, 18. 2 p.m, 23. 2:45, 28 bream. 3 p.m, 30 bream. 3:25, 32. Slowing up a bit now. 3:45, 34 bream. 3:50, 36 bream. And then 2 in the last 10 minutes. 4 p.m, 38 bream, £213.
A fish that we just put up, if you can have a look at that picture again.
There you go.
That it was one of those catches, mate, that as it's happening, you're something special is really happening. Right, it's happening. I've got 2 keep nets in, but as the match is going on, I'm thinking, I've got a problem here because I bought this in case I catch £100, but I've got loads more. I've got £100 in both nets now, right? And I'm stuck on this concrete wall. All that was playing on my mind is getting the nets out. I've got better nets now. The nets have advanced quite a lot. I've got better keep nets now than I had then. Even though it was a carp mesh, I was a bit worried about getting the nets out.
£100 a bream in a net.
And they're both just going straight down. There's no... I can't grab the bottom of the net 'cause it's too far down. So we've got to get it from a standing start to lift it out to all the weights in the bottom of the net onto the flat bit. Scary. What was apparent, I knew. I mean, I didn't really know what sort of weight I got, but all these fish are big. I mean, that's averaging like £5 or whatever. Isn't it? That was about £8. That fish. That was the biggest one of the bunch. You couldn't do a catch shot. It's impossible. We were just on concrete everywhere. There's lots of people about. To try and do a catch shot would have been appalling.
Yeah, not fair on the fish.
All I did as a souvenir of the day, I kept 2 fish back. That was one of them. And when everything had quietened down, we just did just a picture of that for a memento.
I thought you were going to say, and I kept 2 of them back. I've got them stuffed, and they're on my mantelpiece.
Yeah, I'd stuff that one. Yeah.
Big fish, Dave.
I'd achieved, not only had I achieved, I'd stuck about £50 or £60 on the old weight doing that. What did I learn that day? What did I do that day? I'd learned a lot of things in Ireland about catching big weights because I'd done some big weights over there. And what I did this day, at one point there was a stack of fish in the peg. Not stacks, they're all big, aren't they? But I caught better just fishing a bomb. We all had long pegs and all that, but I'd put a rod out with a long tail, 5-foot tail, and a 2-ounce bomb. And I'd just cast it, and literally it's hitting the bottom, the bait's dropping down, you're settling your rod and it's going. And there's another £5 or £6 on the end.
I'd
brilliant.
never do that. That's amazing.
What's come out of this is that people go to me, do you think the record will ever go? And yeah, records always go, don't they, eventually? But it's going to take something special. It won't be done with Barbel. I can't see anybody catching £213 of Barbel because they're too hard to get out. So it can only happen down there and probably with bream. But then, right man, right peg, right amount of bait, tackle, everything's got to line
Conditions. You don't catch £200 a bream on a bad condition day, do you?
No. The only annoying thing was I didn't win the festival.
Nah, it don't matter.
Dave, I was second. Dave Fox, I had a first and a second. I was second in my section, day 2. And Dave Foxall had 2 ones. And I said to him at the presentation, I said, you do realise nobody will ever remember that you won this. So that's for you, Dave. So,
incredible. What a day's fishing now.
Brilliant. Brilliant. Yeah. So, and I think in my world, in my river world, I've done lots of commercial fishing in the past, but I look at some of the weights that people have. For me as an individual, I think my special days, you can possibly add up on one, the very special days, but certainly on 2 hands. The days like that would stand out. I caught £100 odd a dace once on the Y. days like that, you know, that float weight on the Severn, that stands out because that was special. But the special red letter days that don't happen all the time.
That's why the magic, though.
Yeah.
That's why we can sit and
That's what
talk
I mean.
about it now.
I can't keep talking about I've had 50, £100 weights in the last 12 months. I can't, you know, because I haven't.
What's your take on commercial fishing, Dave? Have you ever? We've talked an awful lot, and there's been so much natural venue stuff. Have you dabbled much in the commercial side of things?
I did during the 90s. I mean, when it all first happened on our circuit, I went to Moreland's Farm a lot. He made videos there, can you believe? And thoroughly enjoyed it. But what we did at that time, it was really just an extension of what we were doing anyway. 11-metre poles, bucket of maggots, fish shallow, keep feeding, catch big weights. You know, I went to Woodland, Moreland's Farm a lot. I won a lot of money there. Went to Woodland View, did the same down there. At Moreland's, it was strange because people thought that several of us were fishing, putting in, he's fed 2 gallons of maggots and all that sort of stuff. You never were. But he put a bait limit of a pint an hour. That made you choose what baits to take, which is not how I wanted to fish. Because if you drew some of the pegs, we even used to use squats and things for the bream at the bottom end, but casters, I wanted in my bait. If I was using lots of maggots, I wasn't using other baits anyway. But now I've got to make my mind up which baits I was going to use. And it got to such a point that I'd even get 5 pints cold maggots, you know, if almost freeze them down, put them into 5 tubs, take them in a cold bag. He used to do a draw at Moreland's for a random bait check. And I'd say to him, John, has my number come out? Are you feeling a bit nervous? No. I said, but if you'd like to check them, before I put any maize in, I just like, you can check my maggots. So literally you'd have 5 1 pints. No, you're okay. And then of course you put a handful of maize in each of them. You never even use the 5 pints in the end. You'd end up, you'd go into the last hour and you've still got 2 pots left because you're regulating your bait better, if you like. What I didn't like, the thing that got to me quite a lot about this, and I know it happens on all venues, but when I'm on a river and someone's catching, I can't see him usually, he's miles away down the river, he's catching bar, you know. What used to get to me at mornings was I'd draw one end of the lake and I'd be struggling like out to try and win a section on a couple of skimmers whilst 2 people are catching £100 up there. That used to get to me a bit. I went on the first ever match at Hayford. When Hayford was created, it was going to be the ultimate fair venue. It was dug out too wide. They said it was going to be an 11-metre pool, but when they put water in and it was shaped like that, it was 16 metres.
Right.
Oh, God, that was hard work.
A lot of people spoke about Hayford on the show. A lot of people.
Hayford, it proved to be a popular like Super League final venue, but it was hard with carp poles. You know, we used some things like Garbellino Power Maxims, or one of them at 16 metres was a backbreaker. That's where the likes of Dorking did especially well with long diver poles. Then we had Dennis White come along with a tri-cast pole that he stuck extra sections on and floated it with no float on and just let the hook bait go to the thing, and his pole gets pulled round and there's a carp on the end. It got a bit silly. Then they start banning this, that and the other. I got to the point, I thoroughly enjoyed that little period. I came second on the British Open on Gold Valley once. But I was finding that it was clashing with my rivers. That was my main passion still. And I had to choose one or the other because you can't be in 2 places, and I didn't want to be stuck on Morelands or Woodland View when I could be fishing a good Avon match. My passion was always going to be the river, you know. So I stopped doing it. And the problem is, the longer you leave that, as you know yourself, you can't just dip in, can you, anymore? You can't just dip in and expect to win. No. Because these lads now are so good. It's developed so much now.
Do you pay a lot of attention to it now? Do you follow it, Dave?
Yeah, I do. You'll never hear me slag it off. I think fishing, match fishing, pleasure is all about enjoying what you do. I hear people moaning about matches a lot, and I just think, why do you go? Why do you go there? You If you're not enjoying it, go somewhere else. You know, oh, it's crap, I've got to go, you know, that sort of thing. I watch it. It doesn't make me want to go back there. The silver thing, yes, I should visit that, and I will look at that in time, because I think places like Meadowlands. There's another one that some of the lads have been fishing, Rycroft, Camus and Sean Ashby and people like that, and they've done especially well. I know they all enjoy it because they're fishing for silvers.
There's an element of natural venue-ness to that style as well. Skimmers, roach, hybrids, loose feeding.
Yes. The difference in my fishing, you see, is that my summer now is taken up largely with Riverfest. If I manage to qualify early, I've got a membership of Ashfield. I enjoy practicing up there. It's great. I've caught loads of fish last year in practice. Okay, you still need some luck in the final to be in the right areas, as you know, again. But when I get to September, at the end of September especially, that's when my River Wye kicks in. And the Severn, hopefully, if we get no floods. So I'm not stuck. It's a natural progression onto that.
You can have 12 months of fantastic river fishing.
Yeah, nine.
Especially sort of March to June. It's really quiet and there's no one else on there.
Yeah.
So you got it to yourself.
Yeah, that'd be good, wouldn't it?
Talking about fishing abroad, we have a lot, Dave. Where else have you been? Have you dabbled into Ireland, Holland, them sort of countries? A lot of people that come on the show and have done what you've done, they've got some fond memories of them sort of places.
Yeah, same. I think all of us that like natural fishing, because of the years of close seasons, have used the close season to go abroad. I mean, Ireland for me, I've been to Ireland. Gosh, I first went there in 1984, which was the year that the bomb went off there.
Enniskillen.
In Enniskillen, yeah. We'd had a wonderful week. I mean, I'd never experienced fishing like that at the time. We caught some fabulous catches.
What was that like, though, Dave? Obviously, first time you've gone and something like that's happened. Tell us a little bit about it.
It's really scary. It was, but like I say, we had a great week. We had quite a big group of us go from Walsall and met loads of people. But you know, it was just a fantastic social. We all caught loads and loads of fish. I mean, we had a stretch that we used to go pleasure fishing on the off days. And we were catching weights like we'd never caught before. You know, 100-pound catches were common, sort of thing. Bream. And then on the very last day of the trip, on the Friday, what was happening then is like a lot of people had to go to sections on coaches, and I'd drawn crap on that. I looked at the results, and my coach was one of the last ones to come to go out, and I just thought, I don't fancy it. I looked at it, and 5 kilo had been the best weight from that area. I know things can happen, but nobody had caught anything on that section. So I decided, I thought, I'm not going to waste the day. I'll go back to where we pleasure fished and catch a load of fish again. And that's how it was. I mean, I caught a huge bag of bream again on pole, you know, and it was just such a lovely way of catching. And as I'm there's a little group of Irish lads over there sat with me, and it was getting towards. No, it was getting I thought so. I'll pack up at 4 o'clock, and then I was thinking, well, the lads won't be back at the HQ till 5ish. I'll fish till 4:30, and it's about 4:15. There's this great big boom, right? A real loud boom. It wasn't bang, it was boom. And one of the lads said, "Oh Jesus!" He said, "Pray to God that's not the Forum. That's where we had the draw. That's where it's like a big sports centre." And then all of a sudden the sirens going off everywhere and all that, and clearly something's gone wrong. And,
oh my God!
No mobile phones again, obviously. So I hastily packed up because I'm thinking, God, my mates are all right and blah blah blah. Even though we didn't even know it was that, but there was a chance sort of thing. I thought it was time to pack up. I tipped my fish back. I got another 100-pound plus catch. It was a lovely day, beautiful day. The weather had been lovely. And as I'm trying to make my way back into town, I'm probably the only vehicle. I had an old Escort van at the time, and I'm probably the only vehicle going that way, and all the rest are coming this way. And then I parked up as close as I can get to the thing, and it's all cordoned off then by RUC. And Spoke to a couple of people. What's happening? Oh, there's a bomb gone off in the car park. Right. Well, bombs going off in 1984 wasn't uncommon in Ireland.
That's crazy to think.
But we never experienced anything. So anyway, as I started to make my way across the field towards this sports centre, I just thought, God, I hope all my mates are okay. I'm starting to worry now. And then it suddenly occurred to me, they don't know where I am, because I hadn't told anybody I wasn't going to my section. I just made a last-minute decision. So they're thinking, God, where's he? You know? Well, I hope they were thinking that anyway.
Yeah.
But no, what had happened is that a group of army anglers who really shouldn't have been on the competition, I hasten to say, because they put our lives in danger. The IRA had placed a bomb on one of their vans. The only good thing, if there is a good thing, is the fact that they were back early. They were one of the first people back on the car park, because if it had been another half an hour or an hour later and all the anglers are back, because it was surrounded by cars, right? So much damage. I mean, so many cars were damaged. Windows had gone through and everything. A great big hole. And we saw it afterwards the next day. There's a great big hole in the middle of the car park, which this has gone underneath the van. That's gone up. There's I think one of the lads had lost, his arm or his leg, and it was dreadful. Right? Dreadful. So then you meet up with your mates. It's complete relief that they're safe. Everything else. Because I was the only one with a vehicle at the hotel we were staying at, everyone else's vehicles in the compound not allowed out. You see, they've got to check all the vehicles and everything. So I just had all the phone numbers of all the anglers that were staying with us. In the full knowledge that when I got back there, probably all this information had got back to England. Everybody's going to be panicking, right? So I'm literally ringing up, Mrs. Smith, I'm ringing about John. Oh, God, he's okay. There's so much emotion and fear. And quickly, you've just got to say, look, he's okay. He's completely okay. There's nothing wrong with him. He's going to ring you later. I'm going to have to keep this call short because I've got a lot of people to ring. But he's safe. Don't worry. And I made that call 20 times, different people that were staying with us. And of course, then we couldn't wait to get away, could we? We couldn't wait to get back, because you're scared then. We didn't know it was on our side. That's not a nice feeling.
Was it a worry or was it a problem before you went?
No.
Was there any anticipation something like that might happen?
No, I mentioned the Captain Morgan Cup earlier, and when I went in '83, I remember I went to the toilets the one night we were there, and two or three Irish lads came in, and the one said, "Are you over for the fishing?" And I thought, oh shit! I was worried at the time I was going to get beat up or something. You just don't know, do you? There's always that little fear factor. And I thought, do I try and pretend to be Irish, put an accent on? So yes, mate. But they were brilliant. We wish you well. Hope it goes really well. It's been fishing great. They were anglers themselves.
Got you.
Lovely. So I've never experienced any problems at all. Right. We came home. Tom Pickering won the Sea Link that year, that festival. But of course, this had all been completely overshadowed by what had happened. The following year, I went to Germany. We'd had a taste for it then. We were in the mood to go away as a group. And we went to Germany and Holland. We fished on the river. We fished Dortmund Festival. We fished over there. Did all right. Caught all
big river.
Fish. Yeah, not massive, but a lovely flowing river. Caught stacks of fish on running line and stuff. Enjoyed it. We had a week over there. Then we came down and fished in Holland. There was a big group of us staying on a hotel boat that was sinking rapidly. Right?
No.
Some of the lads had run out of cash by now, so we got the cheapest accommodation possible. And I'm sure if we'd have had another week, it would have sunk. It was like one of these. We had such great fun. I mean, we fished on the North Sea Canal.
Right.
It's about 30 foot deep. Jesus.
You catch a load of fish, Dave? Were it good fishing?
I came fourth the one day with 17 £17 won the match. It was a big match as well, about 200 pegs this one. and I came fourth with 11 pound odd. I think I'd had this rush of blood to the head. We're fishing a festival, so I've got to throw loads of casters everywhere, that sort of thing. Oh gosh, and we sat on these big rocks with Shakespeare fiberglass boxes. And I got a Belgian angler next to me with his platform and all the gear and lovely long pole. But I caught 11 pound and he caught nothing. So we're talking after the match, and he's had some feeders off me, and he's given me some pole rigs, and he's saying he's got his feeder right. He's got a brilliant pole, and he's got like something winkle picker, as they call them. It's about 7 foot long, the feeder rod, right? I'm saying, really, you need longer rods for this. And so I met him the next day at the presentation. It was great. So you come over to him. He says, "Hello again." I said, "Hello," shaking hands. And he said, "How do you do today?" I said, "I caught £9." I said, "I won the section, but not enough to win overall." I said, "But I've enjoyed it. It's good. How about you?" And he said, "Today I fished the English method with the feeder and my winkle picker rod." I said, "All right, okay. How have you done?" He said, "Again, I catch no fish, but much easier than holding the long pole." Right. And we fished this place, and we're getting these. The one stage, I was sat there watching the tip, and then you're suddenly aware of a shadow, a big shadow, and it's like an ocean-going bloody cruise ship coming into port.
Wow.
And of course, it's chugged along like no miles an hour seemingly, but you look up and there's this huge wave coming at you. And of course, it's not like our gear now. Oh God, all your ground bait's full of water. Your last bottle of Coke's gone down the crevice, so you've got nothing left to drink, and everything.
Keep net nearly washed away.
Yeah, but I went back to Ireland in '87, and then went for about 15 years on the trot, maybe a bit more.
Good experience.
Loved it. Caught stacks of fish over that time. I won the King of the Colebrook twice. I had £100. I think we may have a shot somewhere of that. £100 of roach.
What did you catch them on, Dave? £100 of roach. I've never seen a £100 bag of roach.
I was using a titanium power pole. Brilliant. I mean, the Browning poles, spiral titaniums, titanium powers, all of those sorts of that one there. Look at the size of that net. That wasn't my keep net, right? That net was the net of the German angler next to him. I think it's about 7 meters long, right?
Look at that.
And he got a landing net probably 7 meters long as well. But really, this fishing at that time, I put a lot of this and down to Mark Downs in terms of what I learned, because Mark, like I mentioned, Mark had done a lot of this. And I'd gleaned it all off him. And he taught me little tricks like have your bowl of ground bait there. And if that fish is coming in a bit wide, there's nothing worse, catching a big fish and you try to catch it in midair and it just bounces. You get in a right mess, can't you? The fish comes off, you got a hook in your hand. And Mark taught me about if it's a big one if you want to take the sting out of it, just push it down onto your ground bait.
Really?
Right. Breadcrumb roach, if you like, but it just takes the sting just on a longish line. If you're fishing like 9 meters or whatever, bring it up and then just push it down onto the mix. Just breadcrumbs. And then at that time we were using fly hooks.
What do you mean by a fly? One that's used for fly fishing?
Dry fly, Jeffrey Bucknell dry fly they were called.
Must have been a right gaff.
They were, but yeah, they're getting bites on you, so. It was a back-turned eye, and you just whip it like a spade end. But the beauty of that is you didn't cut your fingers. There was no spade end to cut your fingers. You did get loads of tears, right? Not tears as in bait, tears as in your hand.
Yeah.
And I always remember that, and I was so chuffed to catch £100.
What's there, 160?
No, there's 100 there. I caught £160 on another match later on in '92. But that particular night, we had a few beers there. I look knackered there, don't I?
You do and all.
It's like, we had a few beers, then we went back to our digs at Killy Evelyn. And then we went out to celebrate, and of course you have a shave, and I went to put some aftershave on. It's like one of these,
All cuts in your hand.
Yeah. But yeah, I once caught, I went in '92, I had £166 on a match.
Incredible
that's
fishing.
100. But they were bigger fish in 92. The ones caught in 92.
I know it sounds daft. To catch that sort of weight, Dave, have you got to go a million mile an hour? Is it crash bang wallop, or is it
No.
more of a rhythmic?
It's a rhythm. It's a rhythm. I think if you try and race it too fast, you just end up in a mess, and you end up knackered, don't you? By the end, just steady feeding, steady away feeding.
Do you think you'll ever go back and do some Irish fishing?
Possibly, but I like to do some different things. So this year I'm going to Holland on the Vaughan Canal. I fished in Holland in different places, but I've never been to the Vaughan Canal. I know you have.
A couple of times.
Really looking forward to it, to having to go and, it's a bit aquatic bingo, I think, isn't it, by the sound of it?
Bream fishing. It's bream fishing, yeah.
But I like the sound of it, parking behind every peg, and it's a nice leisurely holiday, I think.
It's social and all. You'll love it, you will.
Yeah. So,
Everyone has a few beers and some nice food in an evening. And...
travelling over with Darren Frost.
Oh, cracking.
So I'm going to get him to draw for me.
He's good at drawing, Darren, isn't he?
He's the best.
Yeah.
He's the best. So
Great angler as well, though. He'd do a good podcast, Darren. He'd be good on it.
In Welsh. Yeah.
Translation. Toby could translate that. I'm sure he could.
Ireland has been great. I've had some really great days.
Well, I'm going in literally as we speak now.
Yeah, you can enjoy
when this
that.
show comes out, I'll have actually been to Ireland. Never fished a festival there. Give me your single best bit of advice about Ireland for when I'm going.
Draw well.
You can't get any better advice than that.
You've got to draw well. I'll give you an example of a bad draw. The 1 year I went there and I fished a festival. It was recorded draws on a board, and I went to corner grade, and pegs 29 and 30 were spare, and peg 11. 29 and 30 were massive roach weight pegs, and there were stacks of roach in, and 11's crap and it's deep, right? And when you get scared to go in the bag, I'm thinking, I want 2 more anglers to turn up and let them pick 1 out or 2 out, and I'll just take what's left, because it's going to go wrong. And I waited and I waited and I waited. My mate had drawn who I'm with, and he's like, come on, let's get... And I'm like... So I've got in the bag, and I've drawn peg 11.
The deep one. No.
I'm absolutely devastated. And it's just like, no, please let me draw again. Please let me draw again. And it was like, it could. And then they just turned up, didn't they? And then 29 and 30. And they didn't make good use of it. They've just chucked feeders out, and they're catching some roach on that, Then if you'd have fished 7 or 8 to hand, you'd have caught stacks.
Do I need to take some to hand gear for when I go, do you think?
I think you always need to have one with you, one or 2 with you, just in case, with some strong tackle on. I mean, it was the done thing then. It's a lot more sensible long pole, short line now. It's when the roach are in, you see. If the roach are there, unfortunately, they don't stay there very long. But when they're there, they're fishing spectacular still. And then obviously the rest of it, you're looking at feeder fishing mainly, aren't you?
Right.
But there's nothing there that's going to phase you on that. I mean, window feeders play a big part over there.
If tell you what, though, look at them days that you've had there. If I had a day half as good as that, I'd be absolutely buzzing. I really would.
That's what you want.
Definitely.
I once had a long chat with Kevin Ashurst all about when I first got into the place, and I was talking. I said, Kevin, and I know it sounds an obvious, maybe a silly question, but how do you identify when to fish long pole, short line, which he was doing a lot of even then, or pole to hand, line to hand? And the way he summed it up was really simple. He said, "Then horse, if there's getting one every clodding, that fish is to hand. If there's having to work for a bite, fish short line." Makes sense, doesn't it? Makes sense. If you're getting them every chuck, then you can do it, can't you?
So have one with you.
Yeah, I tell an angler used to do really well, Barry Smith over there. Barry used to fish a long short line, if you like. He used to say fish 7 to hand with a couple on.
Got you.
And so he still gives you decent control, doesn't it, for swinging out and everything else.
Take 2 joints off,
yeah,
swing them in.
Barry was really good at that.
Baz Smith, yeah. I think he still goes. Does he live out there, Baz?
Yeah.
Yeah, he does, doesn't he?
It was good. We fished a festival once with him there when double hooking was allowed.
Oh, no.
So as if things ain't hard enough. So it's fished to northwest rules with 2 hooks on. And when I arrived, they'd had another festival with 2 hooks and all that, and Barry was fishing. I went behind him, and he had 2 bream while I was there on the same chuck, right?
That fries my brain.
And I watched him, and he said, he's like, "Hey up, David." He said, and I said, "What's to do with this 2 hooks thing?" He said, I'll show you the rig in a minute. So anyway, and then he's netting them. He said, "Always net the one furthest away first, otherwise you're in trouble." If you think about it, if you net that first one, you're never going to get the second one. You know. And I call them double deckers or double hookers. And it was great when it happened the first time, because I went to Trory or was it the airport somewhere, and I had nine double deckers in 9 chucks.
How many fish are there for that to happen?
So 18 perch and 8 in 9 chucks. It's like fishing for mackerel, it is. But no, great memories over there. Caught stacks of fish. It's been brilliant, you know. A lot of struggles as well, but it's natural and it's big and it's wild.
I'm really, when I speak to people like yourself about it, I'm really excited about going and having a go. I am, definitely.
You draw well.
Fingers crossed. I hope so. I want to talk to you about Riverfest. I think it's a fantastic event, and I know that you've been behind it from the very start. How did it come about?
Well, it was actually born. It was created because of a conversation I overheard at the big one, the big one show in Farnborough. And the hotel I was in, one night I've gone to the bar to get a beer, and I'm behind Phil Briscoe and someone else, and they're talking about Fishermania and other related events like that. And this chap in question has said to Phil, "What about rivers? Is any of these big matches, these big money matches on rivers?" And Phil said, No. He said nobody's bothered about fishing rivers. Nobody's interested. It wasn't. Well, he made a statement. He wasn't just like slagging, I think, the crap. He just made a statement. Me being me, because I'm so passionate and I love it. I just like, hang on a bit. But I went to bed that night, and I thought, he's right. He's totally right. Nobody's bothering to do anything. Nobody's. Yeah, you can't have the event if nobody creates it, can you? You know. So really, it was just I just sat down and thought, how can I create something that river anglers want? They don't want a match just to win one big prize. That they demand different things. Rivers are different. So I just thought it through. I thought. Because we're stuck with this stupid close season, and were then, I just thought, if we sell tickets in the close season and sell it as a 2-pronged thing, and then do the pools on the day, what tends to happen then is it's easier for budgeting for the angler, rather than you paying everything in one go. What tends to happen quite often, I mean, some anglers forget they've even bought a ticket. You know, we've actually chased people up, coming, oh God, I forgot all about it, you know. But the majority plan and so on. So I went to see Angling Trust. We had a meeting, and this was up in Nottingham, and David Kent, who was part of the competitions team, sat there, and he said at the time, "Yeah, okay, it's a good idea. I like the idea. But it's something we can look at for next year, next season, because this was March." And I said, "Next year? Why not this year?" It's impossible. He said, "It's impossible to do it in that time frame. We'll never do it. It'll never work." And I said, "No, it won't." And me being, I said, "It's March. The season starts in June. Why can't we do it in June?" It's impossible. No, it's not. I said, "Listen, if I do all the work, will you do the admin, the tickets?" He said, "You'll never do it." I said, "I will." So I did. So I took it on.
How did you do it? So it is pretty short.
It took ages. I mean, I bear in mind that at that point, I was ringing organisers. Now, you might know me, you might not, right? So the calls went something like, "Hello, Matt, how you doing?" "Yeah, all right, mate. I'm Dave Harrell." "Right, okay. Who?" No. So let's say you know me, just for starters. Let's say you're one that knows me. I'm creating this thing called Riverfest. But I hadn't got a name to start with. It was a working title. And I wanted to call it Rivermania, right, on the back of Fishermania. I had to send an email to Barry Hearn to ask his permission, and he didn't reply for a while. And then Becky, who was with at the time, came up with Riverfest, and I thought that's even better. So I thought we'll run with that. I had a reply from Barry turning me down, saying, "No, you can't. We're keeping it just for Fishermania." I then replied saying, "Hey, it doesn't matter. I've got a better name anyway now." So,
Is that what you said? Did you reply?
I did. In a nice way. Thanks anyway, but we've got a better name anyway, so stick it at your ass. So I'm ringing you as an organiser. I'm explaining the whole thing. The problem was then the time scale of this was like, oh, brilliant. I'd love to be a part. I said, would you like to host one, Matt? Yeah, we'll do that. Brilliant. I need to talk to the committee, though. We've got a committee meeting on Thursday. Right. When will you know? Well, give us a call on Friday. Okay. Matt, Friday. Next one. Hello, Fred. How you doing? Yeah, I'm Dave Harrell, right? They've never heard of me, right? So I'm explaining this concept. I got fed up of talking about it after a while. I'm thinking they were right. I'll never do this. However, bit by bit, it came together. There was about 20 matches in the first year. And then I worked it back from what I can't remember whether it was 20 or 30 quid a ticket or whatever, but we worked it that it was going to be like 10,000 to the winner, and then working back, and it was all underway then, but we hadn't got things in place like we do now with tickets. It was like postal. I think we did postal to start with. A few hiccups along the way, but we were up and running. And the first one, when we had Sky come out to cover it, the funny thing behind the whole thing is that I created this thing with 20 qualifiers, and my only stipulation to them was I didn't ask for anything. I've heard crazy, stupid rumours that DH is on 10% of all the take, plus free tickets all the way through. I can assure you I've just paid 500 quid for a load of tickets, right? So that's a load of rubbish. My only stipulation to them is that what tickets I want I can reserve rather than I've got to go in the scramble as well. And I think that's small price to pay for all the work I do.
Fully agree with you.
I do all the work every year. So anyway, that was all agreed, and that's all transparent, and there's that's where it'll stay.
Where did you get the qualifier and final style format? Because Riverfest were one of the first to do that.
It was
like the breaking a match into 3 sections, and the winner of the section. So there's 3 people qualifying. Well,
the idea, what I wanted, it was to get to that chunk of money without a sponsor putting in 20 grand or 10 grand or whatever. How can I achieve that sum of money, right, to make it work, right? So I could come up with a final venue. I mean, I used the River Wye to start with because it was a good venue. By creating a ticket entry, all that money obviously just went into the pot. How many people were wanting the final? Well, I used that particular venue. I knew that we could only cater for 72 pegs because we had winter leagues there. So I worked it back from that, really. Right? How many people can I get to that if I get 3 qualifying off each 60 peg match? And that's how it worked. We had Sky there. I couldn't. Once I'd done the work, and it took me a blooming long time, I was so excited then thinking about it. Because suddenly, in 2012, 11, 10, our matches were getting crap. River matches were getting crap. We'd got small turnouts. For me, I could go to Bugle on a 25 pegger, and the pegging was often not very, wasn't very good or whatever. I was struggling for matches. In the summer, especially, right? So suddenly I've created this new little monster with 20 qualifiers. I'll probably go and pick 10 or 12 of them myself, if unless I qualify early. But once I'm in the final, I've got a great chance of winning 10 grand here as well, because I like the Wye, Never once did I think I might not qualify. I kept coming second, because to get through under 20 peg zone is not easy, is it?
Very difficult.
I'd get a second, a third, a second. I couldn't qualify.
Fisher, great match. Great result from your peg. Not good enough to get in the final.
Yeah. And that's what happened. I didn't qualify. I'm like, oh. So I'm there. I'm an organizer now still. So I'm helping to organize the final. And but it was a funny one, you know. On that first, Sky came down. It did work well because I did some of the talking with Andy Ford, so I could give Andy all the information about how it fished the day before, you know, and all the background to it. So it was making everyone aware of the whole thing at that point, you know, a bigger audience. But I wasn't fishing it, was I? But I watched. I stood on this balcony. I'm not kidding. In the rowing club there, and I'm just thinking, God, I'd love to fish this. The river looks perfect. Spud Murphy's looking good. He's done well day one, and he's drawn a good peg day two. He's looking favourite. But in terms of individual, the bookie did individual money on the day, right? So you could bet on anglers
to win the match
for one day, not just the weekend, and you could bet on the overall.
Okay.
So I thought, God, peg 96. I'd love to be on that. It wasn't as powerful then as now, right? But it was blooming good, right? And I thought, who's on this? And I looked on the sheet, and Scott Jeans was on it. And I went back. I said, Graham, I haven't had my bet yet. Graham Bonnet, right? And he said, no, you haven't. He said, I said, do I still get privileged odds, like you said? Because I'd got him in there. And he's going, yeah, okay. Who do you want to bet on then? I said, I forget what better place and whatever odds it was, but I had a bet on Scott to win, right? Not each way, just to win. And anyway, I've ended up spending a lot of the match behind Scott saying, you're fishing brilliant, mate. You're fishing it really well. Just like, slow it down. You don't need to fish this fast. And he's like, thanks so much for helping. Like, no one's catching above you. I have to go and check the section again. You're catching the roach. Yeah, take it. You stay with those roach. You're doing brilliant. He won the match, right? He framed at the end and picked up £600. I won 800
on the bookies.
The bookie. Yeah, but Spud won the match. Obviously, he won the overall. Mm-hmm. He didn't think he had it. It's seeing this thing evolve that means so much to everybody, and everybody wants to win it. And just seeing the emotion and the elation and everything, you know, for me, it's just magnificent.
What was it like for you to see the winner of that first one, Spud, someone who you know as well, get up and win the event that you'd founded?
Awesome. A
different buzz to winning a match yourself.
Yeah, but super special. You know, I can't describe. For me, every year I feel like that.
I bet you get quite emotional about it, don't you?
I am now if I think about it.
Yeah,
That's a picture up there as well, isn't it?
Yeah, look at Spud.
That's Spud. And we've had 11 different winners so far.
No one's won it twice.
No. It's hard, isn't it? It's hard to win twice. But
how much do you want to win it yourself, Dave?
Massively.
Do you?
Yeah. I'd love to win it.
Everything we've spoke about in this show, though, the rivers and over time and the evolvement and the methods and what you've done and achieved on them.
As Kevin said, that can turn the lights off then. No, they can't.
Surely that's,
I'm not ready.
Riverfest.
It'd be great, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
It'd be great.
And tell us a little bit about, the payout's gone up, the final venue's changed. What lies ahead for Riverfest? Are you going to keep evolving it?
I want to. I'd really love to get a sponsor. When I set it all out and I was thinking about my long-term ambition, I would love to have a point where we paid 20 grand to the winner and £1,000 to 20th. Plus
what a final that'd be.
Plus those sections. We're getting closer. I mean, if you think about it,
it's 500 quid every 5 pegs now, isn't it? No, or something crazy.
What we do, we pay 14,000 to the winner.
14 grand.
It's £1,000 to 15th at the moment. 15th prize is £1,000 this year. So that's gone.
Dave, that's an incredible payout.
Isn't it? So it's 14, 7, 5, 4, 3, 2, and then it drops down in £100 increments right the way through, and £250 every 6 anglers outside of that 15. Right, that's both days. So you've got sections every 6. Right, so you got 84 in the final this year. 2 zones of 42, splits into 6s. Yeah, and that's it really. But what I've done this year, the pools will be. My phone is full of notes about this sort of thing. sometimes you're at a time where you're lying in bed or whatever, and you're thinking, well, what should we do about the pool money? And by having a £25 pool on the day, you've created a brilliant open match. What people sometimes look at Riverfest, they look at it wrong, in as much, this is costing an overall amount, but you've almost got to forget you've paid for your ticket. Just forget that now. That's there, right? If you're lucky enough to be one of those three, if that happens on the first match, it's cost you 35 quid ticket to have a shot at winning 14,000.
And being in a really cool final over 2 days, that's an amazing event to be a part of.
Yeah.
As well as the chance of winning 14 grand.
Exactly. But on the day itself, now, the payouts are something like 260, 240, 220 individually, plus sections of 50 quid, right? So, there's a good chance of even getting all your money back and some, just from doing well on one of the, as an open. So we start off with 1,680 tickets. I think there's I haven't had the final counter, but I think there's in the region of 500 to 550 people involved in this. I think Fisher Mania, I think I'm right in saying there's about 700. Right. So that many people. We have that first round where you can buy one ticket for your favourite venue or whatever. That works well.
Everyone gets a ticket that way.
Yeah. The only one that sold out straight away was Evesham on that first round. Some people have said, why don't we have two? Why don't we have three? I don't want to do that. I still think it's nice to have that bit of a scramble to create demand. It's all well and good saying do it that way, but then what happens after round two if you're left with another 500 tickets still? It's all well, you need to sell the tickets to make it work, right? And I know how to do it now. I know, if tickets aren't selling, we'll take them off a venue and put them somewhere else. So that's the plan. And at the moment, because we've created one new venue, we've probably only got, that will sell out on next Monday, the tickets go on sale, but that will sell out. And the only tickets we'll have left will be about 20. And I think that will
How many total? 1,000?
680.
And how many do Fishermania sell?
I don't know what the total amount of tickets is for that. I'm not sure.
It'd be interesting to see. I'll try and find out.
Yeah, I can find out. I'm going to ring the office.
Wow.
Can't speak highly enough of Angling Trust. It annoys me. I know mistakes are made. They haven't got enough staff, right? There's a lot of pressure on not enough people. And it annoys me a lot. And I understand it. And for anyone to make mistakes, it's frustrating. It's frustrating for them as well, and they try their best. For me, working with that team has been brilliant. I can't speak highly enough. Kelly, who's in the office now, work with Steve Fitzpatrick is at the head of it all. James works there. James Lewis. All of these people, they work hard, right? I would love to see one day the Angling Trust getting more funding. I would love to see a situation where our licence of 30 quid we're paying now, national licence, I would love to be able to see £10 put onto that, going straight into the pot for them, rather than, so it would be cheaper to join than it is now. But if they sold 1 million licences, you've got £10 million pounds
to spend in good things in angling.
You can cover all your international teams. You can promote fishing better than we are now. Unfortunately, there's just not enough funding. And unless there's something, it's like the individuals, unless there's something in it, there's nothing in it for me, so I ain't joining. No one's thinking about the long term.
Obviously, I would love to see that. £10, £5, put onto every licence, going towards good things in fishing. But from a punter's point of view, why should an angler who's not a match angler and isn't associated with the Angling Trust, what would be the benefit to them people from paying extra on the licence?
Because if nothing else, it's for the future of angling. It's to safeguard certain things. If we haven't got anything at all, we've got no one to fight our corner. If things start to go wrong, who represents us?
They're the only governing body that we've got, the Angling Trust.
Who represents you at government level?
Angling Trust.
Yeah, Fish Legal fights pollution.
Mm.
I'm not saying they're perfect. I mean, far from it. I think things would be a lot better if there were more staff.
Mm.
But you're not going to get more staff until you've got more money.
And they need a little bit of help now and again.
Yeah, exactly. And it just annoys me when I see that you get that pile on. I think one of the things that's wrong with social media now is that too many people have got a platform that they abuse too much. Right? Years ago, people hadn't got that platform. Only a few people have got a platform in the press or whatever. And I think people have got this platform, and I think it's just when the pile-on happens, I just think it's terrible.
No.
They haven't got a clue what they're talking about, a lot of them either. I won't say most, a lot haven't got a clue what they're talking. It's just like, let's have a pot at angling trust again.
Domino effect.
Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah. Not even qualified to have a say a lot of the negativity that I see passed about.
Yeah. But going back to the Riverfest itself, we had five good years on the Y. The Y was great. It wasn't perfect. I had complaints about walks at the top end. I had complaints about the banks. There's a bit of a mismatch going on with the Y, but there are a lot more pegs being staged. This hopefully there's a thing gone in to put more stages in right the way to the pump house. Oh, it makes life so much easier than clambering down and slipping in. But it was never a competition that was meant to stay in one place forever. Right? We had a couple of years on the Severn. We were very, very unlucky with year 2 with high rivers. I was despairing with that. I mean, when I booked that final, I booked 3 spare dates just in case. We used them all up and we still hadn't fished the final.
Crazy. Right, I'm thinking Lee Wright and Speedy won it.
And Lee Wright won the first one.
Yeah.
I've got to be truthful. On 2019, I had that much personal abuse or just stick or whatever, I was on the verge of packing it in.
From what, Dave? Give some examples.
I just got fed up with people having you should never have moved it from there, you shouldn't have taken it off the Y, and this is crap, and just fish it, just fish the bloody thing, get it out of the way. But they didn't realise you couldn't even peg it. The pegs wouldn't have gone in because the tree's in the way and stuff like this.
Yeah.
It's a waste of time now. It's lost all its impetus, and you just got to the point that you get phone calls all. Is it on this week? Well, might be. No, it's not. It's come up again. I got fed up of running the whole thing then. Speedy, my mate Speedy from Marshbury, was packed in fishing recently, by the way.
Has he really?
At least for the time being. I mean, whether he'll come back into it, I'm not sure. But
I hope he does.
For the moment, he stopped. But to witness, if you can't win yourself, to witness a close friend win, special. And if you've ever watched, I don't know if you've ever watched the video of when he wins it, it's like, yes, that sort of thing. He's full of it.
That's his venue as well, isn't it? He loves Shrewsbury.
How can I not continue this? So anyway, we moved it. We went to Burton Joyce. I got a great relationship with Ashfield Angling Club.
Amazing club.
It tends to be. I would love to do a committed period of time with them, 3 years, 5 years, or whatever. So we all know where we're going. But at the moment, it's a year-to-year thing. Obviously, it's in their hands. If they want to finish that, then that's up to them, because that's their choice. At the moment, it's still there,
I think it's a fantastic venue, though, Dave. I really do.
Me too. You can't beat it, can you? I mean, the access and the quality of the fishing is just brilliant, isn't it?
You can fish it with water on as well.
Mix of species.
Different tactics you see used when you walk up that final.
Yeah.
Incredible.
I think it's a fantastic place for people to watch as well as fish.
Good day out with a town next to it.
Absolutely. Yeah. So I'm committed. I'm continuing doing it, and if anybody out there wants to spend some money and sponsor us, then I'd love to do that as well.
Well, hopefully you've had a load of people, certainly me sat here, and I'm sure Toby as well, the passion that I see you've got for not just that event, but that arena of fishing. It's really, really great to see, and I've got a lot of respect for it.
Thank you.
And I'm sure that, we've sat here for far too long talking about it. And I knew that we would when we arranged to have a natter in the first place. But the drive and passion you've got and your contribution to fishing in general, especially that part though, you should be really proud of that, mate.
Thank
and
you.
like when I hear you say about a little bit of negativity and the doubts about doing it, you've got to rise above that. You've got so much more authority over an experience and knowledge about it. You just have to push that to one side and do the good stuff
I
you're
agree.
doing.
I agree.
Yeah,
Excellent.
really cool, really cool. What's next for Dave Harrell? What's coming next?
I don't know. More of the same. I mean, I love work. I should work forever, I think. I love it. I'd hate not to work. I love my company. I've got lots of new products that I'm working on.
Any teasers you can reveal for us? Can you give me an example of one?
all
Surely we
sorts.
get an exclusive.
Come on, exclusive Dave Harrell product
I've got
reveal.
things like silly long winders. I've got
Why? Have you got some long winders coming?
really big, yeah. Really big. You'll love them if you've got big floats. Yeah. And I take 4 rigs. There you go.
When are they coming?
May.
Any chance of some samples for
Yes.
the Euros?
No
I
problem.
will pay, but I can't get any big winders, and I'm going to European champs.
I'll get you.
I need some big
I've
winders.
never
for
seen his
floats.
eyes light up so much.
You can't get them nowadays.
Not a problem. Right, you've got them. Take it as read. We've got... I'll swap you for some feeders.
Absolutely fine.
I've got some new pole floats coming out. I've got some new hybrid bollos coming out.
Oh,
That really evolved from fishing on the Trent last year with longer bristles. Needed, when it's a bit windy on the Trent and all that sort of thing. I've learnt needed different floats for it. So
get your body down a bit.
yeah, so you can sink the tip in a bit more and still see it if it's
Can't
wavy.
beat sinking the tip in, Dave, can you?
There you go. Some of those coming through. What else have we got? Oh, we've also got an interesting little float called a Specie Slider.
Interesting.
There's something that you imagine like my big bulbous bollo floats with a hole through for sliding, like a special tube that's going through the body, and like a peg leg at the bottom. It's something that Bob Roberts asked me about a while ago. You know Bob.
I know him well.
Bob and I were chatting about it, and he said lots of people like to float fish for barbel, but one of the problems on deep water is just the actual logistics of playing the fish. If you've got a rig set at 10 or 12 foot deep, it's hard, isn't it? Because the longer the rod gets, the softer it gets. If you've got a 10 or 12 pound barbel on the end, it's very hard to play the fish. Yeah. So we came up with this slider idea, and I messed about with some patterns. I used some in practice on the Y last year. 6, 8, 10 and 12 gram. Right. And I think they're going to be a winner on the Y in the winter as well. So instead of fishing long rods, we can just have it sliding. You know, fishing the meat thing, you set it at 5 or 6 foot, and away you go. It just slides down onto the knot.
Perfect.
But no one makes anything like it, and that's where, when we're talking about specialist gear, that's what I'm about. I'm not really bothered if I sell stacks and stacks, but I like to think we've just developed something to use for that angler that wants that, you know. So that's what we do.
Quite a few things in the pipeline then.
And there's a few more, yeah.
And it's all, if anyone wants to have a look at it, your website.
It will be when they're out
Okay.
officially, but you're looking at sort of May time.
Perfect.
Yeah,
Perfect. I've got some quick fire questions for you.
Go on.
I've not teed you up about these either, but I
no.
thought you're experienced in front of camera, you'll be fine. And I mean your seat box, Dave Harrell, that you couldn't live without.
Hook tire,
Which one do you use?
Matchman.
Black one.
Yes.
Oh, nice.
I can't use this.
I can't. I've tried.
I can use a hook tire with a blindfold on. I could tie a hook with a blindfold on and use one of those, but I couldn't do it any other way.
Right. Okay. What's the best fish that you've ever caught? I've added this one in tow.
Size
I was
or
gonna say that's new.
best in terms of favourite? Or both?
Go on, give me both. Give me both.
We've got a picture somewhere. I caught an 8-pound chub. That's probably my favourite
That's
fish.
a big fish, that.
I think we've got him somewhere. If I can show you, I brought it along.
Where? Where did you catch this?
I caught it. I was doing a coaching down the River Wye, and we happened to fish this famous Peg 96 before it became the stupid humongous
There you
Peg.
go.
There you go.
Look at the size of that thing.
something's gone wrong with the picture. It looks like I got a Pinocchio nose, but looks like a red nose day. That fish, I was coaching a guy, and I said to him, "Oh, this peg's open. We'll go and fish this one early morning when we met." And this was my prediction for the day. You'll catch loads of small chub, might get some big roach. I don't think we'll get many big fish, but you're gonna have a great day. Oh, brilliant! He says, "I want to catch loads of chub." We never caught any small chub at all. It was in March. This was. We never caught any roach at all. He caught 3 6-pound chub. No. 3 6-pounders. And an 8-pound odd barbel. We're fishing big truncheon waggler, running it down to the bridge. Anyway, he's caught this barbel. It's took him all over the river, and he's made up. This guy's so pleased. And he said to me, like, "You have a go." I said, "No, yeah, okay, have a rest." He said, No. He said, "I'll have a coffee and something to eat. You have a go. I'll watch you." The very next chuck, it's gone under the same place, and I'm attached to this. And I said, "I think I've got a barbel on as well." And it was that, right? And as it comes in, we both gasped. I mean, my biggest chub at that time was 6'9". That was obviously going to be way bigger, 7-pound or whatever. So, you know, when you look, you think, Jesus, it's huge, isn't it? So I rang the match secretary, Pete Pembridge, and I said, this is about 1 o'clock or something. I said to Pete, "Could you possibly come out later on about 4ish and weigh a fish for me?" Yeah, no problem. He said, "I'm not doing anything. I'll bring the club scales down." And so he came down. And you know, sometimes when you're fishing and then you'll take your net out, you think, "Oh, it ain't quite as big as what I first thought." I looked at that and I thought, it seems to have grown, and the net is even bigger. We weighed his 6-pounders. It was like a 6'4", a 6'1", a 6. You know, they were all massive, and the barbel was 8'7". And we took that one out and put him on the scales. And Pete said, so the back of the scale said to me, and then there's some other lads watching, and he said, "What do you think?" And I said, 7, 10. And he said, "How does 8-pound grub you?" I'm like, wow. And you know something? I even got him to zero the scales again and weighed again, just out of curiosity, and it weighed exactly 8 pounds.
Fish of a lifetime.
2016 that was.
But you don't associate the Y, especially that little bit, with them sort of fish.
No.
Red letter days, like we spoke about.
Exactly.
Magical.
I've caught. I've had shark up to 300 pound in Florida. I've got one ambition up there is to catch. I'd love to catch a big tarpon.
Never had one.
I have caught little. I want to catch a big one. I want to be in the sea in my shorts, holding a 100-pound tarpon.
You gonna make it happen?
I'd like to. That's one of my ambitions. It's on the bucket list.
Let's give the big winders a good push this summer.
Okay,
We'll get you there.
And then the next one, does that link into me bringing something in the studio? Or always keeping
go on,
that one?
You want to show this fish? It's quite important. Yeah, go on then.
Should we put it up?
This fish.
Look at that.
If you look at my hand, that's a good example. Look at my hand and look at the tail.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. Right. What is it?
It's a Mekong catfish.
It's massive, Dave. How big is it?
I've got broke on some bigger than that, you know. That's 100 pound, that is.
Oh my.
What a mad looking fish.
Yeah, that was on a place called Bung Sanlan, which is about 20 minutes outside Bangkok. What a place.
What did you catch that on?
Double maggot. On a 22 90340. No, I caught him. Well, I'll show you. Can I show you? I bought you a present.
Oh, is this the gift, is it?
I wanted to bring, and I've had this hanging up in my garage. This is my favourite ever rig.
But this is the gift doesn't normally come out this early, but you're going to give it me now, aren't you? So
sorry.
On, no, it's fine. It's fine. Go for it.
This is my favourite ever rig, right? So you've got £50 mainline, yellow or something like that.
Okay.
I got broke on the one. I'm winding that fast. The fish is trying to go under the landing stage, and it snapped me. And then you got a big float.
Yeah.
Right, a guru method feeder. Right. And a braid. Yeah, you look at that. Have a look at that hook.
What's that? That's not a 9034, is it?
I bent the hook in to make it a bit more humane. I bent the barb in.
Oh my lord! Is that what you caught that fish on?
When you hook them, your guide say to you, don't you hook him? And then they go, strike again, and you go, whack, whack, just to make sure the hook's in, right? And away you go. You put a big ball of this ground bait around the spring.
Yeah. The spring, not the feeder, the spring.
Then you put some
That's what
bread.
I thought it was. I thought it was a spring.
You put some bread on that big nasty hook. You attach that into the feeder, into the ball.
What, like in there?
Yeah,
Squeeze it all.
and then that's fished as a slider.
Yeah.
So we were fishing out in the lake there, set about 8 foot deep.
Yeah.
And away you go. And then all of a sudden it's like, whee, and you got your bait runner on, and your bait runner starts. Honestly, the one day there, I thought, I was thinking, shall we have a match, get some of the lads over, because there's lots of these stages and huts, and I thought we could go for a world record attempt. And all I did, we just got them weighed, because you have to put them all back. You can't put them in a keep net, can you? You need a big old, you got that big German net that they use in Ireland. You get something. But I thought, we'll catch we'll weigh them and just count the pounds. And we caught like £1,500 in a whole session, you know.
Ridiculous.
Mental. But they're big, aren't they?
I'd love to go at that. I'd love to go at this.
It's a sort of place where you'd like to take your best friends just for a little holiday, and it's just the best.
Why don't we have a podcast like Christmas trip or something? Surely.
Yeah, we should do.
Speak to Danny Fairbrass or Rooney. Surely they can fund that.
It'll be in the budget.
I'll come.
Yeah.
I'll be your guide.
You can be the tour guide.
Excellent.
Fantastic.
We'll get it booked.
So this is the gift that we can keep this.
You can have that. I'll let you have the box as well. The presentation
I'll have that
box.
for some wagglers. I'll have that for some DH wagglers. I'm going to finish these quick fire questions.
Okay.
If you could only fish one venue for the rest of your life, where is it and why?
As a match venue.
One venue, you choose. One venue. You can only go to one place for the rest of your life.
Gosh, that's a tough one, isn't it? Summer and winter. God.
One. You're only allowed one on this one.
Very
You
strict
had a
on
few different ones on your favourite fish, so one.
River Wye, Hereford.
Nice.
Got to be in it.
Great venue. Yeah. Like that one a lot. Who's the best angler that you have ever fished with? And you've fished with a lot of amazing anglers.
Steve Gardner.
Nice. He needs to be on the podcast list, doesn't he, as well? Give him a nudge. If there's one thing you could change about fishing, what would it be?
The close season.
We're going to do a different podcast on
The
that.
river close season is an absolute bloody joke. It's ridiculous, and it should be got rid of. It's been going since 1876. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. It's not fit for purpose.
Why have we got to get rid of it?
Because they got rid of the section of it on Stillwater. We got rid of the section in 1995. We got rid of canals in 2000, 23 years ago. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. It's not fit for purpose. It's not fit for purpose.
What would be the benefits of not having a close season?
It would be a lot better for just fishing. It wouldn't hurt anything, in my opinion. I don't think it would hurt anything in terms of fishing. It would keep poachers off the riverbank more. You would allow us to monitor pollution better, because we are the only barometer of whether water's healthy or not. Right? We don't know what's happening right now, do we, on the river?
Not a clue.
Pump as much rubbish in as they like. And certainly on the economic side of things, we've got tackle shops that are really struggling right now after a desperate winter. Then are faced with a quarter of the year they can't fish on a river anyway. Right? Shocking. It's really bad. And I think just on that alone, you got the fishery owner, the clubs, the associations, and so on. They're in the same boat because they can't sell any peg fees.
And at the same time, the water's at risk of being poached and
all of it,
things happening that they're unaware of.
And at the moment, there can't be any spawning going on. The water's still cold. The species they keep on about, the one that everyone keeps bleating about, is barbel and chub. But they don't spawn till June. But quite often, it's usually when we start fishing again. How ridiculous is that?
But what about, does that make the fish that are in canals and lakes and ponds and reservoirs not worth thinking about when they spawn because we can just go and catch them anyway.
Clearly.
Why should the ones in rivers... Surely there should either be a closed season and no one goes fishing.
I agree.
Or there's not a closed season.
Totally agree.
Why only on rivers?
1876.
I ain't ever thought about it in this much depth, and I've not ever given an opinion on it.
Let me tell you a bit. 1876, the year that Alexander Graham Bell went to see Queen Victoria to talk about a brand new invention called a telephone. A lot's changed, hasn't it, since 1876? The law was passed before keep nets were actually invented. Keep net didn't exist, right? So if you fished your little club match or whatever back then, there weren't any big matches like we have, right? So if you were fished in a match as such, if you caught something, it went in a bag. Then you took it to a weigh station, so it's dead. Right? So then you eat it yourself or you feed it to the cats. 1876 we're talking. 148 years ago or whatever it is, right? It's completely absurd. The whole thing, nothing stacks up at all. You go to other countries, you go to Northern Ireland is part of British law, but you can fish all year round. How does that happen? You can go to Scotland, part of British law, and you can fish all year round. How does that happen? And Southern Ireland.
What about Wales? Is that...
Wales have got a close season.
Right.
On rivers. Holland, Belgium, Italy, France, all these countries haven't got close seasons. They all seem to function okay.
Where the rivers are absolutely teeming.
Why can't you leave it to the clubs to manage their own waters? Mate, it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. And having been in meetings with the EA and witnessed what goes on, I think there's their own agendas. I think there's people making decisions that don't even fish. They're not even like frontline anglers. I just think it's completely and utterly absurd.
How can we positively get there then, Dave? How can we get over this hurdle? How can we create something where we can put something together to go and speak to the right people about it?
I've already tried with Angling Trust and we failed, even though the majority of people wanted change. But I think the time's right to go back in again, based on the actual statements they made and everything. We've started to analyse it a lot more. I've been working with Matt McGuinness on this, and I think we need the support of the Angling Trade Association. If you think back to 1995, no one voted or had a consultation. What you had then was commercial fishery owners threatened. This is how I see it. They threatened legal action because they were being stopped. They were stopped from trading. Yeah, the same thing's happening all over again, isn't it now? But it's worse than ever. It's not like it's always been. Some people say it's always been like this. Why are you bleating on? It hasn't, because in 1960 and 70 and 80, there was a complete shutdown. Everyone was faced with the same sorts of things, but when you hadn't got commercial fisheries then, so when the rivers and all that opened back up again, there was a huge amount of people went on there. So peg fees, tackle dealers benefited, the fisheries benefited, right? But I fished places like Stratford years ago, where it was well managed. This stretch that we were talking about, the World Champs was held on there in '81. There's a weir there, and they used to close that for the first 2 or 3 weeks. It was their choice as a club owner, right? Because a lot of spawning went on.
Some carp venues do it, Dave. Yeah. Listen, we're going to not fish the matches this weekend. Everything's in the edges, spawning. We'll let them get the business over and done with.
Manage the waters, and I think it's bloody rude not to allow people in this day and age to manage their own waters. So I think it's just completely wrong.
It'd be interesting to hear other people's opinions on this bit. I mean, comment below, folks, if you've got a strong opinion for or against. Get it below, because I'd certainly like to have a read, and you ain't got many people more qualified and experienced than Dave talking about it.
If I felt for 1 minute that it was a dangerous thing to do, I wouldn't champion this cause at all. But what you got to think as well, it's like in a lake. A small lake, a small pool of commercial. They've got nowhere to run it, nowhere to hide, have they? I used to fish Woodland View, and if I'd have wanted to, I could foul up loads. You know how that works. Then they had this thing, no fishing near the bank and all that business. That's fair enough. That's managing your water correctly.
Mm-hmm.
Whether you could, maybe it should close at certain periods, that's up to the water owner. On a river, fish can escape anyway, can't they? If they wanted to get out of the way. I fished in Ireland for years. I remember drawing a peg in Ireland once on the Colebrook, winning the match with £90 of hybrids and bream on a peg that was absolutely solid with roach, spawning this side and that side, and I never caught one. I never caught one single roach. So when they're doing it, you don't catch them.
No.
Right? Okay, there's that either side period, but then why in the close season do I see these lovely pictures of spawn-bound perch, of spawn-bound tench? Look at that massive tench. The belly's hanging down on the floor almost. But that's all okay.
Pike in February.
That's all like apparently that's
Building up the weight for spawning and eating healthily, and that's when everyone catches them because they weigh the most.
Yeah. In other countries, sometimes they have a species close season. But again, you can work with the clubs on that. At the moment, they're helpless to do anything, right? And I just think, I go to Hereford, I go to Shrewsbury, I go to all these different venues. Let them manage. Let them work it out and sort it out, right? And just have someone overseeing the whole thing.
What's the next step? I've
already tried once. I worked with Martin Salt, and I had the most frustrating time that honestly I was gutted when they said that they were keeping it as a precautionary stance, a measure. I was absolutely on the floor because I expected change.
When was this?
That was 2018-19 time. Things have got worse now. It's even worse because the actual climate we've got now is worse than it was then. The climate year on year, we're getting it wetter and wetter and wetter in the winter months, as you know. So this last season, if you take it from the end of September, gosh, how many weekends we never fished a single match.
Rivers are out of sorts.
Shocking.
They've been gone.
Right.
Trent's been out in his bank since October.
And even when the season ended, it's still been bad for a few weeks. Now, as of just now, it's coming back. It's at a good level. My friend who owns a tackle shop at Bridge North is now working, I think, in a supermarket for the time being to get some money. He would be trading now. People would be flooding to that town. Right, they spend loads of money in the town as well as... what's happening? We're all going to Ireland and Holland. We're going to spend our money there instead when we could be spending it in Bridge North.
You're right, Dave. There's so many branches off it that are positive.
We need the Angling Trade Association to join forces with Angling Trust and tackle shops and everything. It needs to be a bigger thing than me. And I know Angling Trade Association are keen to get involved. And I think we just need to kill this off once and for all. I just hope it doesn't happen when I'm 90 years old and I'm too old to go.
Well, you never know. Having a good old chat about it on this. I mean, anyone listening with any influence, I'd be open for you to get in touch with myself. I'm pretty sure Dave would. Anyone with anything, what you think we could make it happen.
It's crazy, but it would change everything. It would Riverfest could start in May. For example, it would change the whole shift of everything we have to do more and more, and still on rivers, we're actually condensing things in.
It's from a really selfish point of view, the match fishing calendar.
Yeah.
From June, it's just ridiculous because it's just crammed in June to September.
Yeah.
Imagine just the relief and the spread of that, and
imagine the fishing. We've always said, okay, we didn't have a winter like it this time, but in my experience of fishing the Severn always tended to come right in March, the level. And we had some fantastic fishing, right? And then we had to stop. And if we get winters like that again, we're missing out.
Totally agree. I agree. I agree with you, and I think that it would be a great thing if we didn't have a close season. I really do. Get your opinions in, folks, and anyone with any sort of power or influence, if you're listening, help us do something about it. If you had to give someone who's never been fishing before some inspiration to go and give it a go, what would you say to them?
That's a great question. I think come along and watch a competition on a river and talk to us afterwards about what you've seen. And I think you glean a load from that. Right. I see people walking along rivers, and they do show an interest, asking questions, but sometimes I'm wondering. I think we should make things available. I would love to see the close season gone. I would love to see a focus period of go river fishing, try river fishing.
The opposite of a close season.
Yeah. And advertise it in all the press all over the country. A free day, come and fish with our experts for a day, a weekend, right? Make it a mass campaign, right? Don't stick it in Angling Times because they go fishing anyway. Stick it in all the local press, local radio. Come and try fishing.
Council social media pages.
Won't cost you anything, and just recruit things everywhere and get people having to go. And I think a lot of people enjoy it. Your tackle dealers can come along, give vouchers out, 10% off if you come and buy some tackle from us.
Link it to the local shops.
Yeah. But yeah.
What a great concept, Dave.
There you
Go river fishing. Not the close season. Go river fishing. Awesome. Dave, it's been an absolute pleasure. We have talked an awful lot. I know I've been trying to get you on here for a long time, but I've got so much respect for you, what you've done, what you're doing. I massively appreciate you coming on. I'm sure it won't be the last that we hear from you, but
I've loved it.
Have you? Good. Thank you very much, mate. I absolutely loved every second.
Cheers, pal.